education partners, friends, and public. We are happy to have you with us. We want to recognize our Highway Patrol officer today, Chris Horrocks, keeping us safe. Thank you, Chris. As always, in the case of emergency, we got 2 exits over here. Head out that way to exit the building. And let's see, we can go ahead and have a Pledge of Allegiance. Let's see. Would you like to? You caught my glance.
Audience, please rise.
Great.
Repeat the pledge after me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Earl. And I'm excited to get to this art. I was in here yesterday and got to see him putting it up. Good stuff. Let us go to our board member message, and then we'll come back to education highlights. So, Member Green, if you're ready, you've got the floor. Do you need any tech help? Are you good to go? Okay.
There you go. Oh, sorry.
Red light, green light. Red means hot. Okay, very good. Let me just move this out of the way. Okay, well, I'm happy to be here, and happy September, and I hope I'm looking forward to today. I think we'll get a lot of good things done. As I was sorting through many thoughts of what a board message, a good one would be, I fell on something that I am very, very passionate about, and that is literature and literacy. And Utah is in a unique place right now as we begin conversations about the literacy rates across the state. It is not a subject with one header and one bullet point underneath. It encompasses many areas. Literacy is an all hands-on-deck subject. Next slide, please. And I will get there too. Years ago, I stumbled upon a book of short essays. My grandfather taught me the fun part of discovering older books, to see what year they were published, where and by whom. Is there a dedication to it? Anything special that could share part of its story? And so when I purchased this book, which I was really drawn to it because it reminded me of a time of innocence and beauty, a time that we had seemed to be slipping away from. It also reminded me slightly of my newborn son. And so I purchased that, and I began the investigation. On the front page, it said, entered according to Act of Congress in the year 1906 by Richard L. Metcalf in the office of the Librarian of Congress at Washington, D.C., copyrighted 1907. The price for this book at that time, $1.25 postpaid. It has a handwritten birthday greeting dated January 11th, 1911, Lincoln, Nebraska. This book must have its own literal stories to tell, and apparently made a journey to Utah at some point where I was lucky enough to purchase from an antique store. As I began to thumb through these short essays, of which there are 38, totaling 209 pages, I read the title and first paragraph of The Literature of Children, and I finished it right there. The author goes on to explain that the newspaper dispatches of the time recently said that under the auspices of certain educators, nursery rhymes are to be stricken from the list of things suitable for the minds of children. Some writers made vigorous protest, and in doing so spoke for the countless thousands who are not too dignified to confess membership in the free and independent order of the simple-hearted, and who do not have their heads so high in the clouds that they have failed to observe the things that have moved the world and have molded men and women for the world's betterment. It was at this point I was intrigued that over 100 years ago, there was much debate about literature and a very specific part of it, The question was asked then, why should the nursery rhymes be abolished? He goes on to question, because it sounds foolish to the abolitionists? Apply that rule rigidly, and there will be little left in literature but the cyclopedia. And carried to its logical result, the rule would soon leave the cyclopedia a mass of shreds and patches. The nursery rhyme is an essential part of a child's education, and it is indispensable to a parent who fraternizes with his offspring and finds pleasure in the simple songs and tales that delight the child's heart. It may be defended on broad educational lines or so far as it instructs by interesting the children on literary merit, even as it may be justified, and the softening influence it has upon the character of the adult who learns it, loves it, and doesn't care to forget it. Here's an example of a fun nursery rhyme that children can learn. Sorry about that.
One, two, three, four, five. Once I caught a fish alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I let him go again. Why did you let him go? Because he bit my finger so. Which finger did he bite? This little finger on the right.
We can see that a child might be having a little problem, including a little finger that might need some soothing, and a student being able to count. You can use those nursery rhymes. Next slide. Oh, this one. The desire to reignite the love, beauty, and magic that good literature can offer can be felt throughout the entire United States. Utah is no different. Education does not begin with Shakespeare, as the author argues, nor with Browning, nor even with the alphabet. In the language of one who may be counted among the champions of the nursery rhymes, it states, quote, "Education begins with a mother's look, with a father's nod of approbation or a sign of reproof, with a sister's gentle pressure of the hand or a brother's noble act of forbearance, with handfuls of flowers in green dells or hills and daisy meadows, with birds' nests admired but not touched, with creeping ants almost imperceptible emmets, with humming bees and glass beehives, with pleasant walks, with shady lanes, and with thoughts directed in sweet and kindly tones and word to nature, to beauty, to acts of benevolence, to deeds of kindness, and to the source of all good, to God himself. And the nursery rhyme does all of that. Next slide. The need for quality literature and literate students is at the forefront of the majority of minds. There is a great awakening from a generation of parents that have, in its irony, been lulled to sleep. And as we have rocked our babies to sleep night after night, year after year, there is a similarity that a bow has been broken, and the desire in our nation rises to continue to offer up these treasures to the next generation. We recognize the educational principle of the nursery rhyme in the kindergarten, in the historical novel, and in the art, for it is an art, which some men and women writers have, of humanizing animals, describing their ways, their wants, and their characteristics in stories told by the animals themselves. And we may even say that the principle is recognized in poetry, for the poets who have left their imprint in politics, as well as in literature, are those who have written the simple things of life, and written in a simple way, directly, as it were, from the heart of one human being to the heart of another. Next slide. And one moment, please. We have a different copy that's saved, unfortunately, but I did bring my book. He goes on to explain that one of the prettiest stories told to the children goes as follows. It is related that a little boy quenched his raging thirst in a pump, and then gracefully raising his cap thanked Mr. Pump. But the pump disclaimed the credit and said that he only helped the water run. Then the little boy offered thanks to cold water. But cold water disclaimed the credit, saying that the spring on the hillside sent him forth. The boy said then that he'd thank the spring, but the spring in turn disclaimed the credit, saying that it could do nothing without the dew and rain. The boy said he'd thank the dew and rain, but they also declined to accept the honor, and said without the sun they were powerless. And then the boy turned to the sun and offered 10,000 thanks, as these little boys look into the sky on your screen. But the sun, with blushing face, admonished the little fellow not to thank him, because he drew the drought from the ocean's mighty shores. Then, turning to the ocean, the boy offered thanks, but the ocean echoed back, "No thanks to me," and adding, "Not unto me, but unto him who formed the depths in which I lie, to give thanks, my little boy, to him who will thy wants supply." The boy took off his cap and said, in tones so gentle and subdued, "O God, I thank thee for thy gift. Thou art the giver of all good." Next slide, please. These men, and might I remind that this was written over 100 years ago, as the debate of literature and literacy was also raging as it is now, he stated, in wisdom that we might hear today, that these men who object to the nursery rhyme will soon object to baby talk, and then to coddling, and then to playthings. And then instead of a lot of bright-faced, happy children, we will have an assortment of dressed-up intellectual midgets who will want to talk to us of the profoundness of profundity when we prefer to have them tell us about Henri, Ori, Icary, Anne, Phyllis, and Follis, and Nicholas, John. And finally, there will be no love and no life for the baby, no life and no love for the parent, and no fun for anyone other than the solemn owls who seem to obtain pleasure only by denying it to others. Next slide, please. It is it any wonder that at this time we might take the opportunity to discuss the literary merits of what we give to our children, the value that it places, the strength that a parent can give to theirs by wrapping their arms around their children and bringing that book to life, with teachers bringing things that bring the written word off the page and sparks the imagination of a child. The author of this states that the imagination of the child must be awakened, and if I may offer a little bit of hope, that the nursery rhyme operates upon the little one as sunshine acts upon the plant, and quote, "In the heart of a seed, buried deep, so deep, a dear little plant lay fast asleep. Wake, said the sunshine, and creep to the light. Wake, said the voice of the raindrops bright. The little plant heard, and it rose to see what a wonderful outside world might be." I think that as we continue to develop this new area of talking about the literacy of our children, the gift that it is generational, that we might remember those beautiful things that come from the ability of a child to read, and that the literacy starts with how we address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Green. Let's turn then to Kelsey for our education highlights.
Can you
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you, Chair Moss, Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. I would like to invite up here Quinn Kellis, along with some, I don't know when he wants to bring up his special guests. We have some wonderful people with us today who are going to be recognized. And I would just like to thank Quinn for, excuse me, for all of his work. And I will let him explain who these wonderful people are with him today.
Good morning, Chair Moss, Superintendent Dixon, members of the board. My name is Quinn Kellis. I am the coordinator for the leadership development here at USBE. This morning, we are very pleased to be able to recognize some extraordinary people with the Utah Principals and Assistant Principals of the Year. I can attest that our children are in good hands with such extraordinary leaders. Introducing this year's elementary principal and assistant principal of the year is Dwight Littard. And then we will hear from Rhonda Bromley, who will introduce our secondary and middle school principals and assistant principal of the year. Dwight.
Okay. Okay. Is that better? There we go. So she is joining us by Zoom. I'm not sure who's doing that. There she is. Good morning, Christine. Christine Christensen from the Granite School District arrived at Wilson Elementary just as it had been announced that they were going to be a turnaround school. Christine really focused on building teacher capacity through quality instruction and established interventions, and they were able to raise their proficiencies by over 40%, taking her school from an F to a B. She's also worked significantly with the physical needs of her students by establishing an on-school food pantry, monthly food distribution, weekend snack bags, vision and medical vans that come to the school, an on-site dental program, and many others. Congratulations to Christine, our Utah's Elementary Principal of the Year. Behind me is Adam Hufker. Adam is our Utah's Assistant Principal of the Year in the elementary. He created a character education initiative in his school where students set goals for resilience, respect, self-mastery, and compassion. He worked with a team to put together an entire unit for the students and to how to make a friend, talk kindly, and show respect. As students learned these skills, the staff noticed a significant increase in student behavior. Adam also initiated a community wellness night for families to receive resources, ask questions, and learn more about service providers in the county that cover mental health, physical health, and safety. Adam's motto as a school administrator is, "Life is about relationships." Congratulations to Adam.
Hello. Is my microphone working? Okay, good. First of all, I just want to thank you for having us here today. And I just want to echo what Quinn said about I'm confident that we have such great leaders in our schools. And I've spent, this will be my 34th year in education. And my last several years, I was an administrator, a high school principal, a PR director in the largest district in this state, as well as the assistant superintendent. And I know that the job of an administrator continues to get harder. And so I just want to thank you for supporting our administrators. Thank you for getting to know them and partnering with them when it comes to what I know we all have the same goal, and that is to help our students thrive and be successful. So I'm excited to be here to present three amazing secondary administrators, and we'll start with our Assistant Principal of the Year. right here behind me. This is Kyle Campbell. Kyle drove all the way from St. George to be here this morning, and he's the assistant principal at Snow Canyon High School. And one of the things that stands out about Kyle is we use the word all in education often when we talk about students, all students. And I just want to attest to you that all means all with Kyle. He loves and helps every single student at Snow Canyon. I've had the opportunity to actually witness this a few times as I've spent time at Snow Canyon High School and watched Kyle in action. And he truly knows every student, not just their name, but knows them, knows who they are. And it's fun for me to see the students as they go to Kyle knowing that he cares about them and knows that he is an advocate for them and wants them to be successful. So Kyle represents all of the amazing assistant principals at the secondary level in the state of Utah, and we're so proud of the fact that he was one of the 3 finalists for National Assistant Principal of the Year this year. And so we appreciate everything that Kyle does and the example that he is, because all means all with Kyle Campbell. So congratulations, Kyle. Our middle level principal of the year. So our middle level includes middle school, junior high, and intermediate schools. And this year we're excited to announce Tiffany Miley from Springville Junior High School as our middle level principal of the year. And the thing that stands out about Tiffany is her ability to coach her educators and to help her teachers be better. She believes in shared leadership and spends so much time, not just during professional development, helping her teachers, but she's one that's in the classrooms often observing and working with and helping her teachers. She spends a lot of time after hours with individual teachers, helping them, and truly believes that the job of the teacher is where we're going to get the most success and help the students thrive the most. And Tiffany's a great example of that. She's also an administrator that continues to learn herself. I love hearing and seeing all the things that she does to continue to make herself a better educator. So we're proud of Tiffany. Congratulations, our middle level principal of the year. And last of all, we have Rob McDaniel. Rob has been the principal at Cypress High School for the last several years. This year, Granite School District swooped him up again and made him the secondary supervisor. I say again because previously he was an HR director and an assistant superintendent in the Granite School District, and Rob asked to, in Murray. And Rob was excited to go back to high school, and it was fun to be there when we actually announced him as the winner of the high school principal of the year, and to learn of his roots in Cypress. And not just his roots, but his mom was there as well, and she too was from Cypress High School. And I just love Rob interacting with the students. The thing that stands out about Rob is he loves life. And the students know that. The students know of his love for them. He makes things fun and exciting for the students. He does crazy things sometimes. And, you know, during COVID and post-COVID, we need people that just are willing to just have fun and remind us that the glass is half full and not half empty. And Rob is that way, whether it's the podcast that he is doing or the crazy pants that he's wearing at school. The day that I went in an assembly to announce Rob, I went up to a group of students and said, hey, I need one or two of you to come and just share what you love about Mr. McDaniel. And every one of them said, oh, no, I'll do it. No, I'll do it. And I'll say this and I'll say that. And they were all so excited to be part of the celebration. And they all had amazing things to say about Rob. So Cypress High School and now Granite School District, very lucky to have Rob McDaniel. Congratulations, our high school principal of the year. And I did ask both Quinn and Sid Dixon if this was okay. We hired a photographer 10 minutes ago. We're going to have these guys just turn around so that they can get a picture with you guys in the background, if that's okay. So thank you. Okay. Yeah, would you mind standing so we can see you all?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I just want to say thank you to all of our award winners. We're talking policy here. You're the folks that make all this work, so thank you. I was with my high school principal yesterday of some of my kids, and he still remembered things about them. School of 2,200 kids, so you guys talk about all meaning all and knowing each kid. I don't know how you do it, but thank you. It's amazing the impact when you've got that large of a full building to think about. So anyway, thank you very much. Any other comments, questions before we? All right. Well, thank you very much. We're great to have you with us. All right. Back to Kelsey, I believe, right? Let's see. Oh, does that wrap up our spotlight? Okay. Okay. Public comment it is. Let me read our standard guidelines for public comment. Public comments limited to 2 minutes per person. Comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about specific personnel, attacking or defaming an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. And let me just say, we do read those, so feel free, it will not be lost. If you want to revise and extend, as they say in Congress, send it in and we will definitely go through it. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, please submit that material in writing to the board at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov, and that's available on our website. Okay, we do have a number of signups. I think first up is Lexi Cunningham here in person.
Chair Moss, Vice Chair Hart, Vice Chair Earl, members of the board, Superintendent Dixon and staff, good morning and welcome back to school. I'm happy to be here. Last night I sent you all an email filled with great back to school videos, stories, pictures, just a sampling of what is going on in our schools as we came back to school. I also provided you with a link to the USSA website and information on how to download our app. We are going to post a positive school story every day, and we will, in each month, we will have a story about each district. So if you want to follow along and you just need to smile, I encourage you to look at those stories, follow along on our website or on our app, and you will just be amazed at all the wonderful things going on this year. I'd like to congratulate our elementary and high school principals of the year. It's hard following them because they are such amazing individuals. Also would like to give a huge shout out to our teachers. They have made back to school so amazing for our students. Hearing from superintendents that this has been a really good back to school. Kids and students and families are just getting right in and connecting and learning, and that's what we want to see. I'd also like to thank you for your work this summer. Back to school doesn't happen without work that takes place here, takes place in districts, and so thank you. I know that you work hard throughout the summer. USSA and USBA look forward to working with you again this year. It's through that work and collaboration that great things can happen for our students. So as you deliberate today and tomorrow, I just encourage you to be kind, be productive, be student focused, and be willing to inspire greatness. Your leadership is appreciated, and we couldn't do this work without you. Thank you.
We can clap for everybody. We like everybody. Well, all right. It just happened. I know. It's back to school. It's back to school exuberance. Jay Blaine up next.
Good morning, board members. Chair Moss, Vice Chair Hart, Vice Chair Earl, and Superintendent Dixon. I'll just echo everything that Lexi just said and sit down. No, I was going to say a lot of the same things. We, back to school as a classroom teacher of 20 years. I spoke to some of the other educators here at the board this morning. It brings, anticipation, excitement, and a few concerns, but I also want to recognize everyone who's made the back to school possible, from the board to the local boards to all of the educators and all of the education support professionals in the buildings that got the buildings ready, got everything else ready for school to start again. But I do want to talk about one concern that's out there, and it has to do with, one big concern has to do with special education. There are a lot of concerns about staffing in special education, and a lot of that is around paraeducators. We love our paraeducators. They are a very necessary piece for student success in special education. They support the educators, and along these lines, we are going to be submitting a budget brief to the legislature with a request for an 8% increase on the WPU. This will allow districts to address staffing concerns in their own districts and what they might need. It'll allow them to, for funds to flow into restricted special ed and at risk, where our most vulnerable student populations are. It will also be able to maybe address these needs with paraeducators who provide such a support to the students and the educators. We need to be able to attract and retain these special educators and paraeducators. And for this reason, we would hope you would think long and hard about your WPU ask to be in line with these needs. Thank you very much.
All right, next up, Corey Fairholm, Utah PTA President.
Good morning. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. I am the Utah PTA President, and the PTA mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. And PTA is the largest voice for children advocacy. Our children are the future, and it is our collective responsibility to nurture their potential and create an environment where they can thrive. And today, I want to tell you that at the beginning of the year, all of our PTA leaders from Logan to St. George are being trained by the district leaders and PTA leaders to be able to understand the district policies. They are also taught about the nonprofit status of PTA and the opportunities that PTA provides the students. And they are able to work together with teachers and administration as partners in our children's learning. This time of year, PTA are hosting back to school nights, fun runs, health and safety fairs, walk to school days, senior sunrises, dads and donuts reading programs, reflections programs, community night, movie nights, and we're hosting kindness weeks, red ribbon weeks, and so we're doing many things in the schools that are creating lasting memories and building a sense of belonging within our school community. And when parents and teachers work together, we create a powerful support system that not only benefits our children today, but also lays the foundation for a brighter and more promising future. So thank you so much for your support, and let's keep building bridges and strengthening our communities together by making our children's future attainable. Thank you.
I'm missing on mic here. Amber Bonner, Utah PTA.
Good morning, board. I hope that your meeting today is not as long as your meeting last month. I was here for part of it and then went home to watch from home, and Whew, good job, you guys. My name's Amber Bonner. I am the new Education Commissioner this year for Utah PTA, replacing France Baral. I just wanted to introduce myself to you and to let you know a little bit about me. I am a former member of the Alpine School District Board. I just finished that term last December. I have 7 children, 5 of which have now graduated from Alpine District schools, and 4 are currently in college. So we did a lot of moving kids over the last couple of weeks. I have 2 kids currently in Alpine District schools. I've been on multiple school community councils and PTA boards over my time with my children in those schools. And I just want to express my gratitude to the hundreds of teachers that we have now had and administrators that have gone out of their way to help my children with their unique needs, to be transparent with me and to reach out to meet what they needed. I wanted to speak to one thing on your agenda today. As a school board, one of the things that we advocated very hard for was impact fees. I think those in growing districts like Alpine, like Davis, like Tooele, that would be just a game changer for helping get the buildings done that need to be done. So as you're talking about that, please keep that in mind. I'm looking forward to working with all of you and would be happy to have you reach out to me if there's anything I can do to help you. So thank you.
Thank you, Amber. All right. Let's see, Monica Wilbur. Is Monica here? There we go.
Thank you. On July 11th, 7 members of the State Board met with Chair Jim Moss. It was reported that these members met with Chair Moss to demand that member Natalie Klein be reprimanded again, this time for speaking out against the sexualization of children by our schools. One of these board members, Sarah Reel, then emailed board leadership members Moss, Hart, and Earl a complaint about Natalie because, as Reel wrote in her email, Chair Moss asked us to reach out with any evidence we have. Sarah Reel went on to produce multiple pages and leaks of evidence that wouldn't even fool Scooby-Doo. Then either Reel or another member with knowledge of the complaint email and the secret meeting leaked this information plus the details of board leadership's supposedly confidential investigation of Klein to KSL. These 7 board members, including Sarah Reel, acted as Klein's accusers. These 7 board members, including Sarah Reel, then proceeded to take part in not 1 but 2 closed executive session meetings in which they discussed what kind of punishment the board should dish out to member Klein. These 7 board members, including Sarah Reel, acted as Klein's jurors. Finally, these 7 board members, including Sarah Reel, acted as Klein's judge by taking action to sign an unofficial pseudo-reprimand of Natalie Klein that was released only to Klein, that is, until member Brent Strait leaked the letter, apropos of nothing, to 2 people who had written Brent Strait and Leanne Wood to ask why they were leaking the details of the closed session through a letter to constituents. So what we have are state board members who are leakier than a dollar store diaper. And they think they can act as accuser, jury, and judge, all out of the highly ironic pretense that they are protecting the good name of the board. Finally, I have one question for those members who secretly accuse Natalie Klein. Why are you still hiding who you are? Both Natalie and the public have the right to know the part you played in this embarrassing and gross abuse of your power as elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. We next have Brianna Hugh. We don't typically respond, but there are a couple things that were alleged, and let me just say those have an appropriate channel. There were 6 board members and myself. That's being reviewed and presented. So we do try to avoid in this forum attacking individuals. There's an attack to me, so that's my response. Other things will have to be responded to in a different forum. But we want to avoid, of course, sharing things that may have been or may not have been done in closed session. There's speculation out there, but there's a process we follow and includes confidentiality. So we ask our board members and the public to try to respect that. Let's go to Brianna Hugh, online.
Hi, it won't let me turn on my video, but that's okay because I can still say what I need to say. So we're good.
All right.
Okay. So I'm a parent and a teacher and, oh, here we go. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I just want to make a comment about something that the USBE staff does that I just want to give a shout out to. I just want to comment on both the core guides and the parent guides. I've used both as a parent and as a teacher. The core guides are super helpful. We have the standards which we go through, which tell us what the students have to master, but we are responsible for coming up with how to master them, and the core guides are really helpful. One other way that actually the core guides have really helped me is in helping with cross-curricular teams. I teach 9th grade English, and we've been pushing as a school-wide literacy efforts. So I was talking with a 9th grade biology teacher, and she was saying, what can I do to increase literacy in my classroom? So I pulled up her core guide because science standards are not intuitive to my English brain. So I pulled up the core guide because that's a little bit easier to understand. Went through all this stuff. And so we sat down and talked about the 3D instructions and what scientists do. And we talked about how scientists read informational text. Scientists write up persuasive writing in the things that they do. And that was actually really helpful for her. And I was able to use her core guide that was a little bit more digestible than the standards. The other thing I wanted to comment on are the parent guides. I don't think a lot of parents really know about the parent guides. They're pretty basic, but they're amazing. And they have tons of resources. They break down the standards so parents can understand, and they really help. I use the parent guides as a parent and as a teacher. So I just want to say great job to the staff and great job to the board that supports the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. Laurel Fetzer.
No, actually. Just a second. Jerry, can you come turn the laptop back on? Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Laurel Fetzer from Murray, Utah. I'm speaking today to 12 of the board members who think it's a good use of their time to publicly reprimand another board member, namely Natalie Klein. When the audit department found no fault in her, some of these board members leaked the investigation to the press using inaccurate and misleading information. So I am disappointed in you 12 board members. You are uniquely supposed to represent your individual areas of the state and protect education and children of all of Utah. There is no policy or law stating that an elected member of USBE needs to act in unity with the rest of the board. In fact, in your roles as elected officials, it is where the debate should happen. But instead, in the name of unity, you go after board member Klein because she opposes your views on education. And if you can't find a way to disprove her message, you've got to go after her as the messenger. You broke your own public meeting policy, having a meeting without public knowledge in order to reprimand her. Ironically, you break your own policy just so you can claim she broke your policy. I received a letter from board member Straight that was a personal letter to Natalie Klein. And after I asked him about it, he claimed it had been widely circulated. It hadn't been circulated until the information was grandma'd. I did not solicit this information, and I believe Straight shared it with me to try to publicly shame Klein. It seems like you don't like the honest truth that you are really not protecting the children of Utah, unless your definition of protecting children is different than mine. From what I can tell, you have made it easy for kids to access pornography in school. You have encouraged all school subjects to include DEI and SEL, and you promoted CSE and much of the grievance studies to be taught to children of all ages. I'm so embarrassed that this board, with people from both political parties, is so easily walked over that they are ushering in the new Marxist agenda. You should be doing all you can to pull back laws and resist any policy that does not improve the academic rigor of the past. I think you owe Natalie Klein a formal apology, and it should be as long and involved as the complaints you obsessed about doing for her. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laurel. April Wild Despain. Online, I believe. Nope. Here we go. April?
Do I need to press anything?
It's red.
Okay. My name is April Wild Despain from Murray, Utah. First, I want to state my gratitude for Natalie Klein. She, more than any other member on this board, has stood for my rights and concerns as a parent. It's not easy to be the one who takes the arrows for standing up to the issues in public schools today. While most board members make careful statements that keep their reputations clean and their lives easy, Natalie takes the difficult issues head on and states truths that other board members won't dare touch, even if they privately claim to agree with her. I'm grateful for the fortitude she demonstrates in defending truth, our children, and the rights of parents. In July 2023, USBE began what should have been a confidential investigation of Klein based on unfounded accusations sent to the audit department. When IA cleared Natalie, a few members of USBE took matters into their own hands. In the name of unity and protecting USBE's reputation, what proceeded was a slew of illegal and unethical actions, ironically, all of which damaged both unity and reputation of USBE. While there are several actions I should cite, I only have time to focus on one. On July 12th, at the request of Chair Jim Moss, Sarah Reel wrote an email to board leadership detailing the investigation on Klein and adding her own personal insults. Less than 24 hours later, all the details from this confidential email were headline news on KSL, and Sarah was quoting it all over social media. Sarah claimed KSL got this email through Grandma, but that was proven false. Who illegally shared this email? Was it Sarah Reel? Will you spend as much time and energy investigating Sarah Reel as you have spent investigating Klein? Why are you so focused on defaming Natalie Klein through illegal and unethical actions? Is this really what you, as members of USBE, believe to be the best use of our resources? Please stop wasting taxpayer time and money in illegal and unethical pursuits of childish personal vendettas against your fellow board member. Not only are you not helping our students, but you are damaging your own credibility. I think it would be a good idea for you to take a page from Natalie's book and learn to focus on our students and how to best protect them. Thank you, Natalie, for setting the example for your fellow board members on how to really represent parents and help our children receive the best education possible. Thank you.
Thank you, April. We have two more. And I apologize. I've got to cut out. My day job once in a while intrudes, and I've got to join a court call in California in my lawyer capacity. So Vice Chair Hart will take it from here. I think we have two left. And, you know, again, I'll just state for the record, there's an appropriate place for these things. If anybody has a concern that folks have done things that are in violation of bylaws or law, you can submit a complaint. Some of those have been submitted. So we don't shy from that. Bring it there and it'll get the appropriate attention. And as I mentioned earlier, for my part, there was no meeting with 7 members. There was a meeting with 6, and that's being sorted out in the appropriate forum. Next up, take it away, Molly. Sorry to ditch out.
Sure. Nicholas Willis. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
No, can you adjust your volume a little bit and we'll work on it on our end too?
Yes, let me check. Can you hear me now?
No. Can we get someone to adjust the volume in here as well? No, we're all the way up here. Nicholas, can you talk louder?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, that's
that better?
better. Thank you.
You're welcome. Greetings, Utah State Board of Education. In today's society, freedom of speech and thought is under attack. I have noticed this as I've continued to get involved in politics and have been vocal at a national level, as well as in local politics. I have continued to educate myself on state and local policies. We need more citizens to stand up to this political correctness which has taken over this country. Natalie Klein is one of the many elected officials who are willing to take these issues head on. I have sat back and witnessed many of you state board members, like Randy Booth, call his constituents crazy. Board members Carol Lear and Sarah Reel both have personal vendettas against Natalie and will do anything to throw her under the bus, all in the name of diversity and inclusion. It is evident that the teachers' unions are also targeting Natalie. It is clear that many on this board are willing to violate your oath of office and violate the public's right to freedom of speech. Any of you that are not willing to protect our children and defend parents' rights, I ask that you submit your resignations today. Thank you.
Next up, we have Cheryl Ruth. Cheryl is on Zoom. Thank you, Cheryl. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Allred. I'm a licensed teacher and substitute in Alpine and Provo School District. I've been in over 100 schools and have reported and seen many instances as a mandated reporter that concern me as a parent as well as.
Yeah, hold on. Miss Allred, can you adjust your volume and start over? We can't hear.
Okay, yeah.
Get, you're muffled. Is there a way to get closer to the mic?
Can you hear me now?
That is better. Thank you. Go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts over. And I apologize, Cheryl Allred.
Okay, thank you. I'm a licensed teacher and substitute in Alpine and Provo School Districts. I've been in over 100 classes and have reported and seen many instances which concern me as a parent as well as a teacher. I have been retaliated against, harassed, stalked online, lied about, and terminated because of my reports. I'm here to testify that these experiences Natalie Klein has shared on social media are factual and true. She has shared one of the reports I sent into my school board online, and because of it, I was fired for misconduct, lied about, and told I had death threats against me. Here are 3 of the reports that I've sent into USBE and my school districts, as well as met with principals and had nothing done other than the retaliation against myself. On September 2nd, 2022, I taught an English class in Orem. This teacher had 10 titles in her main library and 6 behind her desk that my school district had determined contained pornography and needed to be restricted and had parental consent to check out. They were in no way restricted or labeled out so students would know that they contained pornography. In her instructions for the day, she had stated, if worse comes to worse, have the students quietly read. These are the titles that she had available in her classroom: Frank, Red Hood, What Girls Are Made Of, Milk and Honey, and Tilt. When I made this report anonymously, I was suspended from subbing. I was told by my district that in order to challenge these books, I would have to read them in their entirety, which caused me many health problems, and the titles are still available in these classrooms. I was then fired as a custodian at this high school and left about by the principal, told that I had staged these books. Other incidents was
your time is up, ma'am. Can you finish? Would you like to finish? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allred. We'll now move on to our Finance Committee report. That concludes public comment. Committee Chair Norton, are you ready? Yes. The floor is yours.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. So this is reporting out from our August 4th committee meeting. The first item is agenda item number 3.4, which is R277484, an amendment to the data standards rule. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approve R277-484 data standards draft 2 on second and final reading.
Is there a second? Oh, yeah, we don't need a second. All in favor? The motion is, I was just going to restate the motion. The motion is that the board approve R277-484 data standards draft 2 on second and final reading. We have a few lights. Member Bogus.
Thank you, ma'am. I I don't know who to direct this to, and I recall discussing this in committee. I just didn't catch this at the time. On line 19 and number 3B, it says the purpose of this rule is to, and in 3B line 19, it says support the provision of equal opportunity for students. And on its face, I think that sounds wonderful, but I have to ask this board the question, are we truly supporting equal opportunity for students when those who object to intrusive data collection have to leave public education in order to have their equal opportunity honored?
Is that a question directed to staff?
Well, perhaps, yes, because I don't think that we have equal opportunity when we have parents who are adamantly opposed to data collection. I have a constituent who cannot even enroll her child in dual enrollment because she's required to accept a K-12 data thing, and she doesn't want to do it. So are we really championing equal opportunity when people have to leave public ed altogether to gain access to opportunities that fit within their conscience?
That feels like a rhetorical question. I'm not sure that anyone could answer that. That feels like a comment.
Well, I would offer that it's not a comment, it's a genuine question. And I'm wondering if there's a way to amend this rule to ensure that we have equal access.
Do you have an amendment then?
Sure, I would amend that anything can be done on paper by parental request. Right on line 19. I would move to amend line 19 to read that we support the provision of equal opportunity for students to include paper options in all things.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay. Staff, are you, I know there was some tech issues. Are you back up and ready to take that amendment for the screen? Okay. You're in there? Okay. Can you? Great, thank you.
So, Chair, Vice Chair Earl, I'm sorry, I believe I stated that wrong. Could I restate it?
Oh, sure.
I would move to amend line 19 to read that we support the provision of equal opportunity for students so that data collection is opt-in only.
And is that, does your second still stand? Okay. Deputy Superintendent Stallings?
Thank you.
Go for,
Thank you. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. I just want to clarify that I think that line is the purpose statement in the rule. It's actually not the body of the rule, but I could be wrong. So if you wanted to actually amend the content of the rule, it needs to be lower in, because that first section, it's kind of similar to like the highlighted provisions in a bill. So we'd need to find a place lower below.
Could you then point me to the place where we're going to be able to provide equal opportunity in the body of that rule?
I agree with you.
Thank you, Superintendent Stallings.
If I may, Chair. Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practice. It's good to be with you this morning. This rule is more about reports that LEAs are filing and deadlines that LEAs have to meet for the state board. When you're talking about parents opting in or opting out from data collection, that kind of thing, I think R27747 is our student data privacy rule. And I think that would be where that subject matter would normally be addressed.
Member, hit your button. There you go.
And I believe we are working on that one. I would still move to amend the thing. I think it's important that we genuinely, if we're going to say equal access, we need to mean equal access. And so I would ask that the amendment stand, that It doesn't substantially change the body of the rule. I get that, I understand it. But I do think that if we're gonna state equal access, we need to mean it for all students. All means all, including parents who are not on board with that. So I would move the amendment. Thank you. And thank you, Chair Rasmussen, or Mr. Rasmussen and Superintendent Stallings.
All right, so that amendment is on the floor. It has been seconded. Member Klein, you had a second. Did you have a comment too? Okay.
My comment would be just that I fully support this. I've heard from many constituents and parents from around the state that are also very concerned. They were never asked if they wanted schools to go to a computer-based system or to a data collection-centric system that takes out a lot of the human element and is dehumanizing and difficult for many students who just learn better with manipulatives, with paper and pencil and books, and that don't want to be tracked and don't want computer adaptive functions to move their child in a certain direction according to the algorithms of a computer system. And so I would fully support putting in provisions that protect a parent or honor a parent's right to opt out of all data collection systems for their child and be able to learn using non-tech instruments within the school, minus any, and also without any types of surveillance and tracking on the child.
Member Lear?
I'm sorry, I had a different
Okay.
question.
Member Davis? Oop, I just deleted you.
Yeah, thanks. Just checking on legalities. I mean, can we keep all the laws we're required to keep if we don't have records of kids in our systems? I just want to see where we're going with this, because I just concern about, like, you know, text alerts, fire drills, lockdowns, safety issues. Can we account if there's papers? Just someone let us know if it's legal or not, please.
Adding this to the purpose section of 484 would have no effect on any other law. It would essentially just be sending a message that that's the board's feeling. It has no legal impact other than to just, it's kind of a message statement.
Okay. Hit your button.
So if LEAs take our message statement and start doing this, would it preclude other laws and things that we need to follow with communications in a variety of instances?
This would not change the law in any impact. All existing laws would still be in place. This would not have any legal effect on the LEAs.
Okay. I'm seeing puzzled looks in the back, so I don't know.
Vice Chair Hart, just to clarify, I think in order to be cleanest as far as messaging and legally requiring LEAs to do something, the best course of action would be to amend 487, as Ben mentioned earlier, that this rule is not really the topic. This rule is really about LEA reporting requirements to USBE and doesn't speak to what the LEAs are collecting. So if we wanted to send a message or require LEAs to do something different about how they're informing parents about their rights or opting, allowing people to opt in or opt out, that really needs to be in another rule, which is R277 487 or another. And we'd be happy to help prepare that rule draft or that amendment. I just think that what this would do is confuse some who may look at this and wonder what the legal impact is, and you'd almost need an attorney to say, oh, this is a purpose statement, not legally binding. So I think we've shared our recommendation is to do that in a different rule.
would the maker of that amendment take that under consideration and be willing to bring that back for the appropriate rule? Member Bogus?
So we are actually already working on, with staff, we are working on 484. I think it should be put in here. I think it should be overt in here that the board supports this. I think we can put it in both places. I understand that perhaps 484 is better, but I think it needs to be an overt statement that all means all, and that we're not discriminating.
Okay, I think we can, people have commented. You've already commented. Do you need to make another comment? Okay.
So, Mike, I just have a question for Mr. Rasmussen. In your previous comment, what I took from that is that it is not tenable for parents to not have their students' data tracked or be in the systems in that way, in a trackable way, because of reports that are required of LEAs to make to the state. Would you say that that's correct? So that any rule change would actually not allow the student to opt out of data tracking systems?
That was not what I was trying to say. I was simply trying to, as Deputy Stallings added on, this is not the rule place to actually make that substantive change. Where this amendment has placed it here, it is just kind of messaging, and this rule doesn't talk about parent opt-in or for data collection.
Just to clarify my question, you said that districts would still be required to follow all the laws around these issues. So, and if the law requires that they report on every single child through those systems, then is it tenable to have parents opt their children out of those systems?
I'm not in a position to speak to whether that's tenable or not.
It sounds like the motion is on the floor to make adjustments to the purpose of this rule in the purpose space, and then what it sounds like is there's already work being done on the amendment that would actually change the actions. So I don't, Mr. Rasmussen is right, it's not, they wouldn't speak on whether it's tenable or not. That would come before us when we make those amendments to those rules. All right, seeing none, no other questions, please, let's take this to a vote. All in favor of the amendment, restating the amendment that the board amend R277484, line 19 to add at the end, so the data collection is opt-in only. Yeah, okay. It's a roll call vote. Oh, okay. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye, both. We have 1, 2, 3, Member Carey, Member Bogus, and Member Klein. All, and Member Green, I'm sorry, Member Green. 4 opposed, all, or 4 in favor, all opposed. Please raise your hand. No. Keep them up so we can confirm. 4 in favor, 10 opposed. That motion fails. Returning to the original motion that the board approved for R277-484 Data Standards Draft 2 on the second and final reading. Board Member Lear, you have a question?
I do have a question. On line 102, and this is a question I should have asked in advance, so I apologize. It's been a busy week, I think, for everyone. And I'm thinking the right person is maybe Deborah Jacobson, maybe Scott, one of you. So I'll just submit this to staff. It says an LEA shall submit teacher assignment and salary data to the board through Cactus or USIMS, do you really mean to the board, or do you mean to the superintendent?
Staff, would someone,
Line 102.
and your mic is on.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So the answer, Madam Chair, to Board Member Lear's question is both. When we say in the rule, and Angie can help me with this, if the wording is superintendent, that implies staff, like your data and statistics team. The board, though, we mentioned the board because eventually you make decisions, or possibly make decisions on the data and the use of the data. If we don't get the data, it's difficult for us to, it would be very difficult for us to make decisions on, and the legislature, on funding levels, for instance. So it's intended to be both. Does that answer Board Member Lear's question, Madam Chair?
It does, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none other, let's move to a vote. All in favor of approving R27484 data standards, draft 2 on second and final reading, please raise your hand and say yes. Any opposed? Member Klein is opposed. So that passes. Did you vote, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 14-1. Next item, Chair Norton. I'll get your mic. There you go.
Next item is item 3.5, which is R277-629, paid professional hours for educators. It's an amendment. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approves R277-629, paid professional hours for educators, draft 1, on second and final reading.
The motion is the board approves R277-629, paid professional hours for educators, draft 1, on second and final reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hold on. I saw him late. Member Klein?
Yeah, I just had some questions. This rule refers to 53F7203, where it lists student support. I'm just wondering if we have, and it looks like it adds a definition of student support educators to include librarians, instructional coaches, or other positions working in the school buildings, 50% or more. Do we have, they don't define student support in the code. So who else does it include besides those that we are trying to add, and or who doesn't it include besides those that are 50% or less in the schools? So I just would like kind of it all laid out there.
I believe, yes, yeah. You got to hit your mic.
Thank you. Clearly I missed it. I exited the room for a short moment. What line are you on, Member Klein? Line 16, did I hear that correctly?
Yes. And I believe, Director?
Executive Coordinator.
Executive Coordinator Height is here to answer that question for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Height. Hi, I'm Malia Height, Executive Coordinator of Educator Licensing. So we defined student support as somebody who is in contact with students more than 50% of their day.
Okay. Member Lear?
I had a question.
Hold on.
I had a question on the same line, probably not for Malia, probably more for the rule writer, and maybe Angie, maybe Scott. Anyway, my question is, and it's on line at line 16 and on line 27, where it says may include a librarian, and then line 27 says the LEA may prorate funds. And I'm just wondering if that leaves that to the discretion of the LEA, if that's the intent.
That was the intent, yes.
Thank
Great.
you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, seeing no further questions, please, let's vote. The motion is that the board approve R277, 629 paid professional hours for educators, draft 1 on second and final reading. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Yeah, okay, Member Klein opposed, so that passes 14-1. Would you like to take it, or you want me to? Go ahead. Okay. Next item, Member Norton.
Next item is agenda item number 3.6, which is R277-701, Early College Programs Amendment. The motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approves R277-701, Early College Programs, Draft 1, on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion on the floor is that the board approve R277-701, Early College Programs, Draft 1, on second and final reading. We've got a question from Member Klein.
Yes, on line 284, it requires disaggregating student, or disaggregating by student group. Given that these are for early college programs, I'm wondering why we are not disaggregating the data by proficiency, so that we are making sure we are allowing or promoting these classes for those that are prepared for them and not setting up students for failure. I know our laws say that, or our rules say that all students can participate in those, so that they're not excluded, but these classes were created for those higher level students that are capable of higher level work. And so do we encourage those that are at that higher level to participate in these classes? Or why are we disaggregating by student group? If students want to join and they're not prepared for it, why does it matter what their student group is, and what does that mean, student group?
Do we have a member of staff that, Deputy Norman, are you prepared to answer that?
I have one other question after that.
Okay, hold on, let's see if we can get is there?
Patty Norman, Deputy Superintendent of...
Okay, we may not have staff ready for that question. That may be something we need to pursue offline. They can speak generally to the, but just have her contact staff. Yeah, I know. Go ahead with your second question.
Okay, my second question is on the and I don't know what line this is, sorry, the removing of the the funding cap on the international baccalaureate programs, where it was 100,000. It's now they're removing the cap. So does that mean unlimited amounts can go towards that? And what is the rationale for that?
I'm not sure we have staff ready for that question either. That one would we really need those questions to come early so we can make sure we have staff prepared to answer that. You do have I think we've got some people conferring. Thank you, staff. I know we're trying to get the questions to you earlier so that you're prepared. Answer what you can, but don't feel that, I mean, if you can, you can. If you can't, then if enough board members have questions about it, then we'll vote this down and it'll come back to us. Otherwise, we appreciate whatever input you can give us.
Thank you, Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. I just wanted to remind first the board that we asked, it was a bill, one of our policy requests, to amend and strike that $100,000 from Utah code. So it used to be that the code had that ceiling of $100,000. And so just since this last session, we now have the ability to send out more, because that 100,000 had been static for years and years and years, and it's $100,000 total for all of the schools that were participating in IB. So now I would turn it over to Quinn Kellis to explain. It's formula based, and so it's not unlimited because we only have a certain amount of funding, and that portion would be determined through a formula.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hart, Superintendent, and members of the board. My name is Quinn Kellis. I supervise the early college team, and I've been asked to assist this morning. So the $100,000, as Angie said, was originally a cap on the amount that went to International Baccalaureate. It's part of a larger fund where, bless you, a portion was set aside for both advanced placement courses and International Baccalaureate courses, with only 100,000 max for International Baccalaureate. That cap, through legislation, was intended to be removed, which would bring the question to the board for a change in rule. What that 100,000, which is no longer a cap, but what that International Baccalaureate money is used for are two things. One, to pay for fees to participate, for schools to participate in the International Baccalaureate. So every school that participates in International Baccalaureate has to pay the IB people.
Organization.
Annual fees. And that can be very cumbersome for a school to want to participate in IB if they don't feel like they have the budget to do so. So part of that is fees for the school to participate in IB. The other is for students with financial difficulties who would struggle paying for the test fees, just like advanced placement. Students have to pay for the test. It's the same in International Baccalaureate, where there are annual tests that come with fees. The amount is, as Angie mentioned, is formula-based. So we can't give you an exact amount because it would depend on how many students take the test and how many schools participate.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so I will not be supporting this rule with that provision in there simply because of my research on the IB program. Just going to their website and seeing what they are promoting. And it's the typical DEI anti-racist Kendi version of the woke ideology that they're pushing very hard, and I don't believe that falls in line with what is acceptable in our schools.
Thanks. Member Bogus.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, I don't know your name. I'm so sorry. Mr. Callis. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Mr. Callis. I have one question I just want to confirm, and then I have a substantive question. IB is a UN program. Do I recall that correctly? I just want clarity on that in my mind so that I know that I'm on the same page as you.
I'm not sure that's accurate.
Could we find clarity on that? Because I want to make certain that in my brain I'm aligned. And then if I possibly, line 284, it says, Member Klein brought this up, but it says disaggregated by student group. And I went back and I looked for a definition for student group, and I'm genuinely not trying to be funny. What does that mean? Kids with pink pants, the age of 11, race? What are we actually talking about? Because I think if we're talking about race, we need to say disaggregated by race. Because student group could mean kids with yellow shoestrings. And I want to make certain that we have clarity in what we're asking and what we're doing here. So could you help me understand that?
Are you prepared to answer that question? Or let me turn your mic on.
Vice Chair Hart, if we need a list of what the demographic groups are that are included in this report, I can guess, but for this very specific one, I don't have that answer.
Let's get,
typically they're aligned.
Yes, we'll ask that you get that information and forward it to our board members. Members, please remember to ask these questions prior so that they can come with the information that they need so that we can get them answered. Let's go ahead and move to, thank you, Mr. Callis, thank you. Ms. Stallings. The motion is that the board approve. Where is it? Top of the page? Oh, thank you. R277419, People Accounting Draft 1 on second and final. Yeah, we've got it out of order. The board approve R277701, Early College Programs, Draft 1 on second and final reading. All in favor, say aye. We got a hand? Oh, Member Bogus.
I would move to substitute.
Okay, what is your substitute motion?
I would move that we send this back to committee until such time that we have clarity on what student groups means in line 284, and that we produce that with clarity for the public and for our LEAs. So I would move that we send it back to committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Do we have a second? Member Klein seconds. Member Stallings.
Vice Chair Hart, I'm hesitant to speak in, but I do have an answer to that question.
Okay.
Which is, it's the state disaggregated groups, including gender, socioeconomics, ethnicity, SPED, students with disability, and English learners.
Okay. You can withdraw your motion. Hold on, let me get you on the microphone. There you go.
I would withdraw my motion and make a substitute motion that in the definitions at line, sorry, I'm on page like 6 or 7, I apologize. On line number, wherever it needs to be in the definitions, because I think it would be at or about line number 31 or 32, that we quote student groups and insert what Superintendent Stallings just read for clarity.
Do we have a second? That's a different motion. Yeah.
It is a separate motion from the main motion, yes.
So that second stands.
So Superintendent Stallings.
Oh.
It's an amendment, yes.
Okay. It would be an amendment to the motion, and we would be voting just on this.
Mhm.
So your second stands.
Yeah.
Okay.
To add what Superintendent I apologize that I cannot speak without tripping on my tongue. To add the definition of student groups as read by Superintendent Stallings into the definitions. And thank you for allowing me to do that.
Wouldn't the motion be
At or about, it would be at or about 31 or 32 because definitions are typically done in alphabetical order. And ST comes before SU.
So you're,
yes.
Okay. So then. That would be the motion, and the motion, we've got to say what would actually be added. You can speak to the motion while we're.
Yeah, just while we're waiting, I just will speak against the motion just simply because the fact that we have this list of definitions that we refer to often. We just talked about the board, right? And we heard staff explain that to us, and it's quite well known. And so as we start adding definition after definition into these rules, they're going to be overrun by every small definition that's already in our database or whatever, right? And so I just speak against this motion. We know what group is, and it's already defined. Thank you.
Okay, Member Lear.
I have a similar comment in that student groups is probably used in other rules, and So to define it as uniquely these groups, these types of groups in this rule, I think might be misleading for purposes of other rules. So I would also be opposed to this when there is a common understanding.
No, go ahead. So we really need these motions to come early so that we can move on these. At this point, I'm not comfortable with an amendment that doesn't put it word for word, and this needs more clarity. I think the better course of action would be to move to a vote. If it's voted down, it can go back and be brought back with appropriate motions that people want. To put a motion in there, that's not the exact words, and I'm uncomfortable having our staff. That's the problem. We have 5 minutes to finish this committee. This is not what's going to be actually the verbiage put in this amendment, Yes, you can call the question. All in favor of calling the question? Aye. Opposed to calling the question? We have 3 members opposed. Got them? All right, we've called the question. The question is that the board approve a definition of student group, as student group means the same term as defined in section R277920-5. All in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand, please. No, actually, this is the motion. So if you're not comfortable with this, then you wouldn't be comfortable with what's. I disagree. Sorry. Well, that's how you indicate that in a vote. Member, Deputy Stallings.
I just wanted to clarify what we did. We took the defined term of student group that we use in R277920, and it states, student groups means a group of 10 or more students who are economically disadvantaged, with disabilities, who are English learners, who are African American, who are American Indian, Asian, Hispanic, multiple races, Pacific Islander, or who are white. That is a term that we use right now for purposes of accountability, so it would be the same student group definition that we use consistently, if that makes sense. So that's why we did that, so that we'd have the same definition of student group that we generally use every time we look at like accountability data, et cetera.
And a clarifying question is that if we wanted to change those groups, we would change it in that, and we wouldn't have to change it in every place.
Correct.
Okay. All right, we are to the question's been called, and the amendment failed? No, we didn't vote on the amendment yet. The question will pass. Right. All right, so the motion on the floor is that the board add a definition of student group as student group means the same as the term is defined in section R277920-5. All in favor? 3, Member Klein, Member Green, and Member Bogus. All opposed? That fails 12-3. We're back to the original motion. The original motion is that the board approve R277-701 early college programs, draft 1 on second and final reading. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? We've got 3, Member Bogus, Member Green, and Member Klein. That motion passes 12-3. All right. Hold on, let me get your mic hot. There you go.
Great. This is agenda item 3.7. It's R277-439, the Prevention Block Grant Program, which is new. The motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approves R277-439, Prevention Block Grant Program Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Okay, Member Bogus.
I apologize, that was for the last one.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, the motion on the floor is that the board approve R277-439, Prevention Block Grant Program Draft 2 on the second and final reading. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? 3 opposed, Member Klein, Member Green, Member Bogus. That passes. You got it? Okay, that passes 12-3. All right. Next, Member Norton, Chair Norton.
Agenda item 3.8, which is the LEA compliance with mental health screener requirements. Excuse me, there is no motion for the board on that one. Let's move down to 3.10, the voted and board analysis and recommendation. The motion for the board here is that the committee moves that the board approves the voted and board work group recommendation and directs staff to 1, consolidate voted and board calculations into a single spreadsheet tab, and 2, create a funding policy request to A, consolidate state funding allocations from 6 to 2, and B, base program calculations on a 2-year prior tax rates and collections.
That, go for it.
Okay, I have maybe a clarifying question. When it comes to the, are we adding to that? Is there, I think there was an amendment or something to that. I'll wait and speak to that in just a minute. Is there someone?
Seeing none, you would, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, we did put an amendment. I think it's on Angie's screen because there's an additional, if the board chooses to support the recommendations of the work group, and Madam Chair, if I may remind the board that the work group consisted of representation from the districts, business administrators, so this recommendation is not unilaterally being done by USBE staff. It was agreed to by the representatives of the work group, which did include business administrators from the district. If the board chooses to, because we always follow the direction of the board, adopt the recommendation of the work group, then we would also recommend that in order to hold and of course, you know, this would have to go to the legislature, all that process too. However, we also would like to recommend that there be a hold harmless where the board could direct us as staff, we always follow the direction of the board, to work on a request for funding for one-time money for $66 million to cover the 2-year transition period. Should the board direct this and the legislature support it, does that help with the motion, ma'am?
Yes. Oh, it's okay.
No, I did, ma'am.
Would you please read the amendment into, or do we need to? Someone needs to make it. Yeah. Will you make the amendment, please? Hold on, let's get you live.
Yeah.
There you go.
I move that we amend the motion to read that the board add a subsection to 2C to the funding policy request to include the following. C, that provides $66 million of one-time funding so that districts are held harmless from any loss of funds due to changes in the funding policy related to the voted and board program. And do I read the in context? Oh, I don't need that. That's all I
Nope,
needed.
that's all you need. Do we would need a second. Okay, Member Lear seconds. We have a, yes. Yes.
So every time that, I'll just speak for myself, that I make a policy request in a motion, I am told that I have to hold it until the appropriate agenda item. So I would make a motion that we do this at the appropriate time. Otherwise, we allow policy requests at all times by all members, and we be fair and sporting in our application of that. So if it's allowed, let's allow it for everything, and if it's not allowed and it has to be done under certain agenda items, then let's do it then.
Hold on, this is a little bit different.
This is the
Go
agenda
ahead.
item.
This is the agenda. It's,
And I understand that, but I have made multiple policy requests on agenda items as they come forward, and I have been denied the ability to make a motion with a policy request at that time, and it was even suspended a month into a different meeting. So if we're gonna allow policy requests on agenda items, we need to allow them all the time for every board member, or we put them on the agenda item under policy requests. I don't care what the leadership team chooses, we just need to be fair, sporting, and consistent in the application of those policies.
so clarification, Committee Chair Norton, was the original motion passed out of committee without this piece?
We discussed it. It was not included in the original motion, am I correct? This is to
Then I'm
clarify.
wondering if it was never, if the first piece was never voted on, then this becomes the motion. The first motion, this isn't an amendment, if it wasn't voted on. If it was voted on, it was an amendment.
Well, it's an amendment to the motion that we did.
Did you vote on it in
We
committee?
voted on this item, which was the voted and board analysis with the recommendations.
Okay,
And we presented that motion just a minute
Okay.
ago. I presented it. And this is then an addition onto
in addition.
that motion.
Okay. Member, or Deputy Super, did you have a comment? Hold on, let me get you live. I have.
Right, so Madam Chair, the motion was made, it was voted on and passed out by the Finance Committee. Board Member Bogus, I believe, actually made the motion to send it to the board. All we're asking for, because please recall, board members, that we offered additional training and/or information, virtually to all the board members so that we could get to the understanding of why there would be why we would recommend that there be $66 million asked for, right? Because we understand the complexity of this situation. We understand the complexity of the voted in board. Yes, it's a policy change, but more, what we're actually asking to amend today is a funding request, or, your direction to have us work on a funding request. So, I mean, it's just clarity. I don't disagree with Board Member Bogus at all. I see what her point is too, but we just, that was the process, and it was agreed that staff would offer discussions or, a forum, if you will, for virtual participation by board members to better understand the voted in board. So thank you, ma'am.
And can I add on to that?
Yes.
In our committee meeting, this information was presented there as well. It was part of the presentation that we had in committee, so we knew in committee that this was part of it. We've just included it as onto the rest of the policy, the rest
Okay.
of the motion.
Member Bogus, you raise an interesting point, very much. I think we need to take that under consideration. I think that right now, it is appropriate for this, conversation did occur prior to this meeting, and people were able to get their questions answered. I think that means that this is an appropriate time to be able to take or not take this action. But you do raise a very good point, and leadership will take it under consideration. I think the difference that I see is that the board has seen this, if you watch the committee or if you participated in the optional training, you were able to ask questions and learn about what's being presented. And that is why motions or policy asks that are brought up in board meeting are asked to come back so that everybody has an opportunity for discovery. Everybody had an opportunity for discovery on this, so let's move forward. Now, if you're uncomfortable with it, board members, please just vote it down so it can go back to committee and be considered with more time. So, yes, Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl.
So this speaks to my question, and maybe it goes along with Board Member Bogus's question just a little bit, but if we voted yes for this, I'm trying to understand the prioritization. Does that now become a priority for the board? And I see the two as separate. We may be indicating the original motion, right? But when we add the funding component to it, then to me, it adds a complexity of, if we vote for this, does that automatically go into we're going to support this on our funding when we haven't even gotten to the funding prioritization that we normally do? So I guess that's a question I'm having. Does this skip that and automatically go into a support for that funding for the 66 million, or do we still have that prioritization? I guess I'm just not clear on that.
I assume it goes on the list and we prioritize it when it's time to prioritize. It just goes to the list. It doesn't say that it's the way it's worded says to add a funding policy request, and those requests come to the board. That's not, it's just adding it to the list so that it's there when we consider it.
Okay, so I would agree with Board Member Bogus in that needs to come during the funding time and associated with this, that the policy needs to be separate from that just because we have been doing the funding at a different location or a different time on our agenda. Not that we don't do it, I'm just thinking because that is, so.
My question would be to staff, if we don't move on this now, is there enough time to get it on the list for consideration later? Because it's tomorrow, and I'm not sure there's any other way to get it on the list. But Deputy Jones? Oh, it's today.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, as Vice Chair Earl articulated, later on the agenda is the legislative request agenda item / process. What this is asking, so whether this occurs here or in that is fine, because we're on a good timeline, because recall that you still have your October meeting to finalize everything before the mandatory by law submission to the governor's office. So whether you do this motion here or not, what we're trying to do is to ensure that we are recognizing as staff the intent that everything is board directed when requests for funding take place. What it would do is, if you direct us to work on a request for funding for 66 million of one-time money to support this recommendation, it would give staff time to do that request for funding between your meeting here in September and your final meeting for your recommendations, right, in accordance with the Budgetary Procedures Act in October. That's all we're doing. We're trying to honor direction of the board and your timeline, but then also meet the requirements of the Budgetary Procedures Act. And we feel strongly that if you choose to direct us to, build a request for funding for 66 million, either here or in that agenda item later, we certainly can do that. We're still on a good timeline. It does mean that, October would be your only, it would be the meeting for you to look at the request for funding that staff put together. Does that help, Madam Chair?
Yes, it does. Member Wood? No,
Thank you. I did attend the extra training, and it seemed to me that the conversation was a 33 million for 2 years. We didn't discuss it as a 66 million. So my question is, are we asking for the full 66 million now, and that will be divvied out for 2 years? Is that why we've changed the terminology that we're using?
Deputy.
Yes, so process-wise, and, you know, in the 8 years I've been here, the legislative fiscal analysts ask us to make, or you, the board, to make requests for funding on a one fiscal year basis, right? So when we get to the legislative session in '24, we'll be making requests for funding in '25. We can make requests for funding that we know would likely go over a number of years, right? Because typically, when they award us either one-time or ongoing money, it's that term non-lapsing, right? So if they award us or appropriate us one-time money in the amount of 66 million, and we use 33 million in fiscal year 25, we just report to the legislature that we intend to use the other half in FY 26. And we would put that in the request for funding so it's very clear that it would overlap 2 fiscal years in order to, as we intended and recommended, hold LEAs harmless should support come from you, from the board on the recommendations, and then eventually the legislature as well, you know, at your direction. So, Madam Chair, did I answer Board Member Wood's question?
Board Member Wood, are you okay? Board Member Davis?
Yeah. I'm going to move to postpone this to one motion to item 12.1, please. And I'd like to speak to the motion briefly.
If there's a second. There's a second from Member Green. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Okay, thank you. I think that, you know, it's okay to keep all of the funding requests in legislative funding, but we have things like this that do involve these situations that come out of committee all the time, and it's less a matter of keeping all of them together in one place than it is a matter of agendizing appropriately, you know, as we move forward. So I think this is okay coming out of committee, but since we all had a big conversation about trying to end each section on time and end today on time,
we're trying.
I move that we postpone this to item 12.1 just for the sake of time.
Thank you. And my point is, if we're going to end up bringing it back and having the conversation again, it seems like it's taking more time. But that motion, that's fair, and I understand that. I think the concern is that board members had the opportunity, whether they took it or not, to get their questions answered about every item that comes before our board. And in this case, there was not only a meeting, but an opportunity to ask questions. So the motion's been made and seconded. Member Bogus, is your light still on because it's? Oh, okay, go ahead.
So the point of clarification is that I don't believe the meeting that board members were invited to was ever made available to the public. And so that part of the conversation should be able to be seen by the public. So if it has not yet been, maybe it should be posted. But then secondly, and it's semantics, and I really like Superintendent Jones, but Member Davis made that motion coming out of committee. It is semantics, I just for clarity. And my issue is not so much with the motion itself, it's with its placement. And I think that we have to be clear and consistent as we operate. Otherwise, we have no standards but double standards. And we need to have uniformity in our standards. So that is my issue with the motion, not the motion itself. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion before the, Member Straight, are you good? Okay. The motion before the board is that the board postpone the action on this item to item 12.1 later in the day. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No. Okay, we're going to take a roll call vote, please. Member Bogus?
Yes.
Member Booth? Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hymas?
No.
Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Lear?
No.
Member Norton?
No.
Member Reel?
No.
Member Straight?
No.
Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Moss?
Yes.
and I'm a yes. That motion passes 10-5. That item has been moved to 12.1 later today. And that was a postponement. So now we go. Yeah. I'm just hoping to get it on the screen. Well, I'll restate it. The motion on the floor is that the board approves the voted and board work group recommendation and direct staff to, 1, consolidate voted and board calculations into a single spreadsheet tab, 2, create a funding policy request, to A, consolidate state funding allocations from 6 to 2, and B, base program calculations on a 2-year prior tax rate and collections. All in favor? Say aye. All opposed? Member, you're opposed? Member Green is opposed, so that passes 14-1. Moving on. Chair Norton?
Yes, this is item 3.11, the intensive service program sunset recommendations. And the motion is that the committee moves that the board does not oppose the repeal of 53F-2-420.
Okay, the motion on the floor is that the board does not approve the repeal of 53F-2-420. Member Klein?
Yeah, just a question, trying to understand a little better. If we vote to have this sunset, it says it wouldn't affect what we do at our level. Would it expand our ability to do more? Whereas the code limited what we can do?
Do we have a member of staff that could answer? It's interesting wording on that.
That's what I was saying.
Motion. So could we get some clarity? Deputy Stallings? I gotta mute me.
Thank you, Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent Policy. And I was not in the committee when they had this discussion. The original staff recommendation was to say that the board supported sunset of the program, but the motion must have been changed during the Finance Committee. What this program is it was a pilot program, 3-year funding for intensive services, and it is currently up for its sunset, meaning that if nothing happens, the legislature does not pass a bill, the program is going to go away. The Education Interim Committee wanted a recommendation from the board on whether that sunset should be continued, whether the program should be reinstated, and it was the staff recommendation that the program be allowed to sunset because it's a small amount of dollars that creates a lot of burden, paperwork, et cetera. I don't know that I answered your question directly, Board Member Klein, but I wanted to provide that background about what the motion was about, is about a specific pilot program on intensive services. It's a fairly small dollar amount.
Member Klein, did that answer your question? I suppose what.
Do you need to talk?
It doesn't oppose the repeal, which means it's letting a pilot. The pilot was just maybe didn't do the things that we wanted it to do, and so we're not opposing the pilot. Yeah. Do you want to clarify that, or Member Earl?
Well, that's okay, I think.
So,
Do you have a clarifying question?
my question was, this was set up to be a pilot program, so it brought it in, now we're doing it, now the pilot program's going away, but we can still keep doing it. Did the code, based on what was the explanation that they have on the background, it just lessens the burden on us if we don't have the requirements of the pilot program.
Right.
My question is, without that code in place and us still doing it, are we now able, as on our level, to expand that program from the limited pilot program that it was?
No.
And so it becomes just an open we
The
can.
program no longer exists, correct?
But it says we're still doing it, even if this bill or this piece of code is allowed to sunset. It says it's not inhibiting our ability to continue
I
doing it. But does it open it up for us to do it on a larger scale?
I understand the question. Deputy Stallings, would you like to respond? Hold on. Let me. There.
Thank you. And I apologize. Assistant Superintendent Voorhees may be able to answer the specifics better, but there's a state intensive services program and a federally funded intensive services program. So what the motion is right now is on the state-funded small pilot program. And I believe some of the background speaks to the fact that we already have an intensive services program that is funded through federal dollars that will continue and could be expanded. So legally, to your question, could the program be expanded? Yes, if there are dollars available. And so there are federal dollars available, which Assistant Superintendent Voorhees could speak to better than I could. She has more knowledge about the amounts, how that's being done, et cetera. If desired, if the board would like her to come up and speak to it.
Does that answer your question better? Yeah, okay, thank you. Member Davis, sorry.
Yeah. I just want to add a little bit of background to this. Prior to it being a pilot, it was not a pilot. There were federal dollars and there were state dollars appropriated for this. And the LEAs had to apply for the state dollars, and there were problems with the formula, and it was inequitable, and one was getting too much, more than the others, and it was a big brouhaha. And so, anyway, we should probably note, however, that there were only like 3+ million total with the federal dollars and the state dollars, where there was several $1 million of eligible requests requested from the LEAs to cover the costs of these students, some that could cost $100,000 with nursing and medical care and things like that. So the federal dollars that we have, if I understand correctly, will cover if a LEA gets a move-in that has some of these high needs. But they're not going to go necessarily, if I understand correctly, to help like kids in Jordan Valley School or Horizon School or Dan Peterson or any of these special schools that have so many of these high-cost students. I mean, we were sort of doomed to this fate when we put this into a pilot program. Because honestly, you can't do anything with $300,000 a year for 3 years. And so obviously the writing was on the wall, but I think the reason some of us supported it was because we were going to do a financial study through WestEd and surveying LEAs. And I think we thought it would be done by now. And it hasn't been. It's in progress. So we're trying to get more information, and schools have been surveyed, but we don't have all the data from WestEd. So, and also, I'm just going to put this out there, we really need to look at reducing our carry forward balances, and that's going to probably have to come in another policy issue through a committee, because that's been problematic as well. So as we wait for this information from WestEd, we figure out, LEAs are saying to us, we are subsidizing special ed like crazy, but the coding isn't quite right, and there are all these questions. So anyway, I just want to give a little bit of background that this doesn't mean that the needs go away for special education funding, and that may need to come later in self-contained funding or some other formula, but the program itself has had a long and storied and difficult past. Put it that way.
So can someone from the committee answer, was this worded this way because we were signaling that this intensive services pilot, it's fine for it to go away because of the problematic nature, but also signaling that our intensive services needs have not gone away, and we are going to still need to address that? Is that why this was worded this way? Chair Norton? Okay. Or maybe let's, never mind, I withdraw my question. I see the problem, though. Intensive services is still a need. And to sunset a program that we need funding for seems very difficult to do. So I think that may be where this is going, but that's my editorial. Member Lear.
And I would like an answer to your question. I think maybe Member Davis, who was on that
Yeah.
committee, could give me more insight about, so having given us the background, are you okay with this being, your personal opinion about this, letting this go in an effort to have something long-term come about?
Member Davis, I'll allow that.
I'll respond with an amendment, actually. I think I'd like to amend the motion to say that board direct staff to let legislators know that the intensive services funding needs are still very much present, but because the program has been problematic, woefully underfunded, but you don't need to put that part in, but problematic, that we can sunset this at this time, but make very clear that the needs are very real still.
Can you state that in form of a motion, please?
I move that we amend this motion to request that staff communicate to legislators that the intensive services needs are very much still in effect, but the program parameters have been problematic and can be sunsetted at this time.
Okay, the motion, can you get that up on the?
It's really long.
That would be, well, she's actually just adding the first part. She's still keeping the body. The board supports sunset, however, the need still exists. And Member Lear seconded that. Member Davis, is that an accurate representation of your motion?
Yes, and I really trust our staff to go back and say, give all the numbers. How much was requested? How many were legitimate requests turned away, and why we still have a need, but it may need to be done differently in the future.
Okay, this motion's been made. Just to clarify why this one would be appropriate is because this conversation, the question on the original motion, there's no way that this could have been asked ahead of time in this body. That's why this motion is appropriate here, while other motions should be made ahead of time. So we have a motion and a second. We've got, Member Klein, is it about this one? Okay. Member Klein.
Okay, I'm just looking for a definition on intensive services. And if somebody has a definition somewhere, I don't see it.
There.
Okay, Special Education Intensive Services Fund. It defines the fund, but not what the intensive services are. And I'm wondering if that includes behavioral as well as like mental health as it related to MTSS. And is it more than just special ed students?
Can someone pull up the definition? That one should be readily easy to
Tier 3.
find.
Tier 3 on the MTSS is intensive services, but that includes more than special ed. So where's the line between MTSS and SPED? Or is it all blurred together?
Okay, while staff is looking up that definition. Oh, you got it already? Okay.
Wouldn't the line be IEP? So a child with an individualized education program would be a child that would qualify for intensive services. Other children do not qualify.
Correct.
For intensive services or the funding because they don't have an IEP. Did I inaccurately speak on that?
No, that would be accurate.
Check with Leah. Is that accurate?
Leah was shaking her. Deputy Voorhees is shaking her head yes. She's wanting to know what the definition of intensive services is. But it would not be related to MTSS in general. The MTSS is a general ed term.
So is it stated somewhere that it's, that IEP is the defining characteristic for intensive services?
Special education. It-
So, but it doesn't say that all the way through, does it? On the motion that we're doing just says intensive.
Right, but in the definition of this rule, it says that's the definition of intensive services. Okay, friendly amendment. Let's just go ahead and put that in. Deputy Stallings? Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to share, there's not a definition where it says intensive services means. However, on page 255 of the Special Education Rules Manual, which I didn't have time to send to Greg so he could link to it, but it does state on page 255, this is essentially the allowable use of the funds. Number one, must be used for direct costs attributable to the cost of implementing IEPs for students with disabilities. 2, cost of services to a student with a disability must be in excess of 3 times the annual average per pupil expenditure as calculated by USBE financial operations. And 3, costs must meet the eligibility requirements outlined in Board Rule R277752. So although there's not a defined term, it clearly states it has to be related to a student with a disability who has an IEP and whose services cost more than 3 times the annual average per pupil expenditure. So those are the only groups of students who could be supported by those funds. 255 at the bottom. I can send that if you would like.
Yeah. Member Straight?
Yes, thank you. As a member of that committee, I speak in favor of the motion that's currently before us. I think it more clearly represents what I thought I was voting for with the original motion, so I support it. Thank you.
All right. I see no other. Oh, yes. While you were conferring with Mr. Cannell, we were going to put, it was a friendly amendment. Well, actually, Member Davis just changed her motion to say special education, as a modifier to intensive services. There you go. And then it's in line with the special education manual. That works. Okay, yeah. All right, so the motion is the board directs staff. Oh, Chair Moss, but your name doesn't show up here. Go ahead, Chair Moss.
Sorry, just quick point of clarification. I think I would take it as a given that we want to make clear that we are not proposing a specific funding request for intensive services, but rather expressing that the need has not gone away. And I raise that just for clarity. At some point, we're going to be pitching our top 10, and sometimes confusion arises where they think, oh, you guys wanted intensive services too. I understand the intent because we had discussions when this came up, and there was an attempt to keep a toehold here. And so I assume that's consistent with the motion itself. Just wanted to make that clear so that the legislature doesn't get the wrong intent as we point this out to them.
To logistics. Yes, I appreciated Representative Moss for helping us to keep this alive in hopes we could have that funding study done by now, but it didn't.
Member Klein?
So is the federal program not enough? Is it woefully inadequate? Is that what this is all about? And so we're trying to figure out another way to take care of the need?
I believe we tried to take care of it, but the program that we put in place was onerous and had very little money, and it is more advantageous to rely on those federal dollars rather than rely on federal and state, or
We're
legislature?
Was this
Yes.
an attempt by the legislature to not have us be dependent on the federal program and to eventually replace it?
I
or
don't-
Is it just a supplement? Was it
Yeah.
just a supplement?
I don't, and none of us could speak for the legislature on that one, I don't think. Yeah, I think your guess is as good as mine. Okay, the motion is that the board directs staff to communicate to legislators that special education intensive services needs are still present, but because the specific program requirements related to the intensive services pilot program are problematic, the board supports a sunset of the program. All in favor? Oh. Requirements to logistics in the motion. And Member Lear, you seconded it. I'm assuming you're still okay with it? Okay, thank you. With that change, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. And I believe, oh, we've got one more item. Committee Chair Norton. Oh, we need to, no, that was the vote. That was the amendment. I'm sorry, folks. We now have. Oh, you know what? You're right, but.
Let's just take another vote.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and vote. All right, we're now voting on the final motion. The board directs staff to communicate to legislators that special education intensive services needs are still present, but because the specific program logistics. No, this is now the motion. Well. Right, but then when we wordsmithed it, yeah, we're just voting on a substitute motion. The board directs staff to communicate to legislators that special education intensive services needs are still present, but because the specific program logistics related to the intensive services pilot program are problematic, the board supports a sunset of the program. All in favor? All opposed? That motion still passes. Sure. Member Klein.
The special ed manual that was referenced, is that incorporated by reference in one of our rules? Do you know which rule?
Is incorporated by reference into R277750, and I will link that 750 in the email I'm about to send as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, committee chair.
Last item. 3.12, the Regional Education Service Agency, or RESA, funding request for early learning instructional coaching. The motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approves one-time funds for from the tax delay balances in the amount of $267,000 for the purpose of the SESC RESA hiring or retaining 2 literacy coaches for SFY 24.
The motion as stated is on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Member Klein opposed. That passes 14-1. We are done with law and finance. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break, no longer, please.
Take 5 and then prepare to complete lawn licensing in 40 minutes. 40 minutes. We can do this. Yep. Yeah, right. What's he going to do for the last 20 minutes? Get out the Scrabble or something. 11. We're sliding. Okay. All right. Law and licensing. We have got this scheduled for 40 minutes. We are currently 1 hour behind. So, deep breath and let's plunge. Hey, I'm the one that ran the meeting that lasted till 2 a.m., right? So,
I tried.
pot, kettle, I'm the pot, I'm the kettle, whatever. But let's do this. I want to put out a reminder. We want to be thorough. We also want to be efficient. We do have the capacity under our bylaws, if we need to kind of make things go quicker. So this is not a threat. It's just a request to work together so we don't have to modify the rules. But Robert's rules shall constitute the rules of parliamentary procedure, except where deemed to be unnecessary, impractical, or inefficient by the member chairing the meeting. So we do have the capacity, and this has been done in the past, to limit it to 1 comment per person, to limit the number of comments, to get to a vote. So let's just work together on this, try to crank through this, make sure we've already done our homework, we've asked questions that were, and I want to, just because I'm now just swinging into this chair, just thank staff for setting up opportunities to discuss. We had a good one regarding a contract that's coming up later. We had a good one on voted local levies. So our staff's really trying hard to make sure that we have the opportunity to prepare, and let's move forward with things that we can now clarify to bring to a vote, and hopefully the homework's been mostly done, and we can now exchange views and bring it to a vote. So if we do have to get there, I'll limit it to 1 comment and cut it short and move on to a vote. We got 40 minutes. I think we can go a little bit beyond that, but let's try to keep this to 40, 45. So with that little scare tactic, let's turn it to Chair Hymas and crank away. Thank you, sir. As always, you guys got the heavy lift. We've got, I think, 14 items. Some of those are information, but
Thank you.
let's crank. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Let's start on agenda item 4.2. This is a research data sharing agreement with the University of Virginia. The committee moves that the board approve the research data sharing agreement with researchers at the University of Virginia.
Any discussion? If not, please vote. Oh, sorry. Member Bogus. Hey, I'll look for you here. Could you put that mic just up until it's called? I swear some of these hide behind the computer screens, and then yours in particular, I couldn't see it when you did it. Anyway, we're trying.
You're fine. You're fine. So, is this Director Chalice? Chalice?
Sure, yes. Thank you, Director Chalice. And we're not going to ask you to speak unless there's a question. Hopefully, these are things that we've had an opportunity to have board members reach out to you. I don't know if they did, but if there's cleanup matters, go ahead, Member Bogus.
So I have just a couple questions, and I did reach out to you on like 3 issues. This one came at about midnight last night. So, who legally possesses the data that we're giving to the University of Virginia? Isn't it? Who's the legal holder of that data? Oh,
okay.
I apologize. I thought you were waiting for the question again.
No, I'm sorry.
We got it. Let's see here. Public one. You got it? Okay.
Yeah, Chair, may I respond to
Yes,
that
please.
question?
Thank you.
So, Katie Chalice, Director of Privacy. I think possessing the data, I think you could argue, are you asking if possessing or owning?
Well, I think individual data is owned by the individual, but as it's collected in a state system, who's the possessor, owner? I mean, technically, we're giving away other people's stuff. So I'm wondering, who's accountable once we say, here you go, have everybody's information? Who's accountable then?
So
Are we accountable if this data
by
is
ownership,
misused?
you're asking about who's accountable for maintaining it and keeping it private?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks. That's a helpful clarification. So obviously we have the discretion and the responsibility to be good stewards of the data ultimately. within the legal bounds that we're permitted to share, then we can. And the legal bounds that would permit us to share with these researchers is called the studies exception in FERPA. And then their expectation is to maintain the data to the same level or higher than we would in terms of privacy and security. I'll also mention that they're not receiving personally identifiable information for this study, so it's de-identified data.
Okay, and then
Follow-up, Member Bogus?
I just have a quick follow-up.
Sure.
So you mentioned the third-party language, and I assume you're referring to 53E9309, and I can email that to you. This really did come at like midnight. I was up till like 3 o'clock in the morning. So under that code, it says that a third party can legally sell through mergers and acquisitions. So is there anything on the horizon that this research entity, which appears to me to be like a subcontractor of the university, is going to be merged or sold or put off to another university and we have to revisit this? I'm just wondering if there's anything on the horizon that you see in that area.
Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
So the code that you're referring to, Member Bogus, that refers to someone that, like USBE or an LEA would contract with to provide a service. This is separate from that. So selling the data would be absolutely not permissible from the researchers. The selling of data that might take place according to the code that you're referring to would be only allowable if a company was acquired by another company. But because this is not a company and it's not shared under that provision, then that wouldn't apply or be permitted.
I just have one final follow-up.
Last one.
Okay. So then, if it's not a company, how is it organized? Like a research group, and what's the legal name for that? Like how? I don't know if that even makes sense. It doesn't really make sense in my head. If it's not a company or it's not an entity, what is it?
Oh, I would say, Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
I would say it is definitely an entity, but it's not a company. So because they're researchers at a public education institution, the provision or the legal exception that allows us to share with them is the studies exception under FERPA, assuming they meet certain requirements. But yeah, I would call them an entity, not a company, because they're a university.
So Director Chalice, in our contracts with them, are they precluded from selling this?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So that's part of the protection that goes into the entity or subdivision of the entity if it's a research facility within a university. Okay. Any other comments or questions? If not, the motion is that the boards approve the research data sharing agreement with researchers at the University of Virginia. All in favor, raise your hands. Should I do it?
And then opposed.
And opposed.
Okay, read off the
3 opposed, Green, Bogus, and Klein opposed. Did I get that right? Okay, back to you, Chair Hymas. Oh, let's see. Come on.
Thank you. On to agenda item 4.3, R277-927, Teacher and Student Success. This is an amendment. The committee moves that the board approve R277-927, Teacher and Student Success, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, any discussion of that motion? Member Bogus? Well, let's see. I have Bogus and Klein in order, so let's see if I got
So
you.
my
Yeah?
query may be for Director Rasmussen. And it's short, or maybe Superintendent Stallings, I don't know.
Let's get the question out, Member Bogus, and then see if we have a. We're shifting a little bit. There's been discussion between staff members about sort of just giving us a wait to see if they need to come up. So why don't you throw it out, and then we'll see who's here.
Okay, so in the sections, lines 4 through 25, I don't see the code that requires this, except maybe in line 14. And, okay, is that okay, that's all I have then.
All right.
I think it might be incorrectly hyperlinked.
Okay, and I think, Member Bogus, that's a great point that could be done offline, just so that we can make sure that the links are working and everybody has access to it, but we can stay in our allotted time frame. If I see Member Klein, I think, yes, please.
And so, well, I agree with you, and we send lots and lots of emails back and forth, right? But at 3 a.m., it's not really prudent to send an email, and I think it's an unrealistic expectation of our staff to expect them to respond to 3 a.m. emails. I just think it's unrealistic. I think that they do good work and they work hard, but I also think, since we're debating this, I think denying the public access to the questions that we genuinely have and that they may have also is a violation of Utah code. I think that democracy is messy, but the public debate is important, and to stifle public debate, I think it's a breach of the public trust. And so that's my only thought on that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And it's our choice whether the idea comes to us at 3 a.m. I was up, so you could have emailed me. I was knee deep at 3 a.m. But I guess my point is, we as board members, we're trying to get this done earlier. And so if we have questions, and certainly every comment we have is not necessarily one the public has, but we have debate, but we got to keep it moving. We got to make it efficient. And so I think that's a great topic to maybe send to Director Rasmussen. Member Klein.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm still, did I get it? There we go.
I would just like to make a motion, lines 155 and 157 have percentage rates for determining the threshold points that designate a school as succeeding. Those, I don't know why, have been lowered from the old numbers, which were 55% and 57% for elementary and secondary. And so I would move to replace the old higher percentage rates in that spot. So on line 155, I would change strike out 43.5% and replace it with 55%. And line 157, strike 46% with 57%.
Okay, is there a second? I don't know. There's a second. Would you like to speak to the motion?
I was flabbergasted actually looking to see that we are lowering, very plainly lowering the bar as far as what we are designating as successful school performance. And we should be raising the bar, not lowering the bar. So I'm just simply asking that it go back to the previous percentage rate, which hopefully we can do better than, but certainly I am not okay with lowering the bar.
Further discussion of that motion? Any others? If not, Chair Hymas or Vice Chair?
I guess I'm just not, this has to do with the points. This isn't the grading scale, so I'm trying to understand the dynamics here. This is different than just competency, right? And this has to do with their points that are collected from other areas. So I'm not sure the changing about, I don't know what that impact is. So I wouldn't be able to vote for it without knowing, how this impacts the overarching system and because those points are gathered from many different things, not just from accountability as far as, am I accurate in saying that? Who could confirm that? I don't know if Darren's here.
Yeah, maybe I could piggyback. I think the purpose of this statistic is to determine whether their student success plan can be approved, correct? It's not turnaround. It's not about getting funding. It is when they come up with their student success plan. If they're below this, then there might have to be a revisiting of that plan. Is that basically right? Okay, so this is sort of allowing the school to pass a plan. And that's about it, right? That's the only purpose of the difference of it's school performance that's being measured. I just wanted to clarify the significance of that measurement of performance. It is to decide whether that student's success plan can be approved. Did you want to add more to that, or is that kind of? Okay, so that's the purpose, because the question is to what are we lowering the bar for, right? It's whether their student success plan will be approved. Right. And it references 53G 71306, and if you look that up, it talks about school improvement and approving the success plan or modifying it. If they don't hit it, then the LEA has to work with the school's principal to modify the student success plan. So that's the school success plan. All right, any other comments, questions to that? So there's an amendment on the floor. It's been seconded. And the motion to amend is that the board replace the percentages on line 155 from 43.5 with 55%, and on line 157, 46% with 57%. All in favor, please raise your hand. Oh, sorry, I'm not. 3 in favor, all opposed. 12, unless we're missing somebody. 12-3. Oh, we are missing Molly. 11-2-3 then, right? Okay. All right, so back to the underlying main motion, which is that the board approve R277-927, Teacher and Student Success Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no other lights. Oh, as amended, excuse me. All in favor, raise of hands.
It didn't get amended.
It didn't get amended. Okay, I took up your, yep, all right, let me rephrase that. As not amended, sorry. Sometimes I overlook the amendment.
Sir, we're going to go round today.
Yeah, bring it on. Help me out there. Help me out there. You're right. This is not amended. So the motion is that the board approve R277-927, Teacher and Student Success, Draft 1, on second and final reading. All in favor, show of hands. All opposed? Only 2 opposed? Or, sorry, raise them high if you're opposed. Member Green, Member Klein opposed. So 13-2. All right, back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you. Just, I will turn it off after each one, just because there's only X amount of people, just a heads up. But we are moving to agenda item 4.4, R277-419, pupil accounting. The committee moves that the board approve R277-419, pupil accounting draft 1 on second and final reading.
Member Klein, discussion of that motion?
I have a motion.
Substitute or a motion to amend?
Motion to amend.
Okay.
Well, I guess it's just an amendment to the rule is what I'm doing, so.
Okay, that's in order.
And I apologize, I don't have it right in front of me. I forgot to write down the line number, but where it says educational services, I would move to strike educational services and replace it with academic instructional hours.
So it's 45. All right.
So I would need to strike the definition as well for educational services. So strike the definition of educational services, and then in the body of the text. Yes. So anywhere it says educational services, replace with academic instruction. If it makes sense, hours. I just haven't looked at each of the spots, but I think academic instruction to replace educational services.
Is there a second? Yes. Member Bogus, seconds. Discussion to your motion, Member Klein.
Educational services is not in the code. Instructional hours is, and we need to get, in my opinion, back to instructional or academic instruction in the schools, whereas educational services is very broad and almost anything could be put in, that could apply to almost anything way beyond academic instruction into areas that I don't believe are the proper role of schools, and is actually that broad definition or ambiguous definition of educational services is replacing crucial instruction time under the guise of educating our students, because it covers behavioral, mental health, it covers MTSS and PBIS and all sorts of services that are being brought in from outside of schools. And I think we need to focus back in on academic instruction and stick with the language that's in code instead of creating this super broad term that anything could fit under.
Okay, further discussion. Member, let's see, Bogus and then Wood.
Thank you, sir. May I query the maker of the motion? Member Klein, did you intend to strike lines 45 through 52, or did you intend to strike lines 45 through 48? I just want to have clarity because I intend to amend it based on your answer.
So it would be 45, just that whole section.
So your intention with this motion is to strike line 45 through 52? And then change the language throughout the world to academic instruction. Yes, what Carol said. No, 51, yes. Thank you, Carol. Member Lear. Okay, with that, as long as what is on the board is acceptable to you, I have no further comment. Thank you.
Okay. That's a friendly without objection. Okay, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah. It seems like this change would make a big impact to this rule in general. If that's the case, then if this passes, it probably needs to go back to committee because this is a pretty big shift and a change. So just, I think people might want to just keep that in mind. If we want to move this, which is fine, then we probably need to take it back to committee if it passes, just because of the impact. So.
Okay, seeing no lights, let's vote. The motion is to amend that the board delete the definition of educational services, lines 45 to 51, and replace the term educational services with academic instruction throughout the rule. Just a quick point of order. We've been doing, hand votes. Do you want roll calls with our new system? It is faster. Yeah, so if we're good with that, I'll just keep going. Yeah, all right. We're more of a logistical question, but if we're good with that, great. Okay, all in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your hands. 3, Member Bogus, Member Klein, Member Green, all opposed by show of hands. 11 opposed, Member or Vice Chair Hart not present. So that brings us back to the underlying motion, which is that the where'd I go? Board approves R277-419 Pupil Accounting Draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Klein.
I move that the board allow Rule R277-419 to sunset.
That would be, I assume, in the nature of a substitute motion, correct? Okay. All right, so that's in order. Does it have a second? Hearing no second. Well, we have to have a second to have a question. So if they're seconded, okay. It's been seconded. Back to you, Member Klein, unless you want us to move over to Member Bogus to address her question to you.
I'm sorry, I didn't have anything more to say.
Okay, back to you, Member Bogus.
Sorry.
Oh.
Thank you, sir. So my query would be based on lines 18 and 20. This rule is required by code. So allowing it to sunset would then necessitate a policy request in another part of the agenda. Would that be accurate?
It says that it will sunset.
Right, but there are requirements to have something in place.
I'm not sure.
So
We could defer to Deputy Stallings on that one if you'd like. I mean, it's not really proposing a policy. It's a sunsetting of a policy, right? What do you say?
Is that language in here that I missed?
Deputy Stallings, yes, please.
Thank you.
There we go.
To clarify, yes, by code, the State Board of Education is required to establish the minimum days and hours, if applicable, for LEAs to conduct school I'll just put it that way because we've talked about other definitions. The reason why the last 3 years we've put a sunset at the bottom of this rule is just to trigger that a new version of the rule has to be put in place. And so if we sunset, or if you allow this to sunset, we would be out of compliance with the law. But practically, the reason the sunset is at the bottom of the rule was to state that the board at some point before the 24-25 school year needs to come up with a different version of the rule. And I think that's been because prior boards have been uncomfortable leaving the 990 hours out in perpetuity. So we've been passing the rule year by year for 3 years now. And the presentation that was provided in Law and Licensing explained that the staff recommendation is to just use the version that we've been, essentially the standards we've been using for the last 3 years, allow those to go on ongoing from now on, if that makes sense. So if you were to, there's a lot in this rule that governs distribution of formulas, how we account for students, how we collect membership, etc. If the board does not want to have this rule anymore, then I agree with Board Member Bogus that we would probably need to let the legislature know that we do not want to have this rulemaking authority any longer, and that the legislature would need to establish these parameters in Utah code, if that makes sense. But if you just want to defer action on this rule today, we could, but sometime before the beginning of the 24-25 school year, we would need to establish another version of this rule. And practically speaking, much of what is in this rule impacts LEA's scheduling. So districts and charters begin passing their schedules for the coming school year in December. And that is why we were asked actually by the board to bring this rule forward in August to committee, which we did last month, so that we aren't, what we've been doing in the past is bringing this rule to the board in December, because LEAs need to know what these requirements are going to be so they can set their school calendars. So my recommendation would be, if the board no longer wants to have this rulemaking authority, that you do establish something for the 24-25 school year so that calendars can be sent, parents and community members and teachers can know in December or January what that school year calendar is going to be. And if you wanted the legislature to then do this instead of us, give the legislature time to do that for the 25-26 school year.
And thank you, Deputy Stallings. And if the rule is not sunsetted, then I take it this would come up for review and revision at some point. Is that the intent as it's currently constituted, is that this does need to come back before 24-25?
This rule needs to be amended before the beginning of the 24-25 school year legally. Practically speaking, if we're going to give notice to LEAs on what their schedules should be, the board should take action before December. So something has to happen before June 30th of 2024, because that right now legally this rule is going to go away. It will not have effect beginning July 1, 2024. Practically speaking, if we want to give LEAs notice of what they need to have in place for their school year schedules, we should take action before December of this year.
And is that already something the staff have in the works, or that the board would need to initiate beyond what we're looking at here? Or is this constitute the change that, all the change that would be needed before, fall?
The draft one that was approved by the committee is the action. And just as a reminder, and I don't want to go through the whole PowerPoint, but this discussion began last year in December, and the board directed staff to get a work group together. We had 30 staff members work on this. We did a survey that had around 2,000 responses from different members of the, mostly education leaders, for their feedback on whether specifically the 990 hours should be reinstated or not. There was a PowerPoint that kind of explained the staff recommendation. I'm not saying you have to take the staff recommendation, but this is the action that we helped support, bring to the board, that the idea was to try and get it done sooner in September based on feedback from many instead of waiting until December. But absolutely, if the board is not ready to pass this rule today, it could be deferred back to committee or however you'd like, or back to the full board in a subsequent month.
All right, thank you. Further discussion from that comment? Back to member, well, hang on, let's see here. You have Bogus, Straight, and Norton. If you can make it quick, because we have two. Actually, let me do that first. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to the others that haven't asked questions first. Straight, Norton, Davis, and then back to Bogus.
My question was probably answered. I did see that there were two letters. Were those solicited or unsolicited, Chair? Do you know?
Not sure.
Well, could you direct that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was to me. Member Deputy Stallings.
I meant to pass it to you.
Fair enough. Gotcha. Sorry.
So board members may remember,
Oh.
I'm trying to.
So previously, the letters were requested by the board and staff, and this is how the conversation went. In August, Law and Licensing Committee, staff shared that we had 3 LEAs, and I believe there are 3, 1 charter school and 2 districts, who wrote in letters of support. But in August, staff explained to the committee that those 3 LEAs were planning to come here today to speak in favor of this draft 1 as is, and to help articulate kind of the work of the work group and the surveys and all of that about their support for draft 1. In lieu of having them come and provide presentations and to save the board's time, it was recommended, there was a decision made by board leadership and staff, and actually it was something that board member Lear articulated during the committee meeting, that instead of having them come and present to the board today, that they provide a written letter of support. So those letters of support were solicited in lieu of doing a presentation.
But in addition then, Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So in addition, we have results of 2,000 respondents, mostly educational leaders, in regards to this as well. Did I understand that correctly?
Deputy Stallings?
Yes.
Okay. Do we know what page those results are on? I didn't see those results. They're probably here, but
Anybody have that? We can come back to that if we need to. If that's
So
all right. We can see. Oh,
it's under stakeholder feedback is the summary. It's like a 2-page summary. Sorry, it's stated that the backup is called stakeholder feedback, and in there is just a summary of the survey.
Oh, okay.
And I apologize. I said 2,000. It was 400. I have been supporting a lot of these items today, so I get mixed up on which item is which. But if you look at the 2-page summary, it says that 400 Utah education stakeholders, including district and charter school leadership, business administrators, school leadership, student services, et cetera, answered a survey related to the removal of the 990 hours requirement and minimum school day definition. And if you look at those 2 pages, you can see the summary of the result of the survey.
Do you know what page that's on in our packet, or? It's a slide? Oh, I did see that. Oh, it's on the agenda. Okay, I was looking in the wrong place. Okay.
Board member Straight, it is showing on the screen now. It is in backup on Civic Clerk.
All right, Member Norton?
Thank you. I'm just asking to have it clarified, what impact would not passing this or not allowing this to continue on be on those districts that have received a special, what's the word?
A waiver?
Waiver for their schedule?
Is that for Deputy Stallings? Thank you.
Thank you. So in general, all of 419 applies to all 160 LEAs. We have about 23 schools out of about 1,100 schools that currently have received a waiver from a certain aspect of the board rule related to the 180 days, not the 990. And if you were to sunset this rule, it would impact all 1,100. So the 23 LEAs with waivers, they currently do adhere to the 990 hours because generally the 180 days becomes somewhere between 155 and 165 days. So the 990 is like a separate, if you're going to get a waiver from the 180, then you need to adhere to the 990. And that's what's included in those waivers that we currently have, or those agreements. So as to the impact of if we sunset 419, it would impact those 23 schools in the same way the other 1,100, because there's so much more, as you saw. It's like a 20-page rule that would impact all 1,100 schools, not just those 23.
Thank you. On to Member Davis. Oh, off? Okay, back to Member Bogus. Let's see. There we go.
Thank you, sir. Can we go back to the motion? So, as I presently read it, I would speak against the motion. I don't think gifting this authority to the legislature is our best choice. I think we're the most suitable to do the job. And it was just confirmed that the only changes are the removal of the lines 631 and 632. So I would just speak against the motion to substitute. I think we need to keep this in our hands. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further lights, members, let's vote. The motion then is a substitute motion that the board allow R277-419 to sunset. All in favor, raise your hands. All for the substitute. Okay, one in favor, any opposed? 13 to 1 against. Brings us back to the underlying motion, which is that the board approves R277-419 pupil accounting draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Klein to that motion? Oh. Come on. Come on. I think that got you. Yeah.
So I would make a substitute motion that it gets sent back to committee to have, to flesh out more of these details. I have serious concerns about this rule in the fact that it's based on code that talks about instructional hours, and it doesn't say that. It just says in our rule, it says educational services, which is different than instructional hours, and we are not in alignment with the code, and it needs reworking. So I would move to send it back to committee to fit in academic instruction somewhere, or at least to define what all the services are that fall under educational services. I know there's a definition in here, but it's very broad. I would like, and maybe staff, this is something staff could send to all of us, but a fleshed out list of all educational services that fall under that, so we know exactly what we're talking about and what is taking up those 990 hours and the 180 days versus actual instruction time.
Okay, further discussion to that motion? Oh, we do need a second. Did we not see a second? Member Green seconds. Okay, so further discussion to the substitute motion. Member Green?
Yeah, I think I just share the same sentiments as far as even in my own wheelhouse and personal experience. There is a deficit that seems to continue to grow as far as the academic nature that exists in our schools. SEL lessons that are 45 minutes that I've sat through in the classroom, yoga sessions 1 to 2 times a week outside of instructional time, add PE time, recess, lunch, sidetracks. I mean, we're whittling instructional academic time down very quickly. So 1 of 2 options. I would say we keep the standard that there is an academic expectation of instruction, or we decide that there are limits on the timing of these other things, which I think would bring us back. I would really love to have that, listed out so we understood how much instructional time is actually being given towards academic purposes.
So is that in the nature of an amendment or a suggestion for future exploration and possible activity?
Well, I think
just
it's
to the
in,
committee?
it's in support of the board, where are we at right now?
Send back to the committee? So,
Back
yeah,
to committee.
pending is
Like, it seems
back to
that there would be some more quality checks that I think would prove fruitful as far as this debate around a child, their learning time, as stated, like in Iron County School District statement. Because I would have discussion even with that statement and what the quality checks on academic instruction time looks like. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, the motion, Vice Chair Earl?
I just want to clarify, what I'm hearing is that you're wanting to make sure that there's a spelled out time for certain academics, so that other things don't come in and crouch the academics versus considering everything educational services, and those educational services could be anything, and so therefore we're considering that part of academics. Does that, in a circle, is that what you're saying? Okay.
I'll just briefly say I agree with that sentiment. I guess in my view, what we're doing here is requiring a certain number of hours, and I would be hesitant to be more prescriptive in what those hours have to be, but I understand the sentiment of you know, at what level and in what forum do you kind of help focus on academic hours. I'm not sure it's here because I don't know that we want to be more prescriptive, but that's my reason for opposing it. But I do support the idea of looking at that balance. So anybody else? We got Member Bogus and, Superintendent Dixon.
Do it again. I think that was a sign. You'll have to press it again.
Oh, there we go. I think I got you.
Sorry.
Yeah, just having, thank you, Chair Moss, I'm reflecting back on what the rule used to look like, and Deputy Stallings can nod her head at me if I'm correct, but the rule used to be more descriptive, not necessarily prescriptive, but descriptive. And the board at the time, from feedback from LEAs, said this is limiting to some of the things we're trying to do. And so we became more general, leaving it to the locals to make that decision. So that would be a shift back then to more state control over that. I'm not saying right or wrong, just knowing that, just sharing the history that at one time it was more descriptive in nature. And the board said we want that left up to local LEA boards to make those determinations. And so going back to find out, I honor the request. I hear what you're saying, but just knowing that that would take a survey and a pretty massive undertaking by staff to get that information on your behalf from LEAs, because they would likely, in some cases, have to go school by school. So that would be all 140 plus of our LEA with a survey. So just want you to know the nature of where that data lies at this point. Having that, we don't have that information readily available. It would take surveying districts and charters. Thank you.
Okay, we've got Bogus, Straight, and Klein. I think all of you have spoken, right? So, Member Straight, did you speak to this one? Okay, let's go to Member Straight and then back to.
I really struggle with this and finding that right balance between our responsibility as a board and also the concept of local control. As I bounce this back and forth, I really do trust local school boards to do what's best for children. They're closest to their children. They're closest to their situation. And I think I'm going to err on the side of trust. And so I think we have a good recommendation before us, and I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, final comments. We've got Bogus. Oh, Hymus has not spoken to end. I haven't either. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Just briefly, I know the motion is to send back to committee. The committee voted unanimously to have this removed if we're talking about what we're voting on. And then the or what we had voted on, or the original motion, to strike the dates and just keep this going forward. If you want to send it back to committee, that's fine with me. But there's still no amendments and there's no action to be taken. So it would probably just come back as is. So my recommendation is then to vote for the lines. If you like the lines removed, let's vote yes on it and let's move on. And then 3 members of the board can reach out to leadership and say, hey, we want to bring this rule back, just like in the process. Here's our recommendations. Here's our amendments. Put them before the committee. Let staff work on them. And then we can follow the process. I don't think that's going to happen today, and I don't think it's going to happen by just sending it back to committee.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. All right, briefly, Member Bogus and Member Klein and Member Green.
Thank you, sir. So so Chair Hymas, I want to clarify, you said it was unanimous, but in the accounting, I don't know what we call these things, the accounting, it said that Member Carey was opposed. And so I don't fully understand that. But I guess my question is, could we send it back to committee and then say what those hours can be used for or what they cannot be used for? I think that it's appropriate to say that these hours need to be used for core academics and define that English, math, because if we've got schools using up 45 minutes a day in yoga, that is concerning because that adds up over 180 days. And so I think it would be appropriate to amend this motion to refer to R277419 back to committee for clarifying language on what can be used in those hours so that the board is clear that we have an academic expectation of these 900 hours and these 100 and however many days.
So that's an amendment to the motion to amend, correct?
Yes.
That would be to send back to committee with instructions, but not specific language, correct?
Yeah, we just ask the committee to add clarifying language with what they can do.
Right. The motion doesn't specify what those criteria would be, just
Well,
that they should add criteria.
Yeah, so once again, I'm just trying to engage in the way that I've been instructed to engage. And once again, I'm being told I'm engaging wrong. So I just want the committee to do what they think is best and then bring it to the board for debate.
I was just seeking clarification. So you weren't going to add language to it here and then send it back. You're going to send it to the committee with instructions to focus on something, but without specifying exactly how this motion would tell them to do that, correct? It would tell them.
Yeah, I think that allowing them to have that debate would prove fruitful.
Got it.
Yes,
No,
sir. Thank you.
Understood. All right, so this is a amendment to the substitute motion, which would, okay, do we have it up there to make sure we got okay, so does that frame it up accurately? We can see if we have a second.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Second? Okay, any further discussion of the motion? Member Klein, so now we're going to the amendment to the substitute. Member Klein? Oops.
To Superintendent Dixon's comment about having to send out a survey, I don't think that that's necessary for us to put parameters on or be very clear about, of those 990 hours, how many of those we expect to be used for academic instruction. And I think that that's our job, to set that standard, and then the LEAs can work within that to determine how best to accomplish that. But I think it's important that we do not water down. I mean, our proficiency scores are in the toilet throughout the state when it comes to academic core standards, or not standards, but academic proficiency. And if we truly care about students being successful in those things that parents see as the purpose for sending their children to school, then we need to make sure that that is the priority when it comes to how instruction time, or those 990 hours, are being used, so that they are not being just wasted with all kinds of other things that may seem important and good in their own right, but they are not the purpose of why parents are sending their kids to school.
Okay, thank you, Member Green.
Yes, thank you. And I do support this because I do feel like it is our job to maintain the question, why do we send our kids to school? I think it's only fair that there are quality checks and expectations. If you're a fly on the wall and you listen to children and what a school day might look for them, I fear that we're hearing more and more that there is a lesson given, that a lot of that time is then spent on to work independently on their computers, which oftentimes I'm hearing is TikTok and Google it and Surface and, you know, history classes that aren't even pulling books off the shelves to do their history lessons. I envision a school with rigorous academics, and with that comes high expectations, and I think that expectation begins with us. So I would love to see this conversation furthered because I want to see Utah succeed. And right now, I'm advocating for the students that don't need SEL, they need academics. They need time with their teacher. They need to see words written up on the board so they know how to write. They need the math problem done 50 times so they can do it once on their own at home. They need to know history so they know where they come from. All of these are the reasons we send our children to school. And for that, I do see that this would be a proper and appropriate quality check. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further lights, the motion then is motion to amend the substitute motion. And so that would add to Member Klein's substitute, referring it to committee, the language to clarify what an LEA may or must do to qualify for the funding for the minimum days hours. All in favor by show of hands? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for that one. Yeah. All opposed? Fails 9-6, I believe. Correct? Okay, so we go back to the underlying substitute motion, which is that the board refer R277-419 back to committee. Seeing no lights, all in favor, please raise your hands. Sending back to committee. Unamended. We have 3 in favor: Klein, Green, Bogus, and Earl. And Carey, 5. Carey and Earl. All opposed? Okay, that substitute motion fails, which brings us back to the underlying initial motion that the board approve R277-419, pupil accounting draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Davis, discussion of that motion? Over to you.
I just want to add some clarity to my vote really quickly. Look, I have been all over the board on this, and I originally started absolutely supporting keeping these 990 in hours and 180 days. And a part of me still feels that they're really important, but the other part of me has said, we had so many new opportunities during the last few years that were unexpected, and LEAs have used the flexibility responsibly, and they have done it in ways that, you know, help support the teaching and learning in the school. And so I'm really hard pressed at this point now to say, well, we can't trust you with that flexibility, because they have done some pretty incredible things. So this is one of those cases where you're like, oh, but in seeing what has been done, I'm willing to move forward and support the motion.
Okay, Member Lear.
And I would very much second what Member Davis just said and say have also been one of those that was saying we need to preserve the hours, the instructional time, the days. But I don't want to just repeat what Cindy said, but I also believe over the time that I have entertained, been involved in discussions with this, which is more like 20 years at least, we've also seen great changes in technology. And that has made a significant difference, not just practices, but literal changes in technology with different ways to teach and process. And I reluctantly give up on these days and hours. It doesn't mean for 1 second that I won't be focused on looking at instructional time. But what I've also come to believe is that LEAs we can't look in detail at the practices of 180 LEAs, maybe 41 years ago, but we can't. And so it necessitates, I think, trust and the communication that we do believe that they also believe in instructional time. And we would rather spend time, have them do that than with phone calls to the USBE that say, if we have a recess that involves instructing students in games, is that instructional time? That is a waste of everyone's time. So I think we just have to look to LEAs to say they also believe in instructional time. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Straight and then Superintendent Dixon.
Yes, and once again, ditto on for Board Member Davis and Board Member Lair. I too have struggled with this, as I've already stated. Don't need to rehash that. I know each of the board members or all the board members in the area that I represent, and I absolutely know and trust in their desire to bring about the best education. And when it really gets down to it, drills down all the way down to our educators in the classroom each and every day. And so I've come kind of 360 on that, or 180. I'm not sure which number that is, but nonetheless, I truly support the efforts that our local LEAs are making on behalf of children.
Thank you. Superintendent Dixon?
Thank you, Chair Moss. I really support the concern about academic excellence. I mean, I appreciate working for and with a board who really supports academic excellence for all of our students. So we need to underscore everything with that. I just have to give a shout out to our elementary teachers and our PE teachers because, and Board Member Green, I'm pretty sure you'd agree with me on this. There's a lot of research about physical activity, how important that is for learning and growth, brain growth. And so we've seen in this overplay to try and cram in more time for literacy or math for some schools to do away with recess. And Board Member Norton to your left can tell you how important that is to get recess in. And I think you were just saying, let's make sure we understand where that fits in the overall scope of the time. But PE is a core subject that we have standards for, and I would be remiss if I didn't shout out appreciation to our PE teachers and elementary teachers who teach PE because it is part of the core standards that you've all approved, and it's an important part of our programming. Thank you.
Okay, Member Norton, or let's see, Member Norton, then Green.
And as a teacher who has taught yoga in my classroom, I have to say that when you have 10-year-olds or 5-year-olds or 8-year-olds, and you're teaching something pretty intense like double-digit division, and you have them stressed to their max for 15 minutes, then sometimes we take a brain break. And we might do 2 yoga poses. And we take a couple of big breaths, and then we jump right back in and do another 15 or 20 minutes on that division problem. Likewise, it wasn't very long ago that as a faculty of teachers, we were discussing how the handwriting in our students was atrocious, and we brought in our district's occupational therapist, and he worked with us on what was happening. And we soon realized that a big portion of that is because in kindergarten and first grade, so many of those play activities, playing on sand tables, playing with blocks, etc., were being taken out of the curriculum so that it could be so strongly academic focused that kids weren't having an opportunity to develop those small motor skills. And so we have to be a little bit careful. And again, it gets back to trust. I frequently at January and February, fractions, hard division, those kinds of times, or long language arts writing sessions, we have to have some brain breaks. And as an educator, I trust that, that experience that I have in what helps kids learn best, and I trust my counterparts with the way that they outline their day as well.
Thank you. Member Green.
Yes, I appreciate the feedback here around this subject as well, and definitely not vilifying PE or yoga. What I am saying is that it gets out of balance very quickly. I clocked time for a student, my own, about 1 to 2 hours of academic times. She is homeschooled. There was no reason for her to go because she was lagging so bad in academics. She's doing great. She's caught up 3 years in reading. I'm just saying, please, I beg you, for students who don't have the privilege of having their mother be a stay-at-home mom and take care of their children's academic needs, please, let's help those children that need those balances and checkpoints provided in the school system. Play obviously is absolutely age appropriate, especially K through 3. K through 3, you learn to read. 4th grade and up, you read to learn. And if we can maintain those quality checks, we're golden. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Earl.
Let me just clarify real quick. We're voting on the hours, right, and the days, right? Am I correct in that? It already felt that it's going back to, okay. Just a couple things. I do think the flexibility is important in this day and age. We've used that flexibility in my house and others for just those purposes, the ability to be flexible in using credits and how those are counted. And I think this is a good direction to go. I do think we need additional dialogue, though, around what are the checkpoints or whatever, quality checkpoints, from using Board Member Green's terminology, to make sure that we're getting the instruction in that needs to be there. So I think there's probably board members that would be interested in bringing this back. I do think the flexibility is necessary, and that's what unless I'm misunderstanding this amendment, that's the direction that's headed, so.
Okay, seeing no others, and I expressed my feelings earlier, but I'm fully in support of this idea of emphasizing academics. The question is, at what point is that accountability? Is it top down or is it bottom up? And in this one, I'm in favor of forms of bottom up accountability that make sure that parents are aware and have opt-in capacity, and that's a different subject, but that's my only reason for voting for this bill as opposed to something else that's more prescriptive. But fully support the ideas that have been expressed. So let's see, anything final? Those are my thoughts, but let's vote. We are back to the underlying motion. The board approves R277-419, pupil accounting, draft 1, on second and final reading. All opposed by the raise of hands, or favor, raise of hands. Sorry. All right, and all opposed, raise of hands. 1, 2, 3. We have Bogus, Green, and Klein. So that motion passes 12 to 3. Back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you. On to agenda item 4.5, R277-620, suicide prevention programs. The committee moves that the board continue and approve R277-620, suicide prevention programs, draft 2, on second and final reading.
Discussion of that motion. We've got Member Bogus, Member Klein, and Member, or did you want to jump in first? Vice Chair Earl had a.
I have a motion.
She's trying not to light it up because it throws off.
It sends it all out. I have a motion. I think I sent it to Elise. Does Elise have, Elise Nui? So just in this particular program, my motion would be to add. Oh, is this draft 3? Okay, it's draft 3. My motion would be, so it would be a substitute motion, would be to adopt draft 3. And I need a second.
Second.
Okay, and I'll just speak to this. In the code itself, it spells out what needs to be addressed with, who am I looking at? Government and community agencies. It actually spells that out in code. So I've put in here consistent with 53G 97022 is where it references that. Striking lines 44 through 48, and then also the reference to definitions for ACEs, childhood experiences study up above. Those may be used, possibly, but I do think that drawing it out specifically in here is not necessary. And there's also a lot of misapplication of ACEs currently. I think I sent you guys the research, but or some information about that. I just think that we need to go back to what's consistently in the code and what we're asked to do. This is not a class. This is a program or a part. We're back to a part of the day, so it needs to be concise about the research we know. If this doesn't pass, I would recommend it went back to committee, and I would have some recommendations for that because there's some things I would like added into then if we're going to add in specific things. But I won't address those now. Just if this doesn't pass, then I would make a motion to add some other things in.
Okay, Member Klein. Wait, did we get a second on that motion? Okay, Member Klein.
I would make a substitute, we already do have a substitute motion. I guess I will wait. I will say that I'm not okay with including all grades as this does. I don't know if this is, I have not had a time to take a close look at Member Earl's draft. Does it include all grades?
I could probably address that. The law includes all grades. It spells out specifically for what grades what's to be covered, and I could look that up if you would like that.
I can do that. So I will wait.
Okay.
Member Bogus, and then Member Lair.
Thank you, sir. So I have two questions. One I sent and didn't get a response to, and the second one is here. One is where is the data that says training kids like this is good? I've never seen any studies that says this is good for kids and this is why. And so I'm curious as to whether or not we have that and whether or not it exists. And then secondly, the question I have is, my understanding is that we're supposed to be framing this in a life-affirming way, not in a prevention way. And I'm wondering if I have misaligned that with this, or if that is another rule that I need to be looking at. Thank you.
I understand Kathy Davis might have information. I'm seeing nods. Don't mean to jump on you, but if you're available, thank you.
Good afternoon. Kathy Davis, Suicide Prevention Specialist for the Utah State Board of Education, and here to answer your questions.
So, did you catch Member Bogus's question, or do you want to repeat that?
Yes, would you mind, Board Member
Kathy?
Bogus?
Thank you, ma'am. So my first question is, where's the data that says having these conversations with kids is actually good for them? Like it's increases their quality of life, makes them happier people. Where's the data that says it's good for them to be engaged in this kind of training? And in my mind, in particular, I'm thinking pre-K 8 even. Kids without the capacity for cognitive dissonance. Does that make sense to you? Okay.
So,
Yes.
Kathy, that's a very broad topic. We could spend hours. It's probably not going to be an opportunity to hear all of that before we vote, but if you could point the right direction, that would be great. Vice Cheryl?
I might be able to answer that. If you actually look in the law, and so under 2, it says for elementary grades and secondary grades, so elementary has A, And it's the life-affirming education, including the concepts of resiliency, healthy habits of self-care, problem-solving, and conflict resolution. B, methods of strengthening the family or 1, 2, 3, however you want to term it, and methods of strengthening the youth relationship in school and community. So that is what should be in elementary. Am I accurate in saying that? That's elementary. So that's not, and that is suicide prevention. If you want to term it that, it's actually just healthy children, right? But then in the upper grades, you would add that and then the lower piece. Am I articulating that accurately? Yes. Okay, and I don't know if you want to add any more to that. So there's two components. The one is not, the secondary piece is not taught in elementary school. And I don't know if that answers your question or not, Board Member Bogus, but maybe that provides some clarity, maybe?
Go ahead, Member Bogus.
I don't see in this rule, like, whenever I go to associated code, I always go to like the first 3 lines right before the definitions. And in this one, I don't see those code links. And so even in your draft, I'm still looking at in a space and place, and maybe I'm in the wrong place. I'm on draft 3. It says Board Member Earl at the top. And so maybe, dare I say, we need to move to send this back to committee so we have those appropriate code links so everyone is on the same page. And I would love to see the title of it even be amended to life affirming. I think that when we talk about the goodness and the hope that we have, we get a lot farther than when we focus on other things. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have bold conversations that are a reality, but I do think that if it's life affirming in code, it should be life affirming in rule.
Okay, further discussion, Member Lear. Let's see.
Yes, I had a question also for Kathy Davis, who's been a specialist in this area very productively and effectively for 15 years. I think I've got the number right. I would like her response to these proposed changes in draft 3 to see if that's something that she feels like maybe the staff overlooked or didn't read it the same way, or if she feels like there's an important reason for staying with the language we had previously.
Kathy, do you have access to draft 3 that you could address? We may be doing this on the fly, and please let us know. If you do have input on these specific changes, that we'd love to hear from you, but if it's not something you've had a chance to look at, I think we're looking on lines 42 to 48
The suicide prevention specialist.
and 18 to 20.
Well, they're coordinators and specialists, and so it may have been her boss, but she would have consulted with.
It's not on yet? Okay, Kathy Davis. And most people just call me Kathy Davis like it's all one word, so. Anyway, and I appreciate, and it's actually 10 years that I've been doing this, and I have been working my way out of a job for the past decade, and I really want to absolutely applaud Vice Chair Earl, because this language that she drafted for elementary, and we noted that we were seeing that our kids, we have to meet our kids where they are, and solving problems academically was one thing, but solving an emotional problem was quite another thing. And when I talk about that, I talk about emotional problem solving, like how do I calm myself down? I'm highly, highly anxious. How do I get through this next moment? And so part of that is a real life-affirming education skill. It's something that we teach our kids all the time. This is a breathing exercise. If you do this before your test, you're gonna be okay. You're gonna cope ahead. And so to your question regards to the, I am fine with striking lines 44 through 48, because if you look to the code 53G-9-702, it really encompasses everything that we're trying to do. Because essentially, if you're driving this car of suicide prevention, looking through the rearview mirror, those are all the suicides. But I look through the windshield, and that is a windshield of hope for all the great work that we're doing collectively, because it's every one of us that are going to prevent youth suicides.
So in the short
Thank you.
version, if
Yeah.
I can.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
I'm
short
fine with
version
it.
is you're fine with them. Thank you.
Absolutely, but I just need it kind of like the Academy Awards. I just wanted to tell you how grateful I am that you're able to help me out on this, because this is great, and I appreciate all your efforts.
And I thank you for your expertise.
You bet.
All right, Member Klein. Thank you, Kathy.
So for the younger grades, do they actually talk about suicide? But the way it's written, does it prohibit them from talking about suicide?
Sorry, Kathy. Welcome back.
Okay, once again, in the elementary grades, it's really a matter of teaching kids how to be more resilient, how to bounce back when they have issues with peers, how to do that conflict resolution. It's really essentially what we are doing with the Botvin's life skills, because you'll notice in this rule, what we're really doing is we are braiding all of the prevention programs together, because we realize that suicide prevention also encompasses how we're addressing our bullying prevention, how we're addressing our substance use prevention, and all of that. So it's really a life skills view.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing you answer the question. Do they talk about suicide with the younger children?
Okay, if a student is suicidal even at the lower grades, part of the law says that any school employee may ask a student if they are suicidal with the express notification pursuit. Yeah, with notification that parent will be notified immediately, and then that parent will be able to address the concerns, the mental health.
But in the universal tier of teaching prevention, is it discussed with students
Is
in
not
general?
No, not discussed, because what we've noticed that with some of our evidence-based programs, such as QPR, question, persuade, refer, we don't really start doing that until about age 14.
Okay, and you mentioned Botvin Life Skills. That's basically a social emotional learning program. So is this just another way to bring in social emotional learning?
Kathy or somebody else, Superintendent Dixon, I think you can frame that as I'm not sure if it's an argument or a question. It seems like an argument.
I'm questioning.
Argument to the motion.
I'm asking, is this just more SEL?
It's a pretty broad question. I don't know if there's a way to answer that as a question, or is it a rhetorical
Yes or
question?
No? It's just a yes or no.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's something you can answer yes or no, but if you'd care to speak on it, I'm seeing shaking heads, so let's take that as a rhetorical question.
Well, I've studied Botvin Life Skills.
Yeah.
I've gone to it's a social emotional learning program. I'm just asking for confirmation.
You're interested in answering yes or no?
They
but
don't want to, because it says, why would they not want to answer?
I think it's too broad, and so I think it's a valid rhetorical point. It's just not a fact
No, I'm just
question they can
asking
answer.
them to confirm that it is in fact.
It's a health promotion program. It's health promotion.
And
That's
it's
how
about
it's labeled.
emotions, like she was talking about. So
It's a
just
health
wanted to
If
make
there's
that clear. I'm
Klein,
against.
Okay, if there's a specific factual question, I think they're happy to answer. I think there's a broader rhetorical discussion that's also appropriate, but maybe not so easily answered as a question about the program itself, including whether it's SEL or something else. But other questions or comments? I think we've gone through all the lights. Okay. The motion is that from Vice Chair Earl. Yes, Member Klein?
One last question. Are they prohibited from teaching about suicide to the younger ages?
I think it's been, that is more of a answerable factual question, but I think the answer
They're not
is no. Is
prohibited,
that,
meaning they can.
If it's an individual and they are suicidal.
Well, but I'm talking
You're talking about teaching.
teaching. When they're teaching life-affirming prevention programs, are they prohibited at the younger ages from teaching about suicide specifically?
that's a tighter factual question. Is anybody able to answer that one? Not a specific, go ahead, Deputy Stallings.
Just wait. There's no language that we are aware of that explicitly prohibits LEAs from teaching about suicide prevention explicitly in the lower grades.
Okay.
But there's no language, that's the point.
This rule doesn't address it, require it, et cetera,
it's not,
right? But it
yeah.
doesn't prohibit. Okay. All right, the motion before the body is, Member Bogus. Oh, and Member Davis, sorry.
Sorry, thank you, sir.
Lights
So, Ms. Davis, yes? Did I get your name right? I'm gonna celebrate. My question is, in the code, and maybe you don't know this off the top of your head, but in the code, is there an explicit opt-out for parents in this? I have a text message came in that says, is there an explicit opt-out? I know they can opt out under 205. That's not my question. My question is, do they have to notify parents, and is there an explicit opt-out offered in that notification?
So, Member Bogus, I'm going to field that and just direct us back to following the flow through the chair and then putting it out to staff if they're interested in answering it. So, is that something that somebody would like to volunteer to answer? Sure. We've just started trying to follow it better. It's always been there. We've gotten it a little bit more of a free flow. So we're going to bring it back to bringing it through the chair and then directing it out to staff. There's also, I think, a procedural. Sorry?
Notice?
This is it.
All right, but
On
what
the
I'm
record.
saying is, I tried
Here's the
genuinely,
notice.
I diligently tried to engage as I am instructed.
Yeah, fair enough. And
And
we're,
so
I think
I'm
Sid-
following instructions, and now I'm being reprimanded for doing what I was told to do, which is, it's kind of abusive at its core.
I think we're just trying to redirect, and I think some members have been doing that, directing to the chair. I was actually caught off guard because as we're trying to do it better, I thought the question was to me, and the intent was to follow the rules and then put it back out to staff. There's also been among staff leadership a discussion about making this process run a little bit differently, so we're also reacting to that. Maybe Superintendent Dixon wants to address that, but I don't mean to reprimand. We're just trying to bring it in line with efficient flow and avoid a back and forth that's direct between members and staff. And so that's a more
just would like
formal way. and
clarity.
So we're trying to get there. Yeah, we're trying to do that. we're stumbling towards it, but that's kind of the normal process, and we're trying to be better about it. Superintendent Dixon. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Member Bogus, I'll own a lot of this. We talked about it in leadership during a meeting I had. We talked about it in superintendency. We did not do our part to clarify with the full board, with staff. So we're trying to follow the process that board members in protocol speak through the chair, and the same thing in calling on staff so that it doesn't get caught in staff feeling put on the spot of a back and forth about a variety of issues. They come prepared to really talk to the motions that have been prepared, the things you've asked them to come prepared for. Doesn't mean that they're not knowledgeable and willing to engage, but what has happened in the past is a lot of back and forth, putting staff on the spot, and we've got members of staff who all of our staff want to be helpful to you and support you all, but they also feel very uncomfortable that they're speaking on behalf of the board or the staff when they come up to the front and they're asked a lot of things about a lot of subjects. So trying to redirect, just like you do as board members when you're asking a question to the chair, trying to do that the same when you're directing something to staff. And I will own it, I should have done a better job of making sure that everyone in the system was aware that would be going on today. So I'll just own it. So I apologize.
And I'll try to make sure I facilitate it. That's the job of the chair, is to facilitate passing it through to the right people to answer the questions. So I think it's just an effort to get back to the normal flow. I don't see any other. No, I see Member Davis. Excuse me. And then I'm sorry. We got diverted on process. The question, could you ask it again, and we'll see if somebody here who's able to answer it. Just direct it to the chair and we'll throw it out there.
Could you remind me of my question? Just give me 2 words and I'll formulate it in my brain.
Oh,
Oh,
Kelsey's
yes.
got it.
So, Chair, when the notification goes out, does it include an explicit assertion that parents are allowed to opt out and a form with which to do so?
Do we have staff that's able to answer that? Deputy
But we're going
Stallings?
to tag team on the answer.
All right,
So
Deputy
first,
Stallings.
there is no explicit language about opt-in or opt-out in the code related to suicide prevention programs. However, Kathy was just reminding me that if suicide prevention is part of a health course, there is an opportunity to opt out there.
Sure.
Briefly, so my understanding of the code, and we read a lot, so I love that Superintendent Stallings is like, I wish I could just clone her brain. But my understanding was that you have to issue notice to parents that this instruction is going to happen. Am I incorrect in that understanding?
Deputy Stallings, is that?
No, I'm not aware.
Neither of us see that anywhere in the code.
Okay, I'll send you an email. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Member Davis.
Chair, I will try to be better as well. It gets hard because you get used to conversing. Chair, I'll speak to the motion of draft 3 and support draft 3. And I would also just like to add that we get in the logistics of policy here and kind of forget about, sometimes I do at least, like the real difficulties that our LEAs face dealing with these specific situations. And as a person who has been mistaken for Kathy Davis many times since coming here, I can say that our schools are really grateful for her and the work that she does. And she comes on the back end of these really heartbreaking times. But I just want to personally thank you and your staff for trying to do some work on the front end to mitigate those awful times for schools and teachers and families and all those who are involved. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Stallings, did you need to address something?
Thank you. I needed to correct the record on one thing, and then I think I know where Board Member Boggess's question about notification is coming. So first, I apologize. There is not an opt-out in health only for sex ed, not related to suicide prevention or discussions related to suicide. The notification provision that I think you might be referring to, and it is in it does make a nod to it in 53G9702, which is the section of code that relates to suicide prevention programs. In there, it does state that the program policies do need to include a provision that ensures that a school district or charter school promptly communicates with a parent or guardian of a student in accordance with 53G9604. That section talks about, as Kathy Davis stated, if a student is threatening suicide, that there is a provision in there that the LEAs do need to notify parents of their students' feelings and potential threat of suicide. That communication is required in all grades, and that's what Kathy mentioned. That's it.
Okay. Member Carey.
Just, I just wanted to echo kind of what Board Member Davis said. I know when this came up in our Law and Licensing Committee, we spent a lot of time because I think this topic deserved it. And we had a great exchange in terms of their willingness to accommodate our concerns and amend the language that was originally proposed to us. They agreed to include additional language about social media and the harms that can do along the path of suicide and the thoughts that these students have. But I will tell you that I went and I counted them. I think we had a total email exchange between myself, is it Elise Newey, and Kathy Davis, probably about 30 to 40 emails. And they have been very accommodating, very helpful, probably questioned why doesn't he get this? But thank you for your patience in that. And I think that exceptional work, so thank you.
All right, thank you. Make sure you put in for the overtime. Sorry. All of us. All of us. All right. Thank you, Member Carey. Any other comments? Seeing none. Okay, we have on the board Member Earl's substitute motion that the board continue and approve R277-620 Suicide Prevention Programs Draft 3 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed? One opposed. Member Klein? Or Member Lear? Are you?
Just a clarifying question and maybe a procedural question. Not looking back at this, was this posted as a continuation only? Or was it posted as an amendment and a?
Looks like amendment and continuation.
Okay, thank you.
at least on
Just the way the motion went, it didn't sound like it was posted that way. Thank you.
Gotcha. Did you get your vote recorded? I wasn't sure if we got you right. You were a yes? Okay, got her, yeah. All right, I wasn't sure if.
So just, I know you know this, but it's 1 o'clock. I'm just wondering if we do
Yeah,
lunch and
let's
we may
see.
have to skip other things until later because of, we've got
Let's see, we got
commitments
DTL.
at USDB is here.
Hold on, let's talk about that off mic. You're hot mic'd again.
I'm not, you are.
It's very touchy. Trust me, it's very sensitive. All right, we are an hour over on lunch, so I'm getting requests to break for lunch. We are on agenda item number 5. We've got to go through 15. So I'm trying to move us along. It's a joint effort. Let's take a half hour. Or should we take a working lunch? Anybody object? No?
30 minutes.
Remember, Vice Chair Earl says recess and yoga on the back patio with lunch.
To take your ideas to finished prototypes, finished products.
I have made a couple prototypes. I made a boot for forest firefighters last semester. I love shoes, and so the dream is to be a footwear designer. Footwear has a lot of sketching.
So every student learns how to sketch. What is the most rigorous part of the program is that students are creating. As you progress through the program, there's a portfolio review process like most design programs.
It's very hands-on and it's very engaging. We're in the sewing room, we're making prototypes. I love taking like trending fashion silhouettes and combining it with function. I made these climbing overalls. I love the way they turned out and they actually work really well. I've climbed in them like a couple of times.
So I'm more soft goods, so gear and specifically apparel. I've made a seam-sealed jacket, I've made a pair of hiking pants, crash pad for climbing.
We've had students design belay devices for climbing.
I would love to work for any sort of apparel company. I can just jump right in and I already have like most of the technical skills that I need. And there's a lot of different openings in the industry. Like you can do graphic design or you can do product design, you can do industrial design, and there's so many different avenues.
In high school, if you love to create, having a love of sketching, that's a great place to start.
The sooner you can start developing those skills, the better. Keep up with your sketching, drawing, and just creating in general. And that's like a really, really big part of this career.
If you want to be a part of an exciting industry, our program provides you the tools to be able to take those ideas in your head and make them a reality.
Healthcare is one of the top employers in the state of Utah. There's healthcare everywhere, a real guarantee of a job in all different kinds of economies and really anywhere in the world that you want to live.
There is a lot of opportunity for career advancement, for career growth. I will never forget my CTE experience. One of the defining moments in my life, CTE was what led me to where I'm at today. I ended up becoming an EMT, an advanced EMT, and then eventually a paramedic. Joined the military and then went to nursing school, now working as a nurse.
You will always have a career if you select nursing.
It's a wonderful career for anybody to go into, regardless of age, gender.
You don't just have to be a bedside nurse. You can be a public health nurse. You can be a nurse on a cruise liner. You can go to Disneyland and be a nurse there. You can pretty much select whatever it is that you're passionate about.
So many of the health science careers involve stackable credentialing.
So becoming a CNA, becoming an EMT, becoming an MA has allowed me to get experiences hands-on, working in facilities. So by the time I get to nursing school, I will already be experienced in patient care.
I got certified as a CNA last year, and ever since I got my certification, I've been working.
You get the opportunity to go out and actually do your job as you're still going to school.
There's just a myriad of pathways. We have CNA, EMT, pharmacy tech, medical forensics, biotechnology, medical terminology.
My dream job is to be a nurse practitioner, either in labor and delivery or in the ER.
Take advantage of the fact that as a high school student, you can take college courses. Start studying now. Start taking those anatomy, those physiology courses. Get into CTE.
And learn how to become what you imagine you can be.
CTE has prepared me for my future. It's really given me a place to feel safe, to be me.
Why should you take welding? Well, to give you an example, have you ever seen anyone unhappy on a dirt bike? Well, imagine that dirt bike's a grizzly bear, has an American flag bandana, a mullet, a Led Zeppelin shirt, shooting a bazooka. Well, that's exactly what welding's like. Want to make some money? Boom, we got you. Want to light stuff on fire? Boom, we got you. Want to blow some stuff up? We got you. Want to repair grandma's bike? Boom. We got you. Still not sure? Here's some words from some actual students.
There are companies that will hire you right out of high school, and you can even make $18 to $26 an hour. Not only that, it does wonders for your hair. But welding isn't just for the guys though, but don't take our word for it.
We give welding 2 thumbs up.
Come join us, learn a fun skill, and get to work on the best equipment in the biz. America.
We manufacture train cars. We're a Swiss-based company. We've been in Utah for about 3 years now.
We are Stadler. We build high-end commuter rail trains. If we don't train our own employees, we are not going to have enough.
Definitely looking for skilled employees. I think by next year we want to hire another 100 employees.
This is the first youth apprenticeship in Utah.
We have 16 students we take in each year, and it's a 3-year program. The first year is in high school, where you spend every other day with us.
We get to work on different train cars, different parts of the train. It could be anything from the head of the body to just a normal passenger car where you would be sitting in, taking a ride to and from work.
Our current project right now we're building for Caltrain. It is an all-electric double-decker train. Madeline does have a background with welding. She has really been able to jump in quickly and break a little bit of the stereotype. I was very thrilled to see we actually have 2 young ladies in the program.
We've been sealing some of the parts for the doors. I get hands-on experience with trainers that have been in the field for years and years.
I'm in the electrical department. I've built some cables. I've learned how to test cables to make sure that they're built correctly.
It's work experience, you get paid for it. I've definitely developed my teamwork abilities.
At the end of the apprenticeship, we get an associate's degree in applied sciences.
If they want to stay with Stadler, they are more than welcome. We will offer them a full-time contract that will come with benefits. There are so many great opportunities in post-secondary education that's maybe not a traditional university.
They have an opportunity to go do further college, or they can stay with us and work, or they can just move on to another job with the experience that we give them.
Work experience is invaluable, as well as education, and being able to get both done at the same time is pretty cool. It really helps to secure my future.
We are training our future leaders, our future workforce, and there are so many opportunities to move up in the company, whether you want to be a leader or just a master technician in your area.
The thing that excites me most about the IT industry is you can build anything. If you can imagine it, you can build it.
It's rapidly growing, evolving, and expanding. Soon it will be a part of every single industry. I really think the possibilities are endless.
The new Silicon Valley is leaving Northern California and coming to Northern Utah. Silicon Slopes is just our next door neighbor. All of those companies, all of those startups, they need new, fresh faces, and we're training those new, fresh faces. They're going to have those opportunities to step right out of the school and right into great jobs with great benefits and great pay. When a student comes here, they're going to learn the same industry standard tools, so the kids are going to have experience in that before they step over into industry. One of the beauties about studying in a CTE pathway is it's real-world stuff.
We're able to use programs and technology that some people might not have at their own house. That gives you an opportunity to try out those technologies. I'm going to go to UVU. I'm going to study animation and maybe some game design.
Software development is not as scary as it seems. And it may not be easy, but it is totally worth it. Any interests that you have, you can find a way to relate software development to that interest.
If you have the opportunity, definitely go into it. I know that it looks really intense and complicated. You just have to be patient and persistent.
But that learning starts right now, and you need to start into that IT pathway, and you need to be able to get involved with the other teachers and students who ultimately will be the leaders in the new tomorrow, which is built off of a technology platform.
What are you good at? Is it data? Right? Is it security? Is it actually coding, writing lines of code and creating new websites and new ways of doing things?
And so be curious. Go out and solve problems, not because you have to, but because you want to. Be that lifelong learner that allows you to be able to tap into your curiosities. And if you can do that, you'll be relevant your whole career.
Ready to make an impact? Join a CTSO, Career and Technical Student Organization. In Utah, students taking CTE classes have 8 student organizations to fit their career interest. Let's hear from students about how their CTSO experience is making an impact.
I've taken a ton of different business CTE classes. I've taken marketing, entrepreneurship, retailing. What I like about being a part of DECA is that I actually get to apply the skills that I'm learning from these classes and use them in real-world situations.
Being involved in HOSA has been a really great supplement to the CTE classes I've been taking, such as anatomy and sports science. It helps me explore those types of concepts and apply it to things like competitions or service opportunities. Things like blood drives, it gives you the satisfaction of being able to benefit a greater cause, which goes beyond just you.
My chapter is currently working on some toys that we could 3D print for some children's shelters.
Our goal is to sell 4,400 pairs of socks to help fund water projects in Africa.
CTSOs are really special because they help you with the technical skill, but they also allow you to enter a community of people that are interested in the same things that you are. I've been in HOSA since I was a sophomore in high school, and I'm currently a sophomore in college. I started HOSA as a way to be with my friends, but it turned into so much more than that.
I owe a lot to FFA as far as my personal development and the skills that are going to help me in life. I've developed a lot of professional speaking skills and public speaking skills. I learned how to run meetings and lead meetings. I learned how to organize my thoughts, take good notes.
HOSA has helped me become more of a leader that listens and that really cares about the people that I'm working with. I love our HOSA competitions. My favorite one, which I placed first in when I was in high school and plan to compete in again, is called Organizational Leadership.
With my competitive events, I learned how to work with the team and really learn how to strengthen my communication skills.
I think HOSA takes it to another level by offering so many amazing leadership opportunities, scholarship opportunities, internships, educational seminars and symposiums.
You're gonna gain knowledge and experience from it that you won't get doing anything else. The biggest thing I'll take from DECA into my career is learning how to connect with people and build business relationships. So I would say to students, join a CTSO, whether it's DECA or something else you're interested in. It's a great way to prepare you for the field that you're going into.
No matter which CTSO you join, you're gonna have experience in different career paths and get exposure to figure out what you want to do later in life.
I think that being part of a group that can help you not only in your future but also in your present is one of the most important things that you can do as a blossoming adult.
Being in a CTSO really teaches you how to be independent, be determined, and work well in a team. And it just gives you so many amazing skills that I really would encourage you to join.
The aerospace industry is very precision-based, it's very complex. Any skills that you're going to learn are going to be transferable to any industry that you pursue outside of high school.
Job opportunities are abundant. We're almost 2 million maintenance personnel that will be needed in the next 18 years and over 1 million pilots. If you have ever dreamed of flight, it is one of the more difficult things to move into, also one of the most rewarding.
The aerospace pathway was developed to help create a good, solid talent pipeline so that we had people trained to enter our workforce.
The curriculum that we are delivering is relevant to current industry needs.
All the way from how the parts are made to being a pilot, you get exposed to all of that.
What we're going to teach you, you're going to turn right around and apply. You're going to touch, you're going to pull things apart, you're going to reassemble.
I really like the hands-on part of the course. It taught me a lot of the mechanical skills that I can use, marketable skills. Going through the program in high school taught me all the things that I would need to know to be successful in my job now. Right after I graduated, I was just gonna go get an interview at Metalcraft and I got a job. After I got hired on, they put me through more extensive training.
We paid for that additional education and he was able to get another certificate in more advanced aircraft assembly.
I'm extremely happy with what I'm making, especially for an entry-level position. I'm being paid very well.
It's important that aviation does not remain a career path for men. It should be opened up, and it is open for women as well.
I'm really interested in the
We're on. We had what we thought were a couple times certains, but they are not ready. So we're going to go back to law and licensing and then come back to USDB and our superintendent's report.
Thank you, Chair Moss. I'm going to ask staff if somebody's going to be driving this. We are on agenda item 4.6, R277-922. This is the Digital Teaching and Learning Grant Program. The committee moves that the board approve R277-922, Digital Teaching and Learning Grant Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, any discussion to that? Member Klein?
Yes, I would just like to make a motion or to amend or a substitute motion to amend the rule, line 162.
I think that would just be an amendment to the motion, unless it's an entirely different beast. But okay, so an amendment to the motion.
So it would be to on line 162, strike the words "not required to" and replace with "prohibited from," and then adding an ing onto implementing. So it would read, an LEA is prohibited from implementing. And I don't have it up in front of me, but so I need to pull it up so I can speak to it.
So we're on DTL, folks. Line 162.
Oh, digital teaching and learning. I was on the wrong one. I cannot find it.
Yeah, it's for the digital teaching and learning. So, is there a second?
Do we have it framed up so folks can see if they want to second it? We're on agenda item 4.6, digital teaching and learning.
And then you would add an ing onto implementing to make it read correctly. So an LEA is prohibited from implementing. The program in kindergarten through grade 4.
Somehow your microphone got hit off, so can you hit the button again? Thank you.
Okay, so it would read, an LEA is prohibited from implementing the program in kindergarten through grade 4. This is the digital teaching and learning program. Instead of just not required to.
Okay, is that framed up accurately, Member Klein? Not required to implement and replaced with prohibited from implementing.
We don't have a second yet.
I'm waiting for a second, but I want to make
Yes,
sure folks
that's
know what
correct.
they're seconding. So if we got up there, okay, is there a second to what's framed up there?
I would second it, but I want to speak quickly.
You bet. First to the maker, and then if you want to defer to Member Bogus, you can.
I just think that our younger students need to be not being put on the technology and learning their academics through tangible ways, physical implements at that younger age. And currently it's written so that they can, LEAs can teach using the computers for those younger grades. And I don't believe that that is a healthy way for the younger children to learn. And so instead of just making it an option where LEAs aren't required to, I think it should be prohibited.
Okay. To Member Bogus and then Member Lear.
Thank you, sir. So I would echo and piggyback off what Member Klein said. I would just also point us to the research that says tech at these tender ages is just simply not good for kids. Warning after warning after warning, screen time is not good for their brains. It's not good for their learning. It's not good for how they learn how to learn. And I think that the data and research supports something like this. And so I would support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Lear.
And I would say this is a grant program to begin with, so an LEA can choose to participate or not. And then secondly, if the LEA, the entity closest to the students, feels like in their particular community this is not a good thing, that LEA would have the ability to do that. And I would not want to take away that discretion from LEAs making those choices for their children in their communities based on what they know.
Thank you. We've got Vice Chair Hart and Earl. Are you trying to light up?
Yeah,
And then to Member Wood.
Yeah, sometime.
Member Wood.
So I don't disagree, and in my own school, I discourage quite a bit of use of technology. However, if we are going to go down this path, I think it needs to be a project, because there are things required in rule and in procedure of the younger grades. Just one I dealt with this week. In as low as second grade, we have expectations for keyboarding, testing, different, I know districts use computers with smiley faces for their learning feedback. If we are going down this path, I think that we can't do it piecemeal, and it would have to be a concerted effort by a committee to identify all those places where there's an expectation that students are on the computer and change those rules as well. Because a change of this nature just makes a conflict and does not actually solve a problem, and would really mess up, because it's a grant, would really just put a whole wrench in it. I think that the idea of getting kids off computers is very noble and very understandable. And like I said, I'm working on that. But as an educator, I am finding many places where that conflicts with expectations set by this board. So if we wanted to go down that path, I suggest that we make and discuss some sort of mechanism to bring out all those places in rule, and then I think it's going to have to be it's not something we can do just one-off. I'm worried that it wouldn't have the intended effect. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, Member Wood and then Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you. I appreciate Vice Chair Hart's words, because that was something I was going to ask about. Also, 2 things. One is, do we have grants in place already where they are using a K-4 model? And so would that require them to reapply, resubmit their plan? And also, how would this affect, I know we have a bunch of early literacy software that is required through SB and our ELL. So just some concerns. Actually really like this thought, but some concerns with the bigger picture of what's already in place and how could we implement it. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, someone correct me if I'm wrong. I think this isn't just kids using computer programs or paying for licensure. I think it also incorporates a teacher's use of technology in the classroom, meaning smart boards or other technology, whether it's with like a microphone or whatever the teacher, audio or other usages of technology that make communication and other things effective. Am I accurate in saying that with these younger grades, or is it all just licensure and kids on computers? I don't know if there's, okay. So I'm getting a confirmation that is correct. And that's how I understood it. I understood it as both, actually. Licensure for programming as well as the use of technologies that made the ability to teach and do grading and things like that easier. So unless someone can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, Member Klein.
I would, if it's okay with who seconded it, add to my motion to direct staff to research I'm trying to figure out how to say what you were saying. All of the areas that technology affects the K through 12 grades, as far as policies and rule and statute, and so we can begin that process of
Well, let's
kind
see what
of,
that
so we
looks
can
like.
study that and see what it would take.
So that's a pretty,
I said
pretty
K4.
broad. Yeah, I'm not sure that would.
So can we do the information request separate from my
I think that's,
original
that's
motion?
probably safe.
That's
Is
fine.
that
I'm good
something
with that.
else, Sybil? Yeah.
I was just thinking of K4 to begin with. Yeah.
So if that's a research question, is that brought to the board for direction or? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure that's a motion to bring here, but something to bring there. So we can tee that up and then have this be the immediate motion for action by the board, right? Would be as phrased that the board amend draft 1, line 162 to strike the words not required to implement and replace with prohibited from implementing. Does that capture it? And did we already have a second?
Yes, we did.
Okay, Member Bogus. So, all right, and we did have some discussion, and then we came back. Any further discussion of that motion? Seeing none. All right, the motion is then Member Klein's motion to amend that the board amend draft 1, line 162 to strike the words not required to implement and replace with prohibited from implementing. All in favor, raise your hands. Have 3. Bogus, Green, Klein. I believe they get everybody. All opposed? So 12-3. That motion to amend, 11-3. Okay.
And then Board Member Klein, we'll just put that in the queue for them.
That's already in there, okay. All right, so we're back to the board, the underlying motion. The board approve R277-922 Digital Teaching and Learning Grant Program Draft 1 on second and final reading. All in favor, show of hand. Oh, sorry, Member Klein.
Sorry, I just had a question about the Utah Master Plan, Essential Elements of Technology-Powered Learning, that was passed in 2015 and is incorporated by reference in this rule. Is that's just a plan? Is that required by code? Or is that something that we can amend as potentially based on this information request?
Is there someone who would like to field that? I see microphones moving, but I'm not sure. Deputy Stallings?
Yes,
I wanna take that.
so the master plan is referred to in 53F2510. It does state that the state board shall establish a task force to create a plan, and that master plan says the state board shall develop a master plan, including the following. So it is in code, but Board Member Klein, your observation that it is from 2015, it is a plan that I don't believe has been updated since 2015. It was a whole process that a task force was created. We had some support from an outside agents group to help create that master plan at the time. So it is in code. We could request that it be stricken from the Digital Teaching and Learning Grant Program, but it is kind of a foundation of that program.
So follow up?
Sure.
So because it's incorporated, does that make it, is there force behind that? Do we have to implement it the way it is written unless we change it or strike it?
Deputy Stallings? You want that one? Okay.
You turn on a
Yeah,
mic.
there we go. So essentially, the Digital Teaching and Learning Grant Program requires LEAs to use the funds in accordance with that master plan. Now, does that mean the LEAs are implementing every single element of it? Not necessarily. Is there somebody else who would like to speak?
They have to do.
Yeah, so they do have to comply with that master plan.
Does that answer the question?
So I guess that would need to specifically be addressed with that information request? Because we'll have to revisit that master plan.
Okay. All right, further discussion to the motion. Seeing none, I think we are back on the underlying motion that's bolded for us, right? So the motion is that the board approve R277-922 Digital Teaching and Learning Grant Program Draft 1 on second and final reading. All in favor, raise your hands. Any opposed? I saw a couple. Just one opposed, okay. 14-1, that motion fails or passes. Back to Chair Hyman. Just seeing if you're awake after lunch. I'm not. Go ahead, Chair Hymas. Let's do one more item. Actually, why don't we do this?
Yes.
It's probably a good break time. So we do have with us USDB, and we've got our superintendent's report. So let's take a break here, and if we could invite up our USDB friends, we'll go into that item and then come back to committees in a little bit. Let me see if Jenny's up. Hey. Want to take the gavel for a bit? I'll start in on it. I'm just going to have to leave about 5 or so. I'm all over the place with my stuff here. All right, welcome, Superintendent Coleman and the team. Good to have you.
Thank you.
You want me to just turn it to you to steer?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that would be fine. Let's see, I think the first item we have is finances. So, Carl, you can take it away.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chairs, and board members. It's a pleasure to be here. We've got 2 financial reports, and I know you're pressed on time, so I'm going to go really fast. The important thing is we are financially solvent. We have enough cash on hand to pay our bills, and so the first financial report is how we closed out the year. And we're not completely closed out yet because the state is doing a calculation on the other pension and employment benefit costs. That won't be done till the end of the month. So these numbers that we're going to view are subject to change. They will change. They shouldn't change dramatically, but I just want to let you know they will change. The dollar amount of the inflows that we received, I can't believe year to year how much this has grown, is $54.3 million that came into USDB. Our expenses that we paid were $50.9 million, leaving us a balance of $3.4 million. So financially, we're secure. I think that amount's going to go down to the $2 million and change number by the time we completely close out the fiscal year. The student count, we're still waiting for the month of September to get the student count in. They haven't, the numbers here on the report are the same as you heard last month. Our land grant enrichment fund balance is I'm just going to round this up, $261,000. Our donated funds is $270,000, and our education foundation is $1,087,000. The next two pages are all the supporting detail of the numbers on that first report, the financial report. The last report we have is enrichment funds, And the good news is we spent the majority of our land grant enrichment funds. This is the money that spins off the land grant trust fund that we use to dedicate and provide enrichment opportunities to our students based on all the categories are highlighted in blue in that third column from the left. Of the $1,542,000 that you approved last year, we spent $1,339,000, leaving us a balance of about $203,000. So I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone may have how the fiscal year ended.
Not seeing any.
Okay.
Looking good. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Then I'll jump to period 1 for July 31st. And as I get into these numbers, I just want you to remember about 80% of our total expense is payroll. And so we hadn't ramped up all the payroll through the month of July, so we've got more revenues by about $3 million than we do expenses. That's going to change. The state gives us about $3.5 million. Let me put my glasses on, and I can tell you exactly, $3,537,000 a month to be able to pay our payroll expenses. So we ended the July with a $3.3 million surplus. We will report next month our student counts. Our land grant trust fund balance, I'm going to hold off on that till next month, till we close out fiscal year end. But that's going to be in that $260,000 range that we ended the fiscal year with. Our donated funds is $270,000, and our education foundation is $1,082,000. And then there really hasn't been much activity on the enrichment funds. We spent about $36,000 is all. That's going to ramp up as the year progresses. So those are the two financial reports, Mr. Chair. And again, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think we're seeing no comments or questions. Back to Superintendent Coleman.
Thank you. One item we went over to get to the financial report is the approval of the contracts we have with all the school districts. This is a routine item. We do it every year, and it all comes together about this time as the districts determine how many students they have that they need our help in serving. So any of these contracts do not represent all of our contracts with districts, only those above the $100,000 threshold that require yours. 75 contracts here, or total? We have a total of 75 contracts. This is only a small portion of that. So we need a vote from the board to approve those contracts.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Superintendent, we had. Do we bring the motion forward now, I think? Yeah, I'm sorry. I have no question about the next item. All right. Is Member Davis, Member Booth? I should be looking here. You're ready for the motion. Sorry.
I move that we approve. My mind just went blank.
Contract.
The district billing contracts.
Second? Second?
Second.
Discussion of the motion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show of hands. Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. The last item we have, well, there's a little superintendent's report, but not much to it. So the important item today, I'll put it that way, that we have is a brief division report from the Jean Massou School of the Deaf. As you remember, each board meeting we try to highlight one of our divisions so that you'll be more familiar with it. So Superintendent Tanner, we'll turn that over to you.
Good afternoon, I'm Superintendent Tanner. I'm going to present today about one of our programs within the School for the Deaf. It's a campus program in the Salt Lake area. It's called the Jean Massou School of the Deaf, named after the first teacher of the deaf here in the country. It's located in Salt Lake. It serves Salt Lake, but it also brings in a lot of students from Wasatch, Davis, Eagle Mountain, Tooele. They come from distances to get to us. It serves from pre-K to post-high. And we can only serve students there that have a diagnosed hearing loss. They can either qualify through an IEP or a 504. It includes listening and spoken language and American Sign Language. That's a unique feature that we've been adding together, that as we have gotten along better and as we are working collaboratively together, now we're all housed in one program, one division. So that's a great success. We also follow the Utah State Core for instruction, so you understand that we are following the Utah State Core, but we obviously have to make adaptations for our students who have IEPs and things of that nature. Our class sizes are between 5 and 12, depending on the class or the age or the needs of the students. And there are currently about 146 students there with about 30 teachers. So I wanted to show you briefly, these are the buildings that we operate out of on the Salt Lake campus for the Jean Missou School. So you'll recognize the one on 33rd, the OAC. This is that portable we've talked about that we've moved over from Mill Creek. We're not quite ready to use it yet. It's not occupiable just at this point. We're waiting for the fire marshal to give us that. So we are operating in little tiny spaces and within the building. We recently have chosen not to be using the little house because it now has black mold and literally mushrooms coming out of the carpet, and it floods, so it's not safe. So we had to figure out spaces for the people that were in that building too. So that is just to give you an idea of the spaces that we're trying to utilize right now. And then I'll go back over here. I'm going to have the director of that school. You can see all the pictures here. These are just activities we've done, but I'm going to highlight this one because it has behind it the director of the school, and she is explaining about the program that we have at the Jean Missou School. This is Rachel Benedict, and she is the director of the Jean Missou School. I hope that's out loud.
Hello, my name is Rachel Benedict. I am the director at the Jean Missou School of the Deaf, or JMS. We are a school within the School for the Deaf at the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind. We primarily serve deaf and hard of hearing students in the Salt Lake area, anywhere from the age of 3 years old to post-high school. In order to enroll at JMS, there needs to be an IEP or 504 team meeting convened with the district or charter school. During this meeting, we discuss the students' personalized goals, needs, and accommodations, and where placement would be best for them. We are an option for placement for students that are deaf or hard of hearing and live in Salt Lake City or the surrounding areas. For most students, the least restricted environment may be their home school. However, for deaf students, that can be the most restricted environment. And a specialized school like JMS is actually the least restricted environment. For a child, a school for the deaf is a language-rich environment and helps them thrive socially, academically, and emotionally. At JMS, we follow the Utah State Core Curriculum Standards and adapt as appropriate for students with an individualized education plan, or IEP, or their 504 accommodation and communication needs. JMS provides the students with a strong sense of belonging. They have the opportunity to connect with students like themselves without interpreters. This is the only environment that allows them to directly communicate with peers and teachers. We also provide a myriad of extracurricular activities for our students specifically designed to meet their needs. For example, we have football, the academic bowl, and robotics, plus many more. The beauty of JMS is that we provide our students access to very specialized staff that are highly trained in how we best educate deaf and hard of hearing students. Most of the teachers have master's degrees that specialize in delivering the curriculum in American Sign Language, and others that address the spoken language needs of our students. Our professional professionals work together to deliver a very personalized education to each student. We work very closely with all of our families. For preschool students, our teachers have parent coaching sessions and communicate with them daily. Also, for our elementary, middle school, and high school students, teachers have constant contact with our parents through emailing, phone calls, and face-to-face meetings. Finally, we do have different events like Winter Performance, where we welcome our families to come and watch. We offer ASL classes to the families of our students that we offer both in person and on Zoom. We have a very robust PTA organization that hosts a variety of different events and fundraising opportunities, and we always welcome our families to be more involved here at JMS.
That is our report from the Jean Michel schools. If you have any questions, I would love to entertain them. This is our largest campus that we have, and you will hear the most about this campus because it has the largest numbers. And and for some of you, we think, oh, 146 doesn't seem big. That's pretty huge. Actually, in the deaf community and deaf schools across the nation, 146 at one campus is pretty amazing.
All right. I don't see any questions, so Superintendent Coleman.
Okay, thank you. The final thing we have is just a short report. I just wanted to brief you today on kind of the opening of school, which happened 3 weeks ago. We have, generally things are going fine, and we always make adjustments at the beginning. It does seem like there's a full moon or something. We've got some behavior problems with a few kids that are taking a lot of resources and human resources. I'm hearing that from other schools outside our system too. It's just the world we live in right now. And some of the staff even having challenges, but we're good overall. Things are just fine. Nothing that the board needs to be worried about at this point. And then the last thing I wanted to update you on the buildings. You heard Superintendent Tanner say that we're not quite able to use the portable. It's there, it's hooked up, just waiting on the alarm company and fire marshal to finish that. And it didn't matter how early we requested that. It's just we're at their mercy. And so we will move in within an hour when they give us the thumbs up. It's all ready except for that. Activity Center in Ogden is pretty much complete now, and that's been great. And then we plan to report to the EAC in September. I noticed that meeting was moved to Utah Technical College.
Davis.
I
mean, down in
yes.
Davis, down in I was going to say Dixie, but
the college
St.
previously known as Dixie.
Previous.
Anyway, so if we're going to be on the agenda, we'll be there, and hopefully they can move along with that funding. We've been in communication with DFCM about starting the Salt Lake project, which was everyone's desire, but we haven't gotten them quite moving on it yet, so hopefully that'll happen soon. And that's everything for now. We'll let you get back to your previously scheduled meetings.
Which we're anxious for. So thank you. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you taking the time to come to our full board meeting today. So, okay, we're going to transfer over to finishing up law and licensing. And then after that, we'll have our superintendent's report. So, Chair Hymas. Oh, we got to put you in the key here.
Thank you. Thank you. We are on to agenda item 4.7, R277-474, Section 5, School Instruction and Sex Education. The committee moves that the board approve R277-475, Section 5, or 474, Section 5, School Instruction and Sex Education, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion is that the board approve R277-474-5, School Instruction and Sex Education, Draft 1 on second and final reading. And it looks like Board Member August, do you have a question?
I do. I am confused with the difference between Draft 1 and Draft 2. So I guess my question is, was there no changes by the committee in Draft 1, and therefore we have blue and red on Draft 2? Or is Draft 2, should we have other colors that maybe perhaps I am missing?
So if I could answer, Chair?
Yes, that
Vice
would be
Chair,
great.
what do you want to be
Yes.
called?
That would be
Jenny?
great. That works.
Yeah, draft 2 was put forth by Member Klein. We actually had a side conversation. I'll let her speak for herself, but draft 1 is what's on the table currently. Draft 2, ultimately, in my opinion, says the same thing as draft 1.
Okay.
So what's
so one-
before us right now
Okay,
is
but
draft
there's
1.
there's no differences from draft 1 to draft 2, except what I see here in blue and red. Usually there's 4 colors, is
Right.
I guess my concern, and I wanted to make certain that I wasn't missing anything.
Board Member Bacchus, it sounds like that's the case. Is that accurate? Okay.
Right, and so, draft 1, that's what we're looking at now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we'll go ahead and take a vote on that. All those in favor? Raise your hand. I can read it again. The motion is that the board approve R277474-5, School Instruction and Sex Education, Draft 1 on second and final reading. All those in favor? Raise your hand. So, and we're missing 2. So that looked unanimous for those that are here. Is that accurate? Okay, so go ahead and next one. Oh, so sorry.
No worries, thank you. This is agenda item 4.8, R277-700, Section 7, the Elementary and Secondary School General Core. The committee moves that the board approve R277-700, Section 7, the Elementary and Secondary School General Core, Draft 3 on second and final reading.
Okay, Board Member Wood, I have you.
Yes, I have a substitute motion.
Okay, that's in
I move that order. the board approve R277-700-7, the Elementary and Secondary General Core Draft 4 on second and final reading.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. There's a second by Board Member Rill. Anybody, do we have any comments to that? Okay. Board Member Klein?
Yes, looking at draft 4, it appears that it says if a student refrains from a portion of a course or to a course in its entirety under section 53G 10-205, the parent and school shall work together to establish a reasonable academic accommodation which allows the student to demonstrate mastery of the core standards consistent with 53G 6, 803, and 53G 10-205 2B prior to the student's promotion to the next course or grade level. This appears to be putting requirements on a parent, which we don't have the authority to do. And in reading 53G 10-205, it appears that the law is putting restrictions on the state or the school, where it says the school may not, and it allows for the school to make to offer an alternative, but does not require it, because if the mastery of core standards, or if there's a particular core standard that is required, that is the very thing that is in violating the student or the student's parents' religious belief or right of conscience, the school would, the only way to make this work is for the school to be able to infringe upon or violate the student or student's parents' religious belief or right of conscience, which the code explicitly prohibits. It says that the school may not penalize or discriminate against a student or a student's parent because they refrain from participating due to a religious belief or right of conscience violation. So while I see that this is an attempt to find middle ground, the code is not written that way. It is written to make sure that the parent and the student's right is protected and that the state does not infringe on it based on the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, that says the rights of conscience shall never be infringed. So I think I would like to make a substitute, or I would like to amend the substitute motion for us to go with staff's recommendation, which is draft 1. So I move that the board approves R277-700, Section 7, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Is there a second to that? I would second that. Okay, there's a second to that. Do you want to, you kind of already did speak to it. Do you have additional information you'd like to provide?
No.
Okay. Sorry. You're right.
Oh, and I have my glasses
Board
on.
Member Klein. And then we can come back to you if you'd like.
So I'm just looking at.
Hold on just a second. We've got, oh, we can't substitute a substitute. Okay, thank you.
No, I'm just amending the substitute. Which is
I don't think
changing
you-
the 4 to a 1. You can amend a substitute.
Check and see. So now I don't know if you all are aware of this, but we have with us today our attorney that is not new, or anyways, she's new to us. We've had her before, but Michelle Buse. So she is back there looking at provisions here real quick. But I do point, I'm just going to take a personal privilege if I can real quick. I did bring, with the new attorney, I did bring we just hadn't done the official welcome, so you've got yourself a flag. And I brought the referee shirt for you too. So those are at your discretion. You can get them later. So, yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll throw the flag here if we need it. So if we want to check on that. So I don't know if do you want to, I guess we wait for just a second?
May I comment?
Yeah, go ahead and comment, and then if it's out of order, we'll know. So go ahead.
Well, I just want to make it clear that as a board, we don't have the authority to vote unconstitutionally. And the amendment, or the motion of draft 4 violates or potentially violates a parent or a student's religious belief or right of conscience. When the two are at an impasse, it's the system that usually wins out. But the system is acting unconstitutionally if it requires the parent or the student to fulfill a requirement that fundamentally violates their religious belief or right of conscience. And I know that prior, or when the Law and Licensing Committee met on this, they received communications from attorneys expressing those rights. I'm happy to revisit that letter that was written in by.
If you want to submit it, I think people can have that. I don't know. Is it long or is it? It is long. If you want it, does everybody have access to it?
It's not too long. I'm happy to read it into the record.
So.
I can skip the first little bit where he introduces himself.
If you just read the part that's being changed, then that's an amendment. But to replace the whole draft is a substitute.
Okay. So that would. So this is out of order then. So.
Replacing the whole draft is a substitute.
Okay. So. Yep. So we're back to the original substitute. And is there anyone that would like to speak to that? I think Board Member Norton, you were on cue? Oh, I just deleted all.
I didn't get to speak to it.
Okay, so
Yes.
my question is.
Did you get to speak to it? Oh,
I did not.
I apologize. I'm out of order here. We should have allowed the maker of the motion to speak, and that did not happen. And then we'll come right back to you. Thank you. So Board Member Wood.
No, you're fine. Thank you, Chair or Vice Chair. The work on this was that there was some concern when the draft came out of committee that there still wasn't some balance there, and we have these our parents are working within a system, and that there and all of the other places in this where this code was placed talk about the LEA shall do this, the LEA shall do this, the LEA shall do this. And so ultimately the LEA has that final requirement to make sure that their students are eligible to graduate. And they set up those based on our standards. And so this was looking at how can we create this partnership. And if we know from studies that when schools and parents work together, that is what creates the ultimate benefit for our students within the system. And so this was a way to look at what was already in code, which this 53G-6803 is our parental rights code. And so it looks at what language our LEAs are already familiar with when it comes to having to work with people. This is not new in terms of parents being able to waive their right for their student to participate in anything. What is new is that the student now has that right also, which I think is important. We're recognizing that our students need that ability to step out when there's something that's not that's uncomfortable to them or doesn't feel right to them. But this allows this partnership to work together that says, okay, we're still going to graduate students that have the skills necessary to say that, yes, they graduated from the Utah public education system, but under that parental rights code that's already there, already established, without, and also tying in that 53G-10-205 where it says they may alter an alternative. But if they offer an alternative, where in the end is there some work together? And I think that's what this does, is tries to say, use that parental rights code, use the code from 53G-10, and work together so that we know that our students are learning what they need to, but they also always have that right to refrain when they need to.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Norton? Do you have that?
This is a question for the maker, if that's okay. As you were looking at this and developing this, do you see any room in this, interpretation of this section right here where that the reasonable accommodation would be that particular, maybe not the entire standard, but a portion of the standard or the offensive area of that standard could be waived?
I think that's what 53G-10-205 does ultimately, is it says that they may refrain from everything. But if they refrain from that particular standard, then how do we move ahead from the system look of it as to, okay, if they can't qualify that they are ready to graduate because they missed this, I don't think that's the intent of this law, is to say, well, I'm sorry, you stepped out, now you can't graduate, you don't have that standard met. So how do parents and the school work together to say, we understand you don't want this, what can we do to make sure that we know your student is ready?
And so, but again, you're talking about a whole standard. So for instance, you might be saying that they are, and that's not what my question was about. That's okay. That's okay. But that does open the broader issue. I was thinking, for instance, so are you talking about that they would waive the entire high school junior social studies standard? I was thinking they might waive the portion on civil rights, but you're talking about that if necessary they would would find an alternative for the 11th grade social studies standard, that we might take the whole block.
And I think that's where that partnership is.
Board Member Wood?
Sorry.
I'm
to go back and forth.
I'm just going to, I'm going to have you direct it this way so we're not doing the you and the just so it's going, I understand, Chair, that it's just, thanks.
Yeah, so I think that's why it has to be a partnership. I think that's why this section is so critical, is let's make sure our students know what they need to, but they're comfortable.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I have Board Member Lear. You're up next.
And I very much support this change. One of my favorite quotes that you've probably heard before is, and is often misquoted, is
Click it again.
Foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. And I think usually, while it's usually preferable to just go as Member Klein's substitute would propose to what the law says and leave it at that, I think this is an especially important issue where we ought to be encouraging both schools and parents to work together to have something that's mutually acceptable. And because it has to do with satisfying core requirements and it has to do with satisfying parental rights. So I very much support this. Again, not the most simplistic, but a very reasonable intersection with the parental rights code. I think it's a really great fix for this.
Okay. Board Member Bogus, you didn't speak on this already, right? Okay, you're next. Go
Can I
ahead.
send it to you? Oh, yes. To you? Okay. Chair, I have an amendment. I'd like to amend the motion here. I'm going to send this to Superintendent Stallings. I would like to amend the motion to read, to strike lines 11 through 17 and amend it to read number 4, agents of LEAs and their supervisors shall engage consistent with 53G-6-803 and 53G-10-205 2B. I did not do that 100% correct, Superintendent Stallings. And then with a second, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Is there a second? Okay, Board Member Green, is that you that seconded? Okay, there's a second. Okay, let's take a look what we have. So, strike lines.
Lines 11 through 16.
So you want us striking all of section 4?
Yes.
And replacing it with?
Replacing it with the language that I sent. Agents of LEAs and their supervisors shall engage consistent with. And those two
So
code
I don't
lines.
know if, can I get some help on this? I don't know if this is actually an amendment. I think this is a substitute motion because it's the only changes and you're striking all the changes to the document. But what I'm saying is it's striking everything, so it would have, that's everything that's in draft 4 that's a change is being stricken. Am I right can that be done as an amendment?
Yeah.
Is that accurate? I'm looking for a confirmation. Well, it's all of it. Everything that's altered is being stricken. It feels like it's a substitute. Am I wrong in
So
saying?
it's not feeling, it's not a substitute. If you look, go to line 14. It says consistent with. That language remains.
Okay, so you're leaving a portion of it, so you're deleting
Yes.
most, okay, my apologies. I thought it was taking all of it out and adding new language in.
I just worded it in a way that would be less complex.
Okay, so. Okay, so let me go ahead and read it. Tell me if this sounds right, if I'm reading this correctly. It would be strike, that the board strikes lines 1 through 16 and replaces it with age.
For clarity, it's 11.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's
11 through
okay. I just
16.
wanted to make certain we had clarity.
Thank you. 11 through 16, and replace with agents of LEAs and LEA supervisors shall engage consistent with section 53G6 803 and subsection 53G10 205 2B. Do we?
So
I just have just a point of order real quick here.
Yeah.
Do we use the term agents of LEAs? So we don't really know. Would we just put LEAs? Because agents of LEAs, we don't use that terminology. Is that accurate? Okay, go ahead, Angie.
So the code does use that terminology, but
Angie hit it again.
it does say agents, I'm pretty certain. And if I'm wrong, I'll own it. But I really don't want an LEA supervisor. I would like it to be there because I want it to modify the agent. So whoever the agent is, whether it's a paraeducator or an instructional coach or a counselor, regardless of who that is, and then their supervisors shall engage consistent with those two code lines. And then I would still like to speak to the motion if possible.
Okay, I just want a clarifying on this. Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Bragas, I am not seeing the word agent anywhere in 53G10-205. It may be somewhere else in another section of code. So we've been drafting up there, sorry, I'm getting back, is maybe to say an LEA, including an LEA's employee, I don't even know if we need to say supervisor, but we could say an LEA's employee or agent shall, yeah. It does, you could just say an LEA shall. So it could just be an LEA shall engage consistent with. One thing I will just mention is the existing language in subsection 4 does speak to when a student refrains or a parent requests a waiver. And I didn't know if you wanted to start with that to just give the context, because the rest of the rule doesn't necessarily nod to what is causing them to look at 53G 6803 and 53G 10205. So I didn't know if you wanted to, when a student refrains or a parent waives the student or anyway.
Oh, yes. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So my point or my purpose in leaving that out is that it seems in draft 4 that we've taken the parental aspect of this out and implied that this has to come from the student, and it just seems to me to be very verbose. So I tried to really encompass all of 205 in that idea that we just engage consistent with the code, and I would still like to speak to the motion. I'm not opposed to more clarifying language. I just would like to keep it very high level and umbrella so that we're not narrowing the scope, because well, may I speak to the motion?
Well, I think you are. Do you want to finish speaking to the motion?
Yes, I would love to speak to the motion. I think if we pass this draft 4 as written, we're going to end up in admin rules. The legislature was very, very clear with this code. It passed by a supermajority, and I don't think that's where we want to be. And I think we need to just have clarity that we've got code lines, and we expect our LEAs and all those who they contract with and employ to follow them. So that would be my speaking to the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else speaking to this motion? Board Member Carey, do I have you speaking to this? Okay, so the motion is that the board strike lines 1 through 16 of draft 4 and replace with an LEA shall engage consistent with section 53G 6803 and subsection 53G 10205 2B. All those in favor, raise your hand. Oh, okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, I have 3. I have Board Member Klein, Board Member Bogus, and Board Member Green. And all those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, so the numbers are 11 to 3, 11 opposed, 3 in favor. Are you speaking now? Okay, get in the queue. Okay, Board Member Carey. Okay, the outcome of that was 11 against and 3 for, and so it failed. Go ahead.
With the primary maker of the motion's permission, I would like to make a friendly amendment and then speak to the amendment.
Go ahead.
So on line 13, we have, and the school shall work together. The parent and the school shall work. I would like to change shall to may.
Okay. Is there any opposition to that? No opposition, so we'll go ahead and make that change right now.
And can I speak to it?
No, we just made it.
Oh.
I'm kidding. Go ahead. You can speak
We didn't want to hear you speak to it.
Why don't you
That's
speak to the whole thing in general? Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say, again, this came up in law and licensing, and it was a healthy debate. The debate didn't stay along party lines and the lines we typically see sometimes develop. There was a lot of passion and healthy argument, not in the sense that it was heated, but in the sense that we were really trying to help each other understand what it was that was happening here. I am a big believer and proponent of 205, but after we had that law and licensing meeting, I reached out to, as I'm sure we all did, members in the legislature to try to get more insight and understanding on this. And in that process, I reread several times 53 G10 205. And it says that, once a student refrains from participating, the school may offer an alternative. It's not required to. It doesn't have to. If the parent keeps making unreasonable demands, I think the language is clear that the school can say, we're done. We've tried to accommodate this. We can't. And I believe that the language, and I commend Leanne and several others. When I was reached out to about the changed language, I told the board member that reached out to me, good luck, because I saw what happened in law and licensing. I didn't think you could bring those sides together. But kudos to Board Member Wood. She continued to work on this and continued to solicit advice and differing opinions. And again, I do believe that the language in the amended motion does comply with the law and as it's written. And so I would support the amended motion.
Okay, and we have a comment from Member Bogus. Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So, Vice Chair, I am wondering how we are consistent with 205 if we are preventing promotion based on refraining, because that's how I read this. That there has to be an alternative for mastery, but if the standard itself is what is objected to, an alternative is not going to do the thing. Like, it's not going to get it done. So I'm wondering how this language is consistent with 205.
And I'm going to try to answer that, and you can tell me if in my view, 53G6803, where it talks about alternative methods for getting credit, would be a methodology in which that could take place. There's a variety of ways there. So I think, did that answer your question?
No.
Okay.
Because the content or the core standard itself, if that is what is being objected to, it doesn't matter how you do it. They don't want their child subjected to that content or standard. So there's a real logical conclusion that says we will end up needing to promote kids who did not master core standards. And so as this is written, either we kick them forward and they don't master it, or we're coming in conflict with 205.
Okay. Board Member Carey, did you have a comment to that?
If I could, Vice Chair, I thought originally the same thing. My analysis brought me to that same endpoint. But if we look at the denial of offering an alternative as a punishment, then we have to look at the effort to accommodate the request as an incentive. And the law makes clear we can offer neither an incentive nor a punishment. So if we look at this and say, hey, the mere fact that someone is not participating, the natural consequences of that decision not to participate, they are not being punished per se because of by an extra action. This is a natural result of the decision that student or that parent made. And just like we wouldn't look at it and say, well, look, the school just offered 3 different alternatives, they're incentivizing this behavior, we wouldn't look at it that way. And so the natural consequence of a parent saying, I don't want to participate, therefore you're not going to get the credit, could not be looked at in that same vein. Thank you.
And just maybe to add to that, I'm just looking at the code I just referenced, but there are options, meaning the test out of a course or demonstrating competency. And I understand you're saying it may be the standard itself, right? It will just, I think as those come up, I mean, I think that those are going to have to be dealt with. But to say that, oh, you just automatically move kids on, I think there has to be some accountability. So that's the language here, which I strongly encourage us to go with, is it should be work together. It should be, let's work together to find what needs to happen. And so I think for the most part, as I've reached out to my districts, several of them over the last couple of weeks, that is their commitment, and that's what they have been doing. and will continue to do. So I think there may be times when we have some issues that come up with this, but I think by and large, most districts are going to work with their parents. They see this as a way to work with them, and there's a clarity of the language here under the, I think we put a fine point on it with the law this year, saying these are areas to be particularly concerned with, but I think we're going to see people working together, and I think that's the ideal situation. Board Member Klein, I have your, hold on.
I had a comment too. But
Can you, for some reason, it only lets me mute all, or what did I miss?
I don't have mine on yet.
What am I missing? I don't have,
Lean over into.
oh, got it. There's a
Okay.
second screen.
So I think that this gets to we're getting to the heart of a lot of the issues that parents are facing right now as far as being in a system that is compulsory, but a system that also has requirements of them that may not be accommodating their constitutional rights. And so is it okay for a system to, does the system's requirements trump a student or a parent's inalienable rights? And I would argue no, that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and that we cannot create a system that fundamentally denies a parent, a citizen, anybody, their fundamental rights. And when we took our oath of office, that is what we took an oath to do, is to defend those rights of individuals, those constitutional inalienable rights. Most fundamentally, those rights of conscience and religious belief. And so when we are in a secular system that does not honor those beliefs but creates requirements that fundamentally goes against them, we find ourselves in a really precarious situation. And it's our job as elected officials who have taken an oath of office to uphold and defend and protect those rights to fix the system. The system is what needs fixing, not the parent, not the child. The system needs to be fixed to accommodate and protect those inalienable rights. And that is where we are at. And so when you pit a parent or a child against a system that has requirements, the system is going to win every time. And that's oppression, that's tyrannical, that is un-American. And so we have a problem, and it's our job to fix it. It's not the parent's job to fix it.
Okay,
they're the lighthouse, and we need to move and accommodate, and not the other way around.
Okay, Board Member Hart, do you have a comment?
Yeah, a diploma has to mean something, and that's why we set standards, and that's why we have a standards committee, and that's why we spend so much time on standards. When you all of a sudden say, for whatever reason, that a standard is not important or can be just waived, you really are wading in some territory that has a lot of unintended consequences. The law and the various related laws, such as the one that Vice Chair Earl was quoting from, has a lot of alternatives included in it. We cannot insulate people from natural consequences of their decisions. And when you make a decision, you personally are making a decision about what consequences you accept. And that's just a basic, that's not a punishment, that's not an incentive. There are a set of standards. If we're going to go down that road, then there's no point in writing standards, because at any point, they're not required for graduation. The diploma means less. So at some point, there has to be an understanding, there are mechanisms to different paths to the same destination. There are independent studies. There are things you can do at the school level. There's different schools. There's private schools with a voucher. There are various remedies. In fact, I would argue more than the average state. Our little old state offers quite a number of them. You can't expect an LEA to simply say, okay, that's just waived and that's just, you don't like any of the alternatives, okay. If you're gonna take that to its logical conclusion, I don't know that everybody is aware of how many high school students are missing credits and how much work is done in that last semester of high school to get work done. And if this is one of the avenues to free that responsibility of that work, you're creating a huge unintended consequence. I think the remedies are there for people that truly have an objection to the work. I just don't think it's our responsibility to shield them from natural consequences of those decisions. It doesn't make a diploma unreachable. It means that they need to choose a different path.
Okay, I'm going to have you
Yeah.
get back on.
Sorry.
You're good.
I have a real.
I'm just like, I know everybody's got their emotion thing, so we need to stay on the actual.
I oppose.
The actual, okay.
Any changes to that.
So, all right.
You're right.
Board Member Davis, you haven't spoken yet. Do you want to go ahead and?
Yeah, I'll just briefly say I'm probably no's to most of this. I mean, I'll vote for the amendment, but because I think what should have happened initially is that right of conscience should have been put into our parent rights code that we already have, and that would have saved everyone months of this. So anyway, I'll speak. I think the amendment does make it better, and I do appreciate Member Wood for making an attempt to try to create some sense into all the parental rights codes that we have. So thank you for doing that. And if it's hard for me to see the lights, but if there are no other lights, I call the question. Even if there aren't any other lights, I call the question. If there are.
There are two other lights. They've spoken before.
And I call the question.
Okay. Okay. So the question's been called. Is that seconded? Okay. So. No, on the actual. It was amended without. We already amended without objection. I already asked if there was anybody that objected to adding may instead of shall, so it would be the full. It would be the full.
Well, my bad. I thought we hadn't voted on the amendment yet.
So, are you calling a question on that, or would you like to continue? Okay, is that still seconded? Whoever seconded before? Okay, so we're going to vote on calling the question. Yes, it is may. Yep. Okay, so those in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in favor. Those opposed? Board Member Green, Board Member Klein, Board Member Bogus. So that's 11 to 3, right? So that the question's been called, and the motion is. Do you want to scroll up? That the board approve R277707 draft 4 as amended. Is that accurate? On second and final reading. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favor. 9, or what are you, Board Member Straight? Are you up or down? Did you count that? Okay. Okay, those that are opposed, raise your hand. Those that are opposed. Okay, so we have Board Member Klein, Board Member Davis, Board Member Green, and Board Member Bogus are opposed. So the vote is 10-4, so it is approved. Sarah's right there. She's right there. So, yeah. Okay, she wants it in a different part of code. Okay, Unless I turned myself off. Okay, we're moving to the next one, 4.8. Chair Hymas, do you want to? Oh, I'm so sorry.
I believe we're on
4.9.
4.9.
Yes.
R277-415, School Nurses Matching Fund.
Okay, looks
Hold
like.
on a second, let me
Ooh,
give you a
okay.
motion.
Yeah, give me the motion.
The committee moves that the board approve R277-415, School Nurses Matching Fund, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion is that the board approve R277-415, School Nurses Matching Fund, Draft 1 on second and final reading. We have a comment by Board Member Bogus.
Yes, I would move to amend.
Okay, that's in order.
I would move to unstrike 98 and 99.
Line 98 and line 99? Or
Yes.
is it a number? Okay, so let's get that up. Is there a second? Well, I guess let's see what it is, right? Okay. Okay, I would like, give me
To unstrike.
oh, unstrike. Okay, let me actually see what that is. We can read that out. What number are we on again? Sorry. 4.9. Okay, so 98 and 99. So we're unstriking, nothing in this rule gives any medical provider authorization to prescribe medications to a student without the written consent of the student's parent or guardian.
Yes.
I did. Board Member Green seconded it. So, okay, do we have a staff member that could speak to why that was maybe stricken in the first place? Looks like Director Rasmussen is going to come up and address that. Chair, or Board Member Bogus, do you have a specific question you'd like me to ask him?
Perhaps. I just don't know why anyone would prescribe anything to a minor without the express written parental consent.
Okay.
So I'm wondering why we're removing that as an expectation of our.
Okay, so Director Rasmussen, can you address that?
Thank you. So just as a reminder as to the background for why the rule changes are being made here, the funding for the school nurses, as this rule previously governed, has been taken away. And so the rule language in there was in place basically to govern the school nursing program and what was required in correlation with that. Because that funding's gone, we've basically stricken everything from the rule, but are hoping to have the board just change it to cover the reporting requirements that are needed for those two reports, which we still work with the Department of Health to maintain. So the language to unstrike that would be unrelated to anything that's left in the rule. It would be kind of a, the board can decide if they feel that it should remain there, but it wouldn't be related to anything that's left in the rule.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand where it falls in the rule. So it would actually fall under 1, 2, it would be 3 then? Under what section? Just so there's a reference here for everyone.
There will only be one.
So LEA report submission. So this falls under LEA report submission. We would have a line that says, nothing in this rule gives any medical provider authorization to prescribe medications to a student without the written consent of a student's parent or guardian under this is what you have to report. Okay.
So for clarity, may I?
Yes, please.
So then where is the prohibition in our rules? Where have we mobilized it to?
Go ahead. Do you want to direct it this way and then I'll direct it that way?
Oh.
Yep, you looked at me. Okay, go ahead.
I don't think there was ever any prohibition. I think this was kind of, I'm not sure how this ended up in the rule before, but there wouldn't, I don't think there's any place we can specifically direct you to on that.
I don't know.
Kendra, is there any place?
I don't know why it does. It's doing some weird things. So,
We may-
do we have someone, do we have another?
Kendra, can you come up?
Yes, Chair Hymas, go
Thank
ahead.
you. I just want to clarify here, and this might help, maybe it won't, but if you recognize that section 1 is the only thing that was kept, and then lines 17 through 19, the purpose of the rule is to specify data collection requirements in connection with funds received for school nursing. It has nothing to do with distributing medication. So I think we're having a conversation that is not relevant here. And
the
I'd love
rule
to spend
itself.
30 minutes on this,
Okay.
but I don't think it's relevant.
Board Member Bogus, does that alter your?
So with that in mind, I would withdraw the motion. I just would wonder where this is explicitly at, because I don't know why it was in here. You don't know why it was in here, right? But clearly it was put in here for a reason.
Okay.
And so anyhow, it just is what it is. But if it has no bearing on the thing, I read this all many times. It is what it is.
All right. I apologize. I do not know staff's name, but if you would please identify yourself and it's us. Okay, there we go.
Kendra Muir, School Nurse Wellness Specialist at USBE. So that same line is it is in the medication for administration for students. It's in a different law. So this
Okay.
law is specific to the data requirements.
Okay, and if you wouldn't mind, would you send that just on to Board Member Bogus? If I suppose maybe others might want that too, so you could just send it to Ben. Ben can send it out. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the motion before us is that the board approve R277415, School Nurses Matching Fund, Draft 1 on second and final reading. All those in favor, say aye, or raise your hand. Raise your hand. It looks like it's unanimous for those that are here, so we're missing 2. And then Chair Hymas?
Thank you. Vice Chair Earl, we are on agenda item 4.10, R277-437, open enrollment. This is a continuation. The committee moves that the board continue R277-437, open enrollment, on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board continue R277-437, open enrollment, on second and final reading. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Go ahead on 4.11. So demanding, but we got you.
Agenda item 4.11, Board Policy 5003, Student Data Policy Advisory Group. The committee moves that the board approve the amendments to Board Policy 5003, Student Data Policy Advisory Group.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve the amendments to Board Policy 5003, Student Data Policy Advisory Group. And we have a comment. Board Member Klein, do you have a question? Oh, my apologies. Member Bogus. Okay. Member Bogus?
Thank you. I have a question and a possible amendment. It just seems like it's outside the scope of authority to have the Director of Privacy excuse a board member. And I don't know, it just
Are
seems
you
weird.
looking
So
at
I'm
a-
wondering what the purpose of that was.
Is there a specific line you're looking at so we can all?
Yes, 72 and 73.
Okay.
I'll read it out loud. It says, if a voting member misses 2 or more consecutive meetings without being excused by the Director of Privacy, the committee may request that the board remove the member and appoint a replacement. And my concern is not with the board removing. My concern is the excusal process. It's not defined in here that I read. It causes me some consternation. I'm wondering what the purpose was and maybe if we've
Do you
had
have an
issues.
amendment or a suggested amendment, or do you want to find out more information?
I would like
prior okay.
to understand that better.
Is there someone that can give us some clarity?
And I have a possible amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My understanding is that with this this language was kind of copied from another board policy on one of the other committees. I think perhaps APAC, not 100% sure off the top of my head, but I think that was the impetus for this, was they were just trying to to address the issue by making it similar to a different policy.
May I
Okay,
amend?
and then Chair,
Oh, sorry.
Chair Hymas, are you on?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm hoping to address Member Bogus's concern as well. I think this is to minimize empty meetings, right? So you have somebody who doesn't show up, who did not reach out to the director, just is a no-show for 2 or more meetings. The director has that authority to say, hey, board members, maybe we consider somebody else.
Oh, so that was going to be my amendment. May I move that amendment?
But, well, I think it's already in there. That's how I read it.
So
It says, if a voting member misses 2 or more consecutive meetings without being excused by the Director of Privacy, so if they haven't reached out to the Director of Privacy, the committee may request that the board remove, the committee may request that the board remove the member and appoint a replacement. And remember, board members are not voting members. It has voting and non-voting members are listed.
Yeah, and I understand
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Can I move an amendment?
Yeah, I was just going to try to keep it back this way, but yes, go
sorry.
ahead.
I would move
You're
to
right.
amend line 72
Okay. What would
without
you-
providing notice to the Director of Privacy.
At the end of it?
No.
Oh.
We would strike the words being excused by and without providing notice to. I think to me, and may I speak to the motion once it has a
Yeah,
second?
yeah. We need a second. Okay, there's a second on there. Go ahead.
So, to me, there's a difference between the director not liking the reason someone is absent and just not showing up.
And do you want excuse stricken?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's see if that works.
And I don't have any issues with the committee and all that stuff. I just think
Without being stricken.
we're adults, and if we're no showing, then we need to be replaced. But I think we're also adults, and I'm wondering if the reason is just not good enough. I mean, are we going to clarify the reasons that are excusable? It's just
Okay.
a thought.
Perfect. So we're striking without being excused, I think. Or excused by, okay. Oh. So it just has, Board Member Bogus, let me make sure I'm correct on this. You're going to be striking being excused by. And then we're replacing with without providing notice to. Whoever seconded that, are you still good with that? Okay. Okay, we have a comment from Board Member Klein.
Not on this part.
Okay, not on this. Board Member Lear.
I have to say, I've been on this committee like I felt like my whole life, and at least since I was on the board. And I will vote for this, but for this a proposed amendment. But the directors, and I've seen 3 or 4 of them turn over, and they have never questioned a board member or said your excuse is not good enough. I think it's kind of insulting. So I'm okay about the changed language, but that is not something staff has ever done, and I'm a little bothered that the words are being, the suggestion that a staff member would be demanding or rude.
Okay, we are going to vote on this. The motion, or the amendment is that we're striking being excused by on line 72 and replace with providing notice to. All those in favor, raise your hand. Are we committed all now? Okay, all those opposed? Okay, we have two in opposition. That would be Board Member Norton and Board Member Straight. So it's, what are we at? 12-2. Okay, it passes. So we're back to the original motion. And Board Member Klein, do you have a comment?
Yes, I just have a couple questions. I'm also on this committee, and we haven't met. It feels like it's been a year. It was supposed to be meeting every month or quarterly, and the reason has been given that there isn't anything to do. But my last meeting before David Chalet left, I gave a whole list of concerns of areas that I felt like we, as a committee, needed to address. Because tech is taking over our schools, the data privacy is becoming, it hasn't been updated since like 2018, before COVID, before everything went online. We've got apps galore that teachers and schools are using, and there is very little control over what is happening in that realm. And yet this is being done, this restructuring of this committee is being done under the guise of there's just not that much to do. We will just call meetings as needed. And yet at the same time, it's being restructured to be a voting and non-voting body, where before I don't think it was, I don't think it was a voting body. We were discussing things, but I don't remember ever taking votes on anything. And so it sounds like they're upping the importance of the committee while also trying to diminish its importance
Do
by
you have an
having some
amendment
voting
then?
and
Yeah.
some not voting and bringing more people onto it, but meeting less. It doesn't make sense.
So do you
in
have
my
something
mind.
that you would like, or are you
I
speaking
I'm
in
just
opposition?
Speaking in
Okay.
opposition to it because it doesn't make sense in my
Okay.
mind, and I feel like there is more issues than ever to be addressed in this area, and I don't believe we should be meeting less. We should be meeting more, and I don't know why board members would be non-voting as opposed to bringing in more stakeholders that then do get the vote. None of it makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the motion before us is that the board approve the amendments to Board Policy 5003. I don't need to see how it was amended, though, like we just, okay. Student Data Policy Advisory Group. All those in favor, raise your hand. Would you like me to repeat it? We are voting on the student, the motion is that the board approve the amendments to Board Policy 5003, Student Data Privacy Advisory Group. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, that would be Board Member Klein and Board Member Straight. So we've got 12 in favor, so that passes. 2 opposed. So number 12? Yes, okay, yeah, okay, right.
Thank you. We are on agenda item 4.12, R277-626, Special Needs Opportunity Scholarship Program. The committee moves that the board approve R277-626, Special Needs Opportunity Scholarship Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-626 Special Needs Opportunity Scholarship Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Board Member Bogus is opposed. Okay, so next one, 413.
Thank you. Agenda item 4.13, R277-718, Out-of-School Time Program Quality Improvement Grants. This is a continuation. The committee moves that the board continue R277-718, Out-of-School Time Program Quality Improvement Grants on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board continue R277-718 Out-of-School Time Program Quality Improvement Grants on second and final reading. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, there are 2 in opposition, Board Member Klein and Board Member Bogus, so that's 12-14. Go ahead, on number 14.
Agenda item 4.14, R277-552, Charter School Timelines and Approval Processes. The committee moves that the board approve R277-552, Charter School Timelines and Approval Processes, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-552 Charter School Timelines and Approval Process, Draft 1 on second and final reading. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Looks like that was unanimous. And then the last item, 4.15.
Agenda item 4.15, Board Policy 1004, Advisory Groups. The committee moves that the board approve Board Policy 1004, Advisory Groups, Draft 2.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve Board Policy 1004, Advisory Groups, Draft 2. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? And that is 2 in opposition, Board Member Straight and Board Member Davis. And we are done. Little dance. So, okay, we're going to do a little break up here and turn it over to Superintendent. So Superintendent Dixon, if you need to stretch just a little bit, stand behind your chair, do a little stretch, but you're on. We're excited to have you.
All right. Let's just want to make sure Employer of the Month comes in. While my driver of slides is coming up, I'll make sure that we've got our Employee of the Month coming in. We went through those last items so quickly, ma'am, that we are just, it's okay, everybody can just take a little bit of a brain break, just a little, Yeah. All right, here we go. Okay, this month I am so excited to introduce our Employees of the Month to you. This is the first time I can ever remember having 2 Employees of the Month at once, and we are excited to announce that our Employees of the Month are Claudio Duque and Tony Peterson. And I'm pretty sure that every board member has had a fabulous interaction with these 2 wonderful women. Claudio, are you here? Oh, come up to the table and sit next to Mr. Bartlett. Yes, we're going to do it up big today, ma'am. So it has been so fun to hear the things that people have to say about Claudio and Tony, and I just so fervently remember Lieutenant Governor Henderson, should I just say that right? Yes, Lieutenant Governor, came to swear in somebody, so new members, I guess, and I watched her walk out the door, and she turned around and came back in and stopped and talked to Claudio and just talked to her about the feeling that she had when she came in, how she felt so warm and welcomed. And for her to walk out the door and come back and make that effort, it just speaks volumes as to how people feel when they walk in the door. And there is nothing better than walking up to our front desk or seeing Tony or Claudio working down in the mail room, or just like they just do everything for everybody. They are all over the place. And, you know, I want to just go back a little time in history, or a little, I guess that would be history, wouldn't it? Going back in time. So I'll go back in time. And I guess it was probably not quite 2 years ago. And prior to that time, we used to have every assistant in this office on a schedule, and they would just rotate through the front office. And it seemed fair, but it wasn't real efficient. People would just get started on a project. It would be their time to take over for a break or use their slot. And it just, we just thought about it. And I would credit Cammie Wilcox and those who convened with her to solve this problem, to say, why don't we have 2 permanent people? We always need help in the mailroom. We have an internal control that when we take in money, that we need somebody there to help with receipting. Like, we just had these various things that needed to happen in our office, and we decided to invest in 2 permanent positions. And it has made all the difference. I think we've only had a handful of times where people have filled in for Tony and Claudio, and Tony just happens to be on annual today. I think she's on vacation, which is good for her, but bad for us that we can't see her in person. So there are so many kind things that people have said about these two, but just they really set the tone for the agency from the minute people walk in the door till the minute they leave. And I can't be more thrilled than to honor Claudio and Tony. Now we're adding something new this calendar year, or fiscal year rather. So starting July 1, we are adding an incentive award. We give people a fun water bottle that's kind of special and a certificate and all of those things. And then we give them 8 hours of OA time, and they don't always get to use it or choose not to use it because they're so busy. So we decided to add a little incentive award to the pot, which is exciting. So we're going back starting July 1. So that would include Jody Kaufman and Malia Height, and now Tony and Claudio. So just so heartfelt. Everybody loves these two women so deeply in this office, and we're happy to be able to honor them. So congratulations. See. Thank you, everyone. Claudio said to me today when I was talking to her, she said, you know, I just love to work in a place where, I'll just summarize, basically that people are mission driven and they're doing very important work, and she wants to just be any little part of that that she can. And I think that speaks so highly of the work that they do. So congratulations and thank you, Claudio.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm honored to be part of this amazing team. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I want to also highlight an opportunity that Deputy Stallings and I had, and I'll get into the details a little bit, but I've just been thinking about how I feel every fall. When school starts up, there's such energy. I feel like I'm back to my teaching days where you're like gearing up and learning things all summer and thinking about preparing for your classroom. And that's how I felt coming back when I see kids at school. Although when you get stuck in a school zone, you suddenly remember there are all sorts of elements to the school year. But I love the complexity, the excitement, just the feel of going back to school. And when I know school is starting, I don't sleep well the night before. It's just all these years later still feel that way. So it's a time to refuel, and I'll just show you a snippet of what Deputy Stallings and I were able to experience recently. Oh, it's a strange thing to end on. Sorry about that. But yeah, so we had the opportunity to attend this great refueling flight, and it's the 151st Airborne refueling team. And they take this civil flight, or they just invite different government officials, and we were able to actually be at the tail end of the plane watching that happen. So there's a gentleman that almost has like a joystick to make that happen, and then there's two little pads side by side where you can view it, and that it looks like it's open, but it's really this window, and you just watch the precision. And I was also able to sit in the jump seat and take off. And I was so overwhelmed by all of the precision, the teamwork, the complexity of that flight. Everybody had a job of checking beforehand and during the flight, and everybody had a role to play. And there were so many things that went on. I just kept saying to Angie, this is just so reminiscent of the complexity of a school system. And I just could not help but reflect on even our portrait of a graduate and thinking about those who serve in the military. And we have one of the best examples in our own Scott Jones and Jared Felt. I mean, the qualities that these men bring of integrity and hard work and perseverance and empathy and just loyalty to country and being mission driven. All of those things, when I think about the purpose part of our map and think about how do those things play out and can they be taught, we certainly saw that in this flight and seeing everybody's role and their commitment to the overall mission. So it was an amazing experience. And the next part of this is that, so we were invited by Chief Master Sergeant, and he's now the State Command Chief of the Utah Air National Guard, Brian Garrett. And you have seen Brian, who's on the left of your picture. He has been to board meeting before when Ben Rasmussen brings forward the Purple Star Family Program and the support that we have for military children and spouses. And here's Brigadier General Daniel Boyack, who the very next day was named as the commander of the Utah Air National Guard. And he presented me on behalf of the board with his coin. And he talked to us about the symbolism of the Mountain West Militia and the actual elements to the coin. So I'll pass these around. And then also, so the one that he gave us is the one that's dark blue. And then Chief Master Sergeant Garrett gave the other one. So I'll pass those around that you can see them because they are on your behalf for the way that you and staff members support military spouses, military children. And we take the time in board meeting every year to honor Purple Star families. So thanks to Ben and his work and to licensing for the ways that they have prioritized military spouse licensure as well. So that was an honor on your behalf, and just wanted to share that experience with you. I could spend hours on the details of the things that Angie and I learned, but it was a great experience, and just so thrilled to be able to be a part of that. So I'll move into the strategic plan update, which is part of my monthly report. And this time we're going to the goal of personalized learning. And remember that there are strategies under each one of these goals. So you can see strategy 4A there on building capacity of school personnel to advance these practices, and we do so through professional learning. So the two I want to highlight, the two actions are meaningful inclusion and surveys during parent conference series. We've talked last month a little bit about the meaningful inclusion conferences. And as part of the conference, where there were over 2,400 participants throughout the summer, there was a portrait of meaningful inclusion. So what does inclusion really look like? And that was introduced to the larger community, and they gave feedback. So those in our office, the leads of this project, gathered all of that feedback to then make changes or additions or substitutions into the document. Dr. Norman and I had the opportunity to attend Career Path High yesterday, where we saw inclusion in place. Every student there had an adult advocate, a plan to move forward, a very personalized plan for them to really walk away with a first credential when they leave high school, as connected to the Davis Tech Center. So seeing that inclusive environment was so wonderful. You could walk into a classroom and see a lot of adults being very attentive to the students. And we had student docents that spent the morning with us. And it was really powerful to hear and to see and to experience how they are involved in inclusive practices. And I credit Stacy Hutchins, their director, for the vision that she has to make that happen. The second part of that is a system of support by gathering feedback from parents. And there is a parent conference series that began on August 28th and is running through September 19th. And again, this is a way for us to collect feedback and surveys on what does meaningful inclusion look like. So I think we're reporting that maybe next month in board meeting, if I'm correct. I guess proper procedure, we will bring it to leadership to see if it applies to the agenda for October, but looking forward to the data that we got back from parents. The next strategy is looking at structures and supports that empower each student to leverage their unique assets to demonstrate the knowledge, skills, and dispositions that we see in the Portrait Graduate and competencies therein. So there have been a number of educators, including our staff members, that have been developing best practices, and a way to do that, they've created playing cards. And I've seen a number of programs where you just have, we call them playing cards, but they're just these very quick reference cards that teachers can use, educators can use, so that you're not digging through a lot of papers and research, but you've got them right there in hand. So those are available if you're interested in seeing those. And then again, just surveys that are trying to capture how are people feeling about Porch for Graduate, what are you doing in your LEA? And I talked a little bit about this last time, but and from last time, I had a couple of questions asked of me. What does that look like in our state? So the handout that you'll get, you'll be able to see this. You also gave feedback that you appreciated a handout of my remarks last month, so you'll be able to see all of the strategies. And then this part is on the handout, and this is looking at those LEAs who didn't reply to the survey, which is fine, those who have adopted the Porch for Graduate as outlined in our materials, those who have developed their own version, which is the majority, and that's what we were hoping to see, that people do the work to get with their communities and say, what does it look like when students leave our system and our LEA? That is the preferred methodology for sure. And then there are a couple who have just said, we're not going down that road, which again, that is fine. And then we ask the same of our charters, and you can see the data here. So again, the majority are doing their own work, bringing people together to say, what should it look like when our students leave our system? And the conversation, the process is as powerful, if not more powerful, than the outcome. Moving on to 4C, this is looking at evidence, utilizing multiple points of evidence of learning in actual ways to foster meaningful, personalized, competency-based learning experiences. So we've had a lot of people say, in a number of arenas, we wish we had better ways to conduct formative assessment that are teacher-driven, not necessarily standardized, but just a toolkit that can help us know how to better determine how well students are doing. And then also, especially from the middle school, we've heard this from Vice Chair Hart and others about specific to middle school, they haven't found a lot of formative tools that they could use. So those who are working on these strategies have developed a formative assessment toolkit, and specifically for middle school. And we have links on our website that we can direct you to, and I don't think they're on the handout, but we can get those to you if you want to look further into the formative assessment work. You're going to hear more from Lindsay Henderson in a moment, so I will not steal any of her thunder, other than to say that we are getting a lot of national press for the work that we're doing in mathematics. And we've had this wonderful pilot going on to, again, use the formative assessments and the toolkit that Lindsay helped direct, but really looking at data as the new literacy. And what does that mean when we talk about data science? So you'll hear more from Lindsay, but we're getting national attention. Today there was a article released in 74. Is it 74? Just 74, right? Is it thus 74? And USA Today mentioned it this past week. So really getting a lot of attention for Utah standing out of getting higher proficiency rates in classrooms that have engaged in this pilot, as well as our NAEP score that stayed flat. So everybody's wanting to know what we're doing in mathematics, and you'll hear more about that from Lindsay. And then last but not least, the partnership that we've had with our Utah Technical Colleges and our system of higher education and workforce to align what does this look like. So one of the things we've been asked for time and time again is data, meaning how well are our kids doing? How do we know? How are they transitioning? How many are going to college? How are we doing in terms of enrolling kids in higher level courses like concurrent enrollment, IB, AP, and we have dashboards for all of those things. So we have a dashboard for early college and FAFSA. There's also a graduation credential focus group, so it was interesting to have that conversation on Rule 277-700 and think about the work that will be coming forward for you as a board to discuss and define about what does graduation really need to look like. We've had about 400 stakeholders so far working and talking about some preliminary work. And then last but not least, CTE enrollment. remember that you've had a lot of data come to you over the past couple of years on completers and concentrators. And when students take more than their required CTE coursework, that they have a much higher percentage of graduation and completion of a certificate in college, at least further certificates and going on and completing college. So some really good data around that, and we wanted to be able to show that on a dashboard, and that will be forthcoming this winter before the first of next year. So some great work coming out of trying to be more transparent with our data. And I think and this is an example of enrollment in early college courses that I wanted to share with you. And with that drive-by of everything, personalized learning, I will end my remarks there. And I think that takes us to acknowledgement of student artwork. I jumped way down to the end. Did you like how I did that? I actually did. I was on a roll. Okay. And it's because I wanted to save the best for last with our artwork. I thought that would be such a great break going into standards and assessment and new employees. So if we could switch it up a little bit. And Michelle Watts, are you ready for new employees, or will it take you a bit to tee up? Have you got that, Ryan? Okay, Selena, thank you. I just love the artwork so much every time, and these are so fun. I just feel like it's a great way that you can all come and see the jokes before you take a little break. Selena, you ready? Selena, will you introduce yourself? I don't know that they have been able to hear from you before.
I think I'm on. Okay. All right, I'm Selena. I'm in HR, Selena Johansson, and I support USBE in HR. And then I'm going to be reviewing the new hires. We have a big group. This is through May through September of this year. So I will try to quickly get through them. So the first one we have is Maggie Cummings. She's an educational specialist. Her previous work was with Salt Lake City School District as a principal. Then we have Kelsey Grissman, an educational specialist, program improvement specialist, and she is continuing with USBE. She was a planning system specialist previously. Then Julie Lundell, educational specialist. Her previous work was with Davis School District as a principal. Kelsey McKnight, executive secretary. She came from DHHS as with DCFS. Jeff Wilcox, fiscal monitor, previously with the 2nd District Court as a coordinator. Nicole Sanchez, student data privacy specialist. Her previous work was with Granite School District as a coach. Holly Koros, educational specialist from Granite School District as a teacher. Corey Starley, fiscal monitor, was with the state as a division of finance as a financial manager. April Painter, educational specialist from Davis School District as a teacher. Keisha Anderson, child nutrition specialist, previous Jordan School District as a dietitian. Navidya Murthy, research consultant 2. Dina Wicker, educational specialist from, I'm not quite sure how to say, Academy. Entheos, thank you, as a director. Lindsay Bard from Weber School District as a principal. Megan Carlisle, Salt Lake School District as a 5th grade teacher. Amy Fulmer from Garfield School District as a science teacher. Melinda Singh from the Salt Lake County Health Department as a dietitian. Jordan Green, researcher 2 from DHHS as a data steward. Katie Jones from Washington County School District as a coach. Then Riley Hogg, Raymond Central Schools, previous work with science teacher. Jamie Workman, Canyon School District, also as a coach. Brittany
And I have interacted with so many of these folks in the last month or so, and they are just ready to go and right on. And we had our truck extravaganza, our food truck extravaganza, in which means 3 trucks really, in August. And it's always so fun. We pretend that we do that for all of our new hires, but it's fun to be out in the parking lot and hanging out together and meeting new people and getting to know our new employees, and they're fabulous. We just are so lucky to get such great people. And then last but not least, we have 3 new team members of our arts team. So if you all will come up, and we're going to do something a little bit different this time. We're going to have all 3 of them share the student art. And Jamie, make sure that you share your fun fact. I think the board will be interested in your little fun fact that you shared, your factoid that you shared with me yesterday. Okay, Lori, are you going to start off?
I think I'm hot. Yeah. Well, no, I don't think I'm hot. Excuse me. The microphone is on. Yes. Okay, first faux pas. Hello, I'm Lori Bayevsky. I am your new Fine Arts and BTS coordinator. And I want to thank you, first of all, before I introduce the art, I want to thank you for just continued support in creating what you're seeing on the walls. And this is, of course, you know, just a small snippet of what has been built over the years. And in 15 years, I do also want to say that the state of Utah is a model. It's a national model. And as the superintendent was sharing around other areas, I think arts also is right there smack in the center of the spotlight. And when we talk about resiliency and when we talk about high impact practices, what you're seeing on the wall is a fragment of what this work is doing for our students around retention, health, and well-being. And so as I introduce the art and my colleagues here, we'll couple that with, you know, both going, you'll see the prompts that the students received. And you'll notice that it both goes deep within the discipline of the art form, and also it hits on so many other subjects. And so what we're talking about is really a holistic education, which is what I've been listening to all day. And so without further ado, I get to introduce the Cedar Ridge Elementary art. And if you would look to the back of the wall, this is in Alpine School District, and Charlotte Hawkins is our Beverly Taylor Sorensen visual arts teacher at Cedar Ridge. And we have 2 pieces from Cedar Ridge. At the back wall is Properties of Change. And these are 5th grade paintings. And the students in 5th grade, what their prompt was to plan out and investigate the properties of paint, color, chemical reactions between variable substances. And the requirements of the painting was to also look at the exchange of the state of what happens within the matter of paint from liquid to solid, and how paint literally changes by combining 2 or more substances and observing the effects. So as you're looking at the back wall, think about these prompts that the students received. Can we create changes in the state of matter within art? Can we affect the state of the matter using different chemicals? What happens when we pour salt into the paint? What happens when we rub alcohol in the paint? Does paint dry and turn into something different? So as they were creating these, we chose the theme of our painting, an idea, to create an abstract painting using various paints and substances, and then wrote our ideas and thoughts within an artist statement. So you can see about 4 different disciplines involved in this really fun expression, this abstract expression. And then if you would turn your attention to these abstract, kind of Picasso-esque self-portraits, also from Alpine, also from Cedar Ridge. These are 6th grade self-portraits, and they're made on recycled cardboard. And the students wrote I am poems, describing things about themselves that people around them don't always know or always see. We use narrative text to describe ourselves and create a character. We then studied the work of the abstract artist Kimmy Cantrell, who is based in Atlanta, Georgia. We created abstract self-portraits inspired by Cantrell's ceramic faces using recycled cardboard and chalk pastel. And these were the prompts that these students received, these 6th graders. The very first one, which I think we can all relate to, who am I? Yeah? What does the average person not know about me? And the last one, what is really important or insightful about me? And you can see that expressed on the wall. So I'm going to turn the microphone now over to Jamie Workman, who is our Fine Arts and BTS specialist. Thank you.
No, you're. Oh, yeah. Hello, all. I am Jamie Workman, like Lori just said, and what the Superintendent Dickinson referred to is we were talking yesterday, and one of my students' pieces of artwork have actually hung up on these walls outside in a permanent installation here, and it is so amazing from a teacher's point of view to have those kids be able to have their artwork bought by this group of people. It's so amazing, and as an educator and as a teacher coming in to say that was my student's artwork is really powerful, so thank you for that. Yeah, it was the ski goggles. So if you were walking to Miss Dickinson's, that is one of the students I was happy to teach when I was teaching. So I am happy to introduce these wonderful pictures, or not pictures, sculptures. And they come from the Guadalupe School, 5th grade class. And this is Tracy Strauss, is the Beverly Taylor Sorensen teacher. And the students were inspired by computer packing materials, envisioned making large robots. They discussed the fact that art can be made out of almost anything, and that artists often make art from found objects and items others may consider junk. We look at the sculptures of Angela Hesteline Posey displayed in the National Zoo and talked about how she drew awareness to the problem of pollution in our oceans by making sculptures from 38,000 pounds of ocean debris that had washed up on beaches. Posey said of her sculptures, we create sculptures that can teach people about the problem. Students assembled cast-off items and then painted the robots. They thought that perhaps they should be telling jokes. What a great idea. We looked up robot-themed jokes, and the students wrote a couple of their own. Thus, the interactive robot sculptures were born. And finally, on our new arts team is Liz Bunker, and she is the new K-12 arts specialist.
Hello everyone, I'm so excited to present to you today. So if you'll look behind member Hymus, you'll see this amazing Beatrix Potter mural made by Collage, and that is a first grade project from Indian Hills Elementary School in Salt Lake City School District by art teacher Jennifer Scheel, who's one of the BTS visual art teachers. So her artist statement for this lovely collage is: the first grade students at Indian Hills Elementary studied English author and illustrator Beatrix Potter. We learned about the life of Beatrix Potter, that she kept animals such as hedgehogs, rabbits, mice, etc. hidden in her bedroom. She would study these animals and learned how to draw them. Her most famous work was the book, The Tale of Peter Rabbit. The students then illustrated rabbits, created a background, and inserted their rabbits to make a beautiful Peter Rabbit mural. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome, team, and good to see you, Jamie. Paths cross in the most interesting ways.
That concludes my report, ma'am.
Thank you. We actually, board members and the public, have another piece of art to share with you. Board members had a retreat and they actually, Vice Chair Earl, would you like to describe this art for us, please? We can use the funds. Yes, I will. I haven't, oh, it's a mouse. There you go.
So this is a copy of a photo by Maynard Dixon, and you can, I think we did pretty good, to be honest with you. I'm not sure it was mentally healthy for all, but everyone did it. So, but anyways, and we had staff, whoever wanted to. Some people chose not to engage, but just in general, everybody had a piece of the image. We divided it up and then chose to put their unique spin on it or their colors or whatever, and this is what we ended up with. And I think it turned out okay. I think it's pretty good. I'm pretty impressed.
Yes.
So we'll find somewhere to locate that, maybe in our lunchroom or something. I don't know. Board member Hymas wants to take it home to his wife. So
yes.
Anyway,
Yes.
so we thought we'd share that, and I think we're going to take a 5-minute break right now, and then start into standards and assessment. So, anyway,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hang on. I can't. I got to get. Can you take that out of my hand? Do you want me to hold on? What's that? I've Okay, board members, we're going to call back to order. We have a math. This is my favorite part. So, PK through 12 mathematics update. And we're going to go ahead and let you introduce yourselves and get started. So thank you. Yeah, we'll click you on.
Look at that. All right. Thank you, chairs, board members. I am Molly Basham. I am the Early Learning Mathematics Specialist in the Teaching and Learning Department. We are very excited to be here today to share some updates about all of the wonderful things that have been happening in our state in the pre-K through 12 mathematics space. And you guys already got a brief pre-introduction to Lindsay, but I am joined today by Trish French, our elementary mathematics specialist, and Lindsay Henderson, who is our secondary math specialist. And the three of us make up the math team in teaching and learning. So I'm going to kick us off, starting off with a little update on our statewide progress with the Acadience Mathematics Assessment that we've been administering to all first through third graders for the past 2 years. Then Trish will give some updates in the elementary math space on professional learning that's been provided and some progress in that space as well. And Lindsay will wrap up our presentation talking about things going on in the secondary math landscape. So as I said, I wanted to share some progress happening in the early learning mathematics space with the Acadience Math Assessment specifically. And you all have heard lots of information over the last few months. I know Dr. Thronson presented last month at the very wee hours of the meeting on progress happening in literacy and talked a lot about the Acadience reading progress. But we're very excited to share some of the happenings around Acadience math as well. So up on the screen, I have two different charts for you to look at. The chart on the left shows the percentage of first through third grade students demonstrating typical or better progress. And for those who are not as familiar with the Acadience assessments, our statewide growth goal in both literacy and math are set for LEAs to target having at least 60% of their first through third grade students making that typical or better progress on the assessment in both math and in literacy. And this measure is determined based on the student's individual starting point. And it's if a student is making typical or better progress, that means that they have, through the high quality instruction provided by their teachers, made the progress that would be expected or better progress than what would be expected over the course of the year. So if you look at that graph, in the 2021-2022 school year, we had 57% of our first through third grade students overall statewide making that typical or better progress. This year we saw a 5% increase in that, bringing it up to 62%. We had a lot of LEAs that far exceeded that percentage, some who are still working on it, but we just really wanted to celebrate seeing that kind of growth in just 1 year is really fabulous, and it shows that we're moving in the right direction. The chart on the right shows the percentage of first through third grade students meeting benchmark at the end of the year, and this I think is a really huge celebration. The numbers are not as high as we would like to see them get to eventually, but last year in the first year of the administration of the test, 44% of our first through third grade students met benchmark at end of the year. We saw an 11 percentage point growth this year to 55%. That is tremendous in just one school year, and it really speaks to, and we want to give a shout out to our incredible early elementary teachers who, as you know, have been absolutely inundated with literacy training, engaging in letters. That has been such a huge focus for them. The fact that they have also been able to make these kinds of gains in the math space is just incredible. So a huge shout out to our teachers and our leaders who have supported them. I'm going to pass the mic now over to Trish so that she can provide some additional updates in the elementary space.
Let's see if I can master this.
Success. Thank you. Can y'all hear me? As Molly said, I'm Trish French. I am the elementary math specialist, and I want to continue on with sharing data to you. You can see from this slide, the middle column is our math scores represented by the RISE summative data, and we're making progress. Wahoo. And I want to shout out also our elementary teachers, the students. You know, they're the ones doing this and having a great time, but also their families. You know, our families are super supportive of our teachers and our students, and they provide that extra care that's necessary for kids to do, as they have shown here. It's really been awesome this year to be able to get into classes in person and see the joy that's returning to math instruction. Kids are engaged, teachers are excited, and we're having a world of mathematicians because everybody loves math, right? And then the next is the work that we collectively have been doing, not only this past year, but in the previous 2 years with regards to supporting all the work being done by the educators. And these projects that you see up here are representative of requests that are made by the educators themselves. It's what they are asking us to provide them with. They're not being done to, if you will. And their enthusiasm and support and participation is really overwhelming. The Early Learning Coaching Institute has been led out by Molly, served over 150 educators statewide. It's a road show. She takes it down to St. George and up north, and we have sessions here. They're in person and virtual, which is really, really exciting, and the engagement is at such a high level. A number of asynchronous book studies where educators can request a copy, either an e-link or the actual copy of the book, and work through the book materials with guided questioning and responses, and they get to pick these on their own based on what their personal needs are, or they can take them into a professional learning group at their school. So it's really got a broad range of ways that it can be utilized. Great opportunity, and when you read their reflections, oh my gosh, you would be like so overwhelmed at their insights into the materials and how it's impacting their practice. And it's like, wow, I never thought of that. And you know, it's just considering everything our teachers are doing, you know, the fact that they volunteer for this. I do want to learn more about that. And then throughout the year, we've provided quite a number of in-person and virtual learning opportunities, ranging from content support to pedagogy, just bringing in experts. We have experts, and additional people from outside. And once again, just kudos to the educators for taking that extra time. It's most often outside of the school day. I don't think we've done any on the weekend, but I know I did a number this summer, and I actually saw a few of you down in Ursa, and so the participation, you know, in those kinds of sessions is just amazing. And then finally, I just wanted to share with you our pre-K-12 mathematics framework, and this was a collective effort. We're 2 years into it now. It was developed with stakeholders from throughout the state, from our youngest not youngest educators, but our educators of our youngest children all the way up to our university people. And we got together, multiple sessions, looked through what are some of the most effective practices, where can we streamline our efforts the most to get the best results for our students and actually grow our experience as educators in mathematics. So, yeah, I can't say enough about the hard work that teachers throughout the state are doing, the support they're getting from their families, and, you know, the joy seeing these kids just playing with numbers and playing in mathematical concepts. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lindsay.
I'm a rule follower, sorry. Lindsay Henderson, Secondary Math Specialist. I'm pleased to be here with you today to talk about the secondary math landscape that we have in Utah that just seems to be thriving. The first thing I want to point out, so secondary math covers that transition year of 6th grade all the way through 12th grade, which is also a transition year into the early college space. So I have my hands in a lot of buckets and work with a lot of stakeholders to make sure that things move seamlessly through all of those transitionary periods. And the first bright spot that I want to share with you is about our wonderful middle school educators, students, and families. Utah was the only state on the NAEP, which is the nation's report card, that did not see a statistically significant decline in their scores from what I call pre-pandemic to post-pandemic. I like to acknowledge that there was a huge disruption in those years, and our educators and families and our students stayed strong, and it was just a level of a score. The only other entity that achieved that accomplishment was the Department of Defense, and I think it just shows how resilient our middle school landscape is. So huge shout out. So we have, in middle school, we have Math 7, Math 8, there's Math 6 that comes before that, that's sometimes in a middle school as well. And then we transition into our high school courses, and a traditional student will take secondary Math 1 in 9th grade, secondary Math 2 in 10th grade, and secondary Math 3 in 11th grade. We are 3 years of foundation math credits to graduate, to fulfill graduation requirements, and we'll talk a little bit about the opportunities that we have once students fulfill those foundation math credits and that link up with our early college experience. We have about 18% of students that take AP Calculus or AP Statistics as a senior every year, and so we have two pathways that students can engage with. We have the foundation courses, and those give you your basics that everybody needs to know for what our stakeholders have defined as what constitutes secondary math. And then we have that blue column on the right, and those are called extended topics, and that's because those students who choose to take those classes will have the opportunity and the background knowledge so that they can take AP Calculus as a senior in high school. They get all of the foundation content, and then there's just a little bit of extra pre-calculus sprinkled throughout the 3 years so that they can engage in AP Calculus as a senior. And our colleges have worked really hard to link up so when students go to a university or a college in Utah, you have to fulfill a quantitative literacy credit. Every student has to do that in order to fulfill graduation requirements from a university or a college in Utah. And we're so fortunate in our state to have a supportive system of higher education. They come together and they've decided that those 3 quantitative literacy courses the students can engage with, they can either take it as their first year of college or they could take it as a senior in high school. And we have that Math 1030, Math 1040, and Math 1050 that's kind of there at the bottom. And I'm going to advance the slide to show you. This is a student-facing document that we use for families to make informed choices about if they want to take a dual enrollment course or a concurrent enrollment course. Should they take quantitative reasoning? Should they take statistics? Or should they take college algebra? And all of our universities have come together to decide, this is across the entire state, that if you are interested in English language arts, fine arts, humanities, or performing arts, you should focus your energy on Math 1030, which is quantitative reasoning. That's the math course that's going to best serve you. And the other 2 are described there as well. Oh.
Can we jump back one slide? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
I'm looking at this. It looks fantastic. What are we doing for there's a small percentage of kids that just excel. And I know in the charter school I just came from, we had 9th and 10th graders taking AP Calculus. What do we do for these geniuses, right, to continue and encourage that growth in mathematics? Because here it looks like if you're in 9th grade, you kind of have 2 options, right? Secondary Math 1 or Secondary Math 1 Plus. Mm-hmm. Is the state doing something, or do they have to go to a charter school in order to continue to excel? And I know I asked that question knowing there's a good answer. So.
We have a really great answer. We have a lot of really talented mathematicians in Utah and have opportunities for them. You'll notice that there are no grade levels attached on this document, and that's to keep it flexible and fluid for our families' needs. Most generally what happens is a student will take 2 math classes in 1 year. It's an accelerated program, and so it mostly occurs in either 6th grade and 7th grade math is together, or 7th and 8th grade is taught together in the same year, and then they're able they're demonstrating competency, right, in each level of math, but they're a year ahead. And so they can take, lots of students like to take AP Calculus and AP Statistics. AP Calculus and like junior or senior year, they kind of flip-flop them. And some students really like to take the dual enrollment as well. So that leaves those options open for them for their junior and senior year.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear it. I know that there's been times when I've heard people say, well, my kid's in ninth grade, they take this. And I know that that's not the case. And I want to make sure that it's not only public on record, but on record in my own mind to say, no, we have options. We don't hold kids back from their abilities, but
That's exactly right.
we want to feed that. So thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that question. So going back to our dual enrollment courses, we have a lot of data that shows that we're doing really great things for students. First of all, the size of these circles on this pie chart, that's indicative of how many students are enrolled in the dual enrollment program here in the state of Utah. We start with the smallest circle on the left, that's fiscal year 2015, 2016, and we move every year all the way to fiscal year 2019, 2020. And so the size of the circle is getting bigger. That means more students are taking an opportunity to earn college credit in high school through one of those 3 quantitative literacy courses that were on the previous slide. And then you'll notice the colors. So in 2015, 2016, that light blue is college algebra 1050, and that was kind of the gold standard for that's the calculus pathway, and that was kind of seen as the math class that most students would benefit from. But I'm going to go back one slide. As we see from here, college algebra doesn't serve people who want to major in history, nursing, psychology, social sciences, English, language arts, fine arts, humanities, and performing arts. And so with the addition of 1040, which is statistics, and 1030, which is quantitative reasoning, and that flyer, I like to say that flyer and socialization, empowering parents and families to make decisions about which concurrent enrollment course is going to serve them. We see the colors kind of in the pie chart are growing. So we're not taking anything away from that college algebra pathway, but we're increasing opportunities for students to take statistics or quantitative reasoning based on whatever their interests and aspirations are.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking a numbers game here. So when we measure Utah's high school students for math proficiency, do we use the full circle? Are we using the light blue? And is it based on ACT or a variety of things if we were to say math proficiency, and maybe not any of those?
It's actually, the circles are college credits earned.
I do understand that. I'm thinking, I'll ask another day. We'll talk later.
Okay, I can't wait.
So,
I'm excited.
Okay, me too.
So these are some of the link takes you to an infographic that highlights some of the wonderful aspects of our unique secondary math ecosystem. I put on this slide 3 of the pieces that our stakeholders are the most proud of: our teachers, our families, our students. I'll start in the top left. We have our 3 years of math to graduate high school state. In 2012, we had 28% of students who would take a 4th year math credit, and we have increased that by double digits. We're at 87% in 2020 of students who are taking 4 years of math. That's amazing without having a 4th year of math requirement. We're also showing in the bottom left that our credits, our concurrent enrollment, that was kind of shown by the size of the circles. We're growing that program, and more families are taking advantage of it as they have information about which quantitative literacy credit is going to help their students succeed based on their interests and aspirations. We have shown at least 10,000 more credits earned since the program was introduced in 2011. And that 10,000 credits is from the year 2020, school year 2020. So that's a huge celebration. And then the bottom right is course completion. In 2012, we had 43% of students with disabilities earning their 9th grade math credit. And in 2020, we now have 85% of students with disabilities earning their 9th grade math credit. Huge shout out to our wonderful math educators in the secondary system, our families, our parents, our students. It just seems to be thriving. We appreciate this time to go over the math ecosystem with you. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any comments or questions? Would you do that one more time, Sarah? Thank you. Okay, so Board Member Rill, do you have a question?
I just wanted to shout out these three, Trish, Molly, and Lindsay, because this is so cool. And I'm almost jealous that I wasn't in school when they built this ecosystem, because I might have loved math a lot more. And a lot of the work that I do a lot of work at Salt Lake Community College on trying to figure out how to navigate and support students in math that come in from our K through 12. And this is going to be impactful in a lot of ways in our state. And I'm really excited about all the work they've done. This is a huge undertaking, and it's really awesome. So great job, guys.
Are there any other questions? Okay, Board Member Green. Yes.
Maybe I'm not sure how to pose this, but that increase up to 85%, do you think that increased because there was higher learning that was offered? Do you know, like, have you been able to maybe put your thumb on why that increase? People think math is cool, which would be cool.
So you ask a really great question about this bottom right statistic here, the course completion of students with disabilities of their 9th grade math credit. And it's, I think it's hard to ascribe as a mathematician myself. It's a complex system with a lot of variables. We're now defining which course is, the most important that meets the student's needs and aspirations. So we're allowing for choice, right? And we're also increasing the depth and complexity of the mathematical knowledge that's brought into 9th grade, and where it's just hard to ascribe it to one specific feature, but it's just, it's something that our educators are very proud of in the state. And
could that apply to the 87% up here, the students who completed one extra mathematical credit?
Absolutely.
Do you feel like that might be because college classes are becoming more available to high school students? I know that I had, some kids that have taken college math. Statistics was a killer,
right?
But it was done, and
super important.
They were proud. So does that maybe affect them? Maybe, or
I absolutely think it's a factor to consider. I also think that helping students and families make informed choices about which math class that they want to take based on what they're interested in is it's showing to have really great impacts on students wanting to engage with math more.
Okay, Board Member Boggess.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe my question is for you, Lindsay, right? Yeah, awesome. So my question is, if I can recall correctly, it's a Common Core document, but it says that for students to be ready for college, they have to take more than what is required. And if we bring that into today, are students doing that? And then I have one final follow-up question.
Well, that's a great question. So we have the Utah Core Standards here. I'm not quite sure what the Common Core recommends, but in Utah, our higher ed partners have all come together. We have a quarterly math meeting with all the chairs of the departments, and we meet and discuss what is the content and the sequence of that content that is going to make students ready. And this is what they've decided. You can see the high-level bullets in those foundation courses.
Yeah.
The statute says that in order to have access to 1030, 1040, or 1050, that you have to complete secondary 1, 2, and 3.
Perfect, okay. And my next question is, do you have data, and if so, could you send it to me, that tells us how many students after graduating in our system have math remediation once they graduate?
I am so glad you asked that, and I'm going to open up. It's on this infographic.
Okay.
We have shown a decrease. I'm not sure if I can open it and share. Oh, I can. Wonderful. That's another highlight. Let me just quickly find it. Right here. Right here. So in 2016, we had 26% of students who were entering college as a freshman, and they had to enroll in remedial mathematics. And in 2019, we have 16% of students who
Do we
are
know where we're at?
enrolling.
Oh, I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Do we know where we're at in 2023?
No, that data's not out yet.
Okay.
And that's the most recent data that I had my hands on.
Well, this is a celebration. I did not mean to
Absolutely.
minimize that. It's
No,
a celebration.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And great work.
It looks like that's all of our questions. So thank you so much for coming. So, and we'll be talking more math soon. Standards and assessment soon. So. Okay. Chair Booth, are you ready to go? If you are, we'll let you begin on your standards and assessment. Oh, hold on. You're ready, but there you go.
Thank you very much. It's a great transition because our very first agenda item has to do with the annual core standards queuing process. And as you know from backup and for those who attended our committee meeting, mathematics is up. And we have brought a recommendation from the committee to the board today that the committee moves, that the board moves the mathematics standards forward using the approved process for standards revision.
All right, I think, Patty, is there a clarification on that motion for a clarity? Or does that do what we need it to do? Do you mind if I ask that?
Yes, Patty Norman, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. I think Board Member Klein was going to make a clarification on that.
Okay, because we're not actually moving standards.
Right.
Right, okay. Board Member Klein, I guess it would be an amendment probably.
I don't have it in front of me. You have it? Okay, if you want to put it up. Here it is. Okay, so my amended motion was that the board directs staff to commence the mathematics standards review process using the board-approved process for standards revision. I think that was just to clarify.
I'll second that. I think it provides the accurate clarity. The other did not do that.
Great.
So,
that's awesome.
is there any discussion to that? Okay, we'll go ahead and take a motion. The vote. The motion is that the board directs staff to commence the mathematics standards review process using the board-approved process for standards revision. All those in favor? Raise, well, yeah. Well, I don't see any. Okay. I'm looking down. I didn't see any, but. Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, it looks like it's unanimous, and we'll go on to the next thing.
All right. Item 5.4 has to do with R277-406, Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments. And the committee moves that the board approves R277-406 Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion is that the board approves R277-406 Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments, Draft 1 on second and final reading. And Board Member Bogus, you have a comment or question?
Question,
Okay.
Vice Chair Earl. I'm wondering what the impact would be to repeal this rule in its entirety.
Well, that is a question I do not know.
Does somebody have it?
That's all right. I think
So I did.
legally we have to have it, but let's.
Well, I did conduct with staff
Okay.
and my understanding is that the KEEP assessment was removed from the relevant code. And so if that's the case, I'm wondering if we could move this in a different space and place. And so maybe I'm in the wrong realm, but I just would like to understand better first.
Oh, sorry. There you go. Nope, there you don't go. Now, oh my goodness.
You can use mine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board Member Bogus, so this rule, R277-406, generally governs and establishes the assessments for the early learning ages, so K through 3. So we are required by code, the board is required to designate assessments in this space. And so if we were to eliminate the rule, you would not have the procedures, the assessments designated, and the ability to collect data, or at least the policies, procedures, and protocols to comply with the implementation expectations of code.
So then I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
So what would be the pathway forward to remove the KEEP assessment altogether? Just an amendment to this rule to remove,
That's actually different. May I, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
So that question, to remove the KEEP assessment, actually is part of what the trio of rules, 406, 489, and 419 are doing. It's not that they're repealing KEEP, and I apologize if I had an opportunity to go through the PowerPoint presentation that was presented to Standards and Assessment. What the trio of rules will be doing is stating that the KEEP is no longer required, but still allow the KEEP to be supported by our USBE staff, meaning if an LEA decided they wanted to administer the KEEP, they could voluntarily, but they would not need to report those results to USBE, so it would just stay at the LEA level. But what this the amendments in 406 are doing is designating that beginning with next year, in lieu of KEEP, that schools will be administering the benchmark assessment in kindergarten. So currently, again, the PowerPoint shared that 91% of our LEAs are already, they're administering both the KEEP, which is required, and 91% have been administering the benchmark assessment, literacy benchmark assessment. And so after a survey of multiple people within the system, the recommendation was to eliminate KEEP as a requirement, make it optional, support it, and then have kindergarten benchmark assessment be the new kindergarten assessment, especially where we've got 91% of our LEAs already administering in kindergarten. It takes less to administer, less reporting burden, and so that in effect, will accomplish, I think, what you were asking, which is KEEP will go away. It'll just be optional for LEAs to administer.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. And the PowerPoint is available if in your backup, just so that if you wanted to look at it later, you could. Board Member Davis?
Yeah, just because we talked through all of that we just did in another public meeting when we requested this legislation previously, I move to call the question unless there are no other lights.
There are no other lights. So, okay, we'll go ahead and move on with this. So the motion is that the board are you wanting to call the question then? There's no other lights, but I just wanted to, okay. That the board approve R2778-489 kindergarten programs and assessment draft 1 on second and, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, wrong one. The motion is that the board approves R277406 early learning program and benchmark assessments draft 1 on second and final reading. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? It looks like Board Member Klein is opposed. And the rest are in favor. So go ahead on 5.5. You've got to turn on your light it again. Thank you.
That would be R277489 kindergarten programs and assessment amendment. And the committee moves that the board approve R277489 draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion is that the board approve R277489 kindergarten programs and assessment draft on second and final reading. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, looks like it's unanimous. Go ahead on 5.6.
All righty. This 5.6 on the agenda is R277-419-4 pupil accounting amendment. And the committee moves that the board approves R277-419-4 draft 1 on second and final reading.
I have draft, oh, sorry, never mind. I misunderstood that. Okay. Board Member Klein, you have a question or comment?
This is similar to what I had earlier. So on line 3, I would amend it by striking educational services and replacing it with.
I don't believe we can, correct me if I'm wrong, can we do the same amendment in the same day if it's been struck down? And also, this isn't under, correct me if I'm wrong, we're under section 4. Is that under section 4, Board Member Klein?
I have to pull it back up.
Yeah, I'll have to pull it up as well.
Line 3.
But I don't think we can bring forward a motion again that's already been brought forward today, regardless. Okay, so that's out of order. So this motion was brought up earlier when we had R277419, and we already voted on it, and so we can't bring it up again doing R2774. We're addressing section 4 of R277419. This is 5.6. Will you hit your button one more time? I like to hit the delete all instead of the open up the, there you go.
It's all good, just for clarity.
Yes.
Did we do different sections of the same rule in different committees?
Yes, because this one section was what was addressed with the change in R277406 that we just passed. It had an impact to one section of R277419 on section 4, and so it needed to be updated. It's not the whole rule, it's just the section that applied to the change that we just passed. But the change would have had to have been passed in order for us to have moved this forward.
Yeah, I get that. I
Okay,
just recall
sorry.
a previous ruling from A.G. Quisenberry that when something is brought forward, it's brought forward in whole, not in part. And that was a ruling of the AG. So it's just food for thought.
Yeah, I think it was, if it was cited on the agenda as the whole piece, then that's what you would address. Yeah, I believe that's what whatever is publicly, the action item, however that's cited, would be what you address in a whole. Would that be accurate? Am I misstating something? Okay, that's fine. Board Member Davis?
I call a question.
Okay, the question's been called. Is it seconded? Okay, and we will vote on that. Let's take, I'm trying to think, let's take a vote. All those in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. Okay, all those, how many was that? Did you count real quick? Is not, we've got, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did you count 10 on that? 9 or 10. Raise your hands so we can see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10. Okay, and then there would be 2 opposed. I'm right. Board member, those opposed. I'll ask it. Board member. Okay, Board Member Bogus and Board Member Klein. So, so that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead with the motion. The motion is that the board approve R277419 for pupil accounting draft 1 on second and final reading. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those in opposition? So there's 1 in opposition, and that's Board Member Klein. Okay, Randy, do you want to touch on 5.7? You'll have to click your, yep, there we go.
So there was a discussion of high school graduation requirements. You've had a chance to look at the backup, and this is in process, and there will be future discussions regarding high school graduation as input is coming in from across the state. And so just a heads up to be thinking about that. each of you individually, maybe chatting with your constituents and with leaders of learning in your districts, that would be great. And then 5.8 is our final action item having to do with core guides process update. And the committee moves that the board approve the revised core guide development process and review checklist.
Yeah, first. Okay, I have Board Member Bogus first, and then Board Member Rill. Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead if, go ahead, do you want to?
Yeah, we had a discussion during our committee meeting about a chart in the graduation PowerPoint, and I know that Assistant Superintendent Norman sent out an email about it, but I wondered if she could clarify, just so we have clarification on the public on that chart, so that it's clear.
So you're asking me to ask her to?
I'm asking
Okay.
Vice Chair Earl.
I'm just trying to direct here. So
Yeah.
Deputy Superintendent Norman, do you have information related to that? Let's see, hold on just a second.
I thought it would be nice to clarify since there was a mix-up in our.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman. We have Erin Bruff, who is here to speak to that. All of you did receive an email from me this morning that talked about what that slide was. And so Erin is going to be coming in. He was ready all day, just sitting right back there. I don't know if you saw that, but I can start to speak to it. That slide itself was one that was taken from the state auditor's slide deck website. And with it, there were the categories that were mentioned on there. You'll see that slide on your email that has like the graduation caps on that. What was missing from the slide deck, and so we will replace that, is the fact that there was a selection menu that you could choose by racial subgroups or racial groups, and so that was representing one of them. So that was a great question to ask and what that looked like. And then Erin did go through and look at all of the federal regulations where it required breaking down and disaggregating information by student groups. And with those student groups, he wrote down what those student groups were, so all of you have what that looks like federally and those requirements, what the state requirements are, and then being able to look at that as an aggregate as well. Part of that question was just what those numbers were. So if you would like, we can put that in that response. We can put that in the civic clerk so that the public has access to it as well.
Okay, I think that would be appropriate. Are we needing to wait for? Okay, good. All right. So we're on, my apologies, 5.8. So Board Member Booth or Chair Booth, if you want to. Oh, or we've got Erin Bruff here. Erin, did you want to speak to it, or we? Okay. Board Member or Chair Booth, do you want to go ahead on 5.8?
You bet. I read that the committee moves that the board approve the revised core guide development process and review checklist.
Okay, now I have Board Member Bogus. I have you in the queue. Is that right for this? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would just move to substitute that the board recall all current core guides and discontinue the creation and dissemination of future core guides. And then I would like to speak to the motion.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, Board Member Klein seconded it, so go ahead and speak to your motion.
So I I did watch the meeting, this part of the meeting twice, and then true to form, I walked around for the past week and a half in different schools and sent text messages to multiple teachers and said, how do you like the core guides? And out of about 35, 40 teachers, one actually knew what they were. The rest of them said, huh? Or what? Or I'll Google it. And the one that did know what they were had articulated that she served on the writing committee and that they're really not super helpful. And I know that that's like this very narrow pocket, but I don't think they're being used. People don't seem to know what they are. And I think that our staff has so much to do. And if our standards need clarification, then I think we need to recall and rewrite our standards. Our teachers are smart individuals, they know what they're doing, and if our standards are not written in such a way that they can execute, then I think we need to revisit that process. But I'm not certain core guides are doing the job that we intend for them to do.
Okay, thank you. But Board Member Norton, are you speaking to this? Okay, go ahead.
And I would like to speak in favor of this motion as a person who doesn't go far without my core guide, as do the majority of the teachers in my district. As a matter of fact, I thought I texted out to Randy as I was driving to Salt Lake and listening to the meeting a few days afterwards. I said that I find that very interesting because I am coming to Salt Lake right now. I have some planning to do, and I have my core guide in my car with me right now. I always know where they are. They are on my desk. They are right there. I use them every single day. And the kind of things I think maybe if you're not a teacher, you don't know how we use them, but I'm continually looking at, in this particular unit, what did they learn in 4th grade or what are they going to need for 6th grade? There's some ways to cross over into other, there's some, for instance, in my math, there's ways to, some options, or not options, but suggestions in places that it would work well in science or et cetera. So they just, they're not the core restated in a different way. They're just ways to enhance my core. And mostly it's a quick reference guide for me to use for my planning to make sure that it is tied directly to my core standards for Utah.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Klein.
I don't know if everybody watched the committee meeting. I expressed my concerns then, but I'll just reiterate a little bit what I mentioned. I see the core guides as being a replacement of the standards, or an expansion or a creative interpretation of the standards. They are also basically state-driven curriculum, and which is not our role. We are to set the standards, and in creating that, we are taking on the role of curriculum providers. There's no real vetting process in place for the core. There is, but there isn't. We don't approve what goes out in the core guides as a board. We can only bring back problems if we see them, if we even, if we're lucky to come across them, because they're not sent to us. We have to go digging for them. So that needs to be fixed. I was appreciative that the sex ed core guides were taken off of UEN 3 years after they were supposed to be taken down, the old guides. As soon as our meeting was over, those were removed, and I appreciate that. But I think for 3 years, those inappropriate core guides were there and being used in classes. We have other content on our own website, on the schools.utah.gov, that is similar to the content that was in those core guides, and they're still there.
So just stated the motion. So
I just would like to know when those are coming down off of our own website, loveisrespect.org, Trevor Project, etc. And so I would speak in favor of this motion. I don't believe it is our role as a board or staff's role.
Okay, Board Member Hymas.
Thank you. These core guides are, take them if you want them, right? Because I'm hearing there's confusion, and I'm hearing that Member Norton says she uses them. So I guess I would speak against this motion. If they're worth putting out for some, then let's put them out there so they can use them. And then if they don't match up with what we're doing as a board or what we've been put in law, then that needs to be addressed as well.
No, I did that, not my.
Take me off. You got.
Take me.
Okay, so anyway, I guess I speak against the motion, but I do hear that there is work to be done on these core guides that could be more efficient and more helpful to teachers, is what I'm saying. So maybe maybe that comes back, maybe we look at that. I don't know where the process starts, but we can talk about that, but I would not remove them.
We are voting on the process, and I think we put some stronger language in there that if there are some components that we can do that. Okay, go ahead, Board Member Hart.
I know teachers and teams that absolutely use them. I know teachers that don't use them. But they're always a tool. They are not our standards that we are in charge of approving and establishing, but they are a resource that our specialists and our experts have put together. And there's a difference between standards that are required to be adhered to and a core guide, which is a resource. And I would hate for teachers to lose that. Now, if there's problems with them, that's why I supported the original motion. But to do away with a teacher tool is making the job of a teacher infinitely harder and not fair. So I don't support this motion.
And I don't support it either. I do think that there is room for discussion, though, whether or not, as we move forward with our standards, whether they're adequate enough or not. If we're missing components, those should be strong enough to stand on their own without the core guides. But the core guides, I think, will, if done right, will add additional depth, but they shouldn't replace them, or they shouldn't be used as a substitute for them. So Board Member Straight, I have you. Would you push your button again? Thank you. Go ahead, Board Member Straight.
Thank you. So I just, I don't usually look at math standards, but that's what we're talked about a few minutes ago. But I'm looking at the core guide for 4th grade for math, for algebraic thinking. I see the standard, then I see examples of that standard that give further clarification. It's just a tool. And I have lots of tools in my garage. And as a teacher, I had lots of tools, but I don't need all the tools in my garage at all times, but they are accessible to me. And so as a social studies teacher, I would have never looked at the math standards, but that's what I chose. And I see it as a useful tool. There are other tools out there. Teachers do not reinvent the wheel when they put together lesson plans. They have their strategies, they have what they're trying to accomplish. I don't see any reason to get rid of those.
Okay.
They're great tools.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a vote. The motion before us is that the substitute motion is that the board recall all current core guides and discontinue the creation and dissemination of future core guides. All those in favor of this motion to get rid of the core guides and recall, raise your hand. Okay, there's 3 votes for that. Board Member Klein, Board Member Bogus, and Board Member Green. All those in opposition? Okay, let's see. That would be 10 opposed. So that motion fails. The motion before us is the board approves the revised core guides development process and review checklist. Board Member Klein?
I'd like to make a motion that all core guides, maybe just amend the core guides development process to include an approval by the board for any core guides, any and all.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. Was there a second then? Did I? Okay, there is a second. Do you want to speak to that? And then I can ask, there is.
I think if we're going to get in the business of pushing curriculum or what could look like curriculum, that we need to take ownership of that and accountability for what we approve, so that the buck stops with us as a board. And so we're not putting it on staff, or that we take responsibility for that.
Okay, Board Member Lair?
Probably more appropriately a point of information.
Okay.
When you made the motion, Member Klein, that you want to approve all, do you mean the implementation? Do you mean the creation? Or do you mean every?
Before they go out to the field.
And let me just
they
finish
vote.
my
Yeah.
question, because I'm still not quite understanding.
Actually, I'll have you come through the chair. That's just
Okay,
easiest.
Chair,
Yes,
can I
thank you.
finish my question? Because
Yes,
I'm not
would you
quite-
finish your question, Board
Thank you
Member
very
Lair?
much. So the end of my question was, that means that Member Klein is proposing that we review not just the implementation or the creation of a core guide, but every word that's in the core guide. Is that true?
Board Member Klein, are you wanting to approve the language of all the core guides before they go out?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you wanting, okay, that answered your question. Okay. Board Member Bogus, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. Oh, sorry. So there, it came up. I thought it was an amendment as well. And
It would be an amendment.
yeah, that is what I thought it was. Anyhow, and then I really feel like as elected officials, we have a job to do and we need to be accountable for that job. And if, across multiple districts, teachers don't even know what they are, then we need to be making sure that they get there and that they are appropriate for what is there. I have like my survey of one person that knew who they were. She disclosed that she had served on the committee and was still not happy with the final product. Her feedback was that they are way too long, that it's very difficult to find something in the moment. And again, survey of one, right? But it's the one person that actually knew what they were. And so I would just think that we need to be accountable as elected officials and bring them here and review them and then send them out to the field. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Davis?
I do agree that we need accountability, and we did have a problem in the past that we needed to take care of, and we did, but this formalizes how that accountability is taken care of. And in step 5 of the proposed process that I had studied said that concerns related to the published core guides are brought before the Standards and Assessment Committee for consideration, and that is how we will take care of those concerns. I don't want to spend 50 hours wordsmithing hundreds of pages of core guides. And it's not necessary. When there is a concern, we absolutely should. I agree. But I think that is built into this process that we're voting on today. And I call the question again.
Oh, do you want, well, Board Member Wood hasn't spoken yet. I'm going to let her, and then we'll do the call the question.
Chair, I just had a question for maybe some of the teachers in the room who have used these, that are aware of what's in them. How would they feel about having to go through all of them for the other grades, the other subjects? I would, addressing it to you, but would love any teacher.
Is there a board member that is an educator that wants to address that question that's being posed?
Is the question, I think I want to.
I think the question is going through and sorting through all core guides for all grades. Is that accurate?
I would like to say that it is entirely possible that an LEA takes a look at them and the curriculum committee for that LEA decides they don't want to use them in their district. That is within their right. We are not a super LEA that's over to making decisions for LEAs. However, I have no interest in going through every tool that we provide to teachers. We are responsible for the standards. We allow, and it's appropriate for our staff to use their expertise in putting together other documents that are helpful, but it's up to the LEAs to decide, and it's perfectly fine for Davis or Summit to decide they don't want to use them. So I don't think it's an appropriate, I would not want, I would miss them as an educator if they weren't there, especially our most vulnerable teachers, maybe new on the job, new to the state of Utah, new to the standards in Utah. They would have fewer resources at their disposal. Does that answer your question?
Okay, Board Member Bogus, do you have a comment relevant to this? Or do you, okay, go ahead.
So I do believe that Member Wood's question was, as a teacher, would you want to go through them all? not very badly, but I do think it's an appropriate job and the responsibility as an elected official. So I would do it if I was asked to do it because
So I
I think
just-
it's my job.
Yeah, and just for everybody here, on step 4, the core guides are released for public feedback and public comment. And I know that's a general feedback and comment, but it doesn't prohibit us as a board member from doing that and providing feedback or comment at that time too. Board Member Norton, I think you're last for us, and otherwise I think we will officially call the question, but go ahead.
You can call the question. I
No,
don't
go
need to
ahead.
go. Okay, I was just going to say that, no, I would not want to go through them. They should be, I mean, the core guides that I have used are taken right from the core. So they're, you know, they're just so helpful to when you have a new, I mean, I'm not a new teacher, but I'm counting the days till I see my language arts core, the new one, because it makes the new core more accessible and ready to use. You know, this is not curriculum that I am going to teach to students. That comes from my curriculum that my district gave me. This helps me decide my pacing. This helps me decide how in-depth I need to go. This helps me decide what kind of pre-assessment do I need to do with the students. So, you know, it's not something I'm teaching from, and I don't see the necessity of that.
Okay, we're voting on an amendment. The amendment is that the board add a step for final board approval of core guide development process before being published. That isn't right. Okay, so final board approval of core guides. So that the board add a step for the final approval of core guide before being published. It wouldn't be the development process. So that we're adding it to the development process, right? Does that, okay, so let's make sure this is right. Is that accurate now? Okay, so the motion, well, this is an amendment to the motion that the board add a step for the final board approval of core guides before being published. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, let me read the names out. So Board Member Klein, Board Member Green, and Board Member Bogus, there's 3. All those opposed, raise your hand. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that would be 10 opposed, so that motion fails. The motion before us is that the board approves the revised core guide development process and review checklist. Board Member Davis, do you have something? Oh, okay. All those in favor? Well, let me read it again. That the board approves the revised core guides development process and review checklist. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, in opposition would be Klein, Green, and Bogus, and others were 4, so it'd be 10 in favor, 3 opposed. And I think that concludes our standards and assessment. Is that accurate? Yes. Okay. Okay, we are moving right along. Let's see, let me see where we're at. We've got the monthly budget. Scott Jones, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, is up. Do you,
Wait, that was after.
oh, what? After what? I have board chair's report, and then I have monthly budget. I have 11 is where we're at. Am I?
Okay.
Okay, so we're at monthly budget report. That's coming up. So, but Cindy and Board Member Davis and Board Member Straight, I have you in the queue for 12, okay? Is that what you're wanting to do? Okay. Okay, so Davis, Straight, and Norton. Okay, let's, we'll get your.
Kelsey's driving?
There you go.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Scott Jones. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the Utah State Board of Education's monthly budget report. It's intended to ensure that the Board of Education is fiscally responsible and fiscally stable, which I can attest to. As you know, we've just barely started the first part of the next fiscal year, state fiscal year 24, the current fiscal year. July being the first month, August being the second month. There's a 1 month lag on the reports because we reconcile and close on a monthly basis. So what you're looking at and what the public is looking at is our status of funds from the July or first period of the new state fiscal year 24. Again, I see that we are fiscally responsible, able to meet all of our commitments and obligations. In the near term, in the next few months, we'll be providing improved visualizations of our budget through dashboards. We hired some experts in making this more readable for you. It's quite complex, we understand that, but you do have the capability to drill down. If you'll scroll down just a little further so board members and the public can see that it's on a section basis throughout the report. There's all sorts of, you can just stop there. But it's, it's designed to ensure that you can see from a programmatic standpoint what the status of funds are on a monthly basis, subject to those reconciliations. If at any point we encounter any issues with the budget, I'll advise you accordingly. Madam Chair, subject to any questions or concerns, this concludes the the monthly budget report portion from the finance system, and at your direction, I'll segue into the discretionary funds report.
I do have two people. I don't know if Board Member Davis, did you have something here? You're still in. Okay, and the same with Norton? Are you? Okay. Nope, you can continue on.
Okay, so next up is the discretionary funds report. I would like to just pause here for a minute and let everybody see this, if you'll review it. In the upper right-hand corner of the report, we did add the tax delay funding balance to this particular report. We feel that's critical so that you know that as motions are made to take money from the tax delay fund, as you just recently did, you took action today for us to provide funds to the SESC for those literacy coaches. So that's where that funding will come from. If you scroll down to the bottom, this is in parallel or supports the earlier process or approval you made of using tax delay funds to support the other regional educational service centers for their literacy coaches as well. Tomorrow, during Finance Committee meeting, we as the staff are respectfully requesting that the Finance Committee members look or review this report and make recommendations to the board for your October meeting on what projects to continue. And then if there's any ideas for use of these funds, we can, the Finance Committee can address those as well. It's a perpetual process in the sense of any board member can present an idea for use of these funds. We encourage that. If you'll scroll back up to the right-hand corner, you can see that we have quite a bit of money available in total. Obviously, we would make sure as your staff that we advise you accordingly on what's allowable for uses such as FML stands for Federal Mineral Lease Money. And so that has research and development implications, whereas your state and then your tax delay funding is pretty much unrestricted. But, whatever ideas you have, if your constituents have ideas for use of this funding, we'd ask that you would ask them for those as well. And then we can, always in the interest of our students and educators, utilize these funds according to your direction. Madam Chair, subject to any questions or concerns on the discretionary funds report, that concludes the monthly budget report to the board and the public.
Okay, Board Member Bogus, I have your name on there that wasn't before. Are you waiting for something? Okay, you're behind Cindy, Board Member Straight, and Norton, so I've got Bogus on there as fourth. Okay, if there's not additional questions, then we will move on to item number 12. And who's presenting this? Where's this?
I would start out, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
At your direction.
Yes, I would like to direct you to do that.
Okay, Madam Chair, item number 11.1, it's an action item. It's process for board requested legislative funding. I believe Director Call is now driving, right? Is Todd?
Kelsey.
Oh, Kelsey's driving. Okay. Okay, I thought Todd was coming in for this one. Oh, there he is. Okay. So, Madam Chair, if we could just wait just a minute for Todd to bring that up, because I want to make sure we walk you through this. While he's bringing that up, if I could just orient the board members to the process again. As you know, in accordance with the Budgetary Procedures Act, we're required, or the board is required to submit a budget proposal to the governor's office in the October timeframe. We started this process in May at the direction of the board. What I mean by the start of the process is in Finance Committee. Committee members and/or board members were asked to identify funding requests to the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee moved some of those funding requests out of Finance Committee to you in June. Then the board took those and then added additional funding requests type processes or activities, resulting in what Todd will pull up now, which is basically our tracker. If you recall, any item in green is what you as the board have voted to support, and there's 14 of those right now. All the items in yellow are still subject to your review, meaning that even today or, with the October meeting, you still have the opportunity as a board member to, make a motion or ask, that the board consider moving that to green or making it a board-supported motion. It's very important it's very important that I tell you this. And what this is, as you know, we take a process where we start the prioritization, and we do that through a survey. That survey will come out to you on Monday. The survey will only consist of the 14 items in green, unless today you add any of the yellow items to the list. Did I get that right, Todd? Okay. So that's really an important or key takeaway for you to consider today, is that as we start between this meeting and next meeting, what we did last year, which is the prioritization process, that you acknowledge or understand that the only items that would be on the survey tool would be the 14 that you've already turned to green or voted to support. I'd like to pause there, Madam Chair, at your direction, to take any questions or concerns about what I've described thus far related to the process.
Yes, and I think it's worth repeating.
Okay.
Not you, but I'm just saying, and we can ask some additional questions. So,
yes, ma'am.
Board members, just especially for those that are new, what's going to happen is anything that is in the green will come out to you in an email. You will then prioritize your top 10. Am I saying this correctly? Your top 10 priorities, it will be combined with everyone else's. Then the top priorities will come before us as our possible supports, right? I mean, we can move things around, but that's how we've done it, and that's what we're going to do this year instead of trying to vote to move things up and down and that kind of thing. It's just, what are the top priorities of board members? Okay, so those will come out in an email. So,
yes.
Did I accurately represent that?
Yes, ma'am. On Monday,
Monday,
green items will come out in the email/survey for you to begin your prioritization process leading into the October finalization meeting before we submit your directed requests or budget proposals to the governor's office.
And just for fun, can you give us what you would anticipate would be the deadline, so that board members know that when it comes out on Monday,
Thursday of the same
of
week.
next
Yes,
week.
ma'am.
So what that means, that on Monday when you get it, it would be a good idea to fill it out on Monday. You can wait till Thursday, but you may not get it in on time. We want everybody to get it in, and we don't want Sybil to spend her Thursday afternoon calling us all. So expect it, is what we're saying, and then prioritize according to what priorities you have. You don't have to have 10 priorities. You could have 2. Does that make sense? You could have 10, whatever you want there. So just an FYI, and I believe those will be made public as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So just know this all your prioritizations will be also publicly available when at the conclusion. So I just think it's important to know that as well. Okay, is there any additional questions around this before we speak out loud if there is? Okay, there's not. I'm not hearing anything, so I'm assuming that's not. Okay, should we go into the next process? Do you have additional things to add?
All I would do, Madam Chair, is respectfully remind you and the board about your earlier action stemming out of the Finance Committee and the movement of
Yes.
that recommendation to to this agenda item 12.1.
I think we need to probably prioritize and do that first. Cindy, are you doing that or something else? You are doing it, Board Member Norton. I think that needs to be priority because we did have that move to this item. Would you mind going ahead with that then, Board Member Norton? Chair Norton? And did you want to be left on for something else, or is this the item? Okay. So if you can move this, and I'll keep you in the key. Perfect.
Okay, the board moves to add the following to the list. Where am I? Right, okay. The board moves to add the following to the list of board-supported legislation funding requests for the 2024 legislative session. Sorry. A one-time $66 million voted and board program funding request to hold LEAs harmless from any loss of funds due to changes in policy related to the voted and board program.
So I think we've got to move the motion that came out of committee first, because we didn't do that before we can actually say we supported that, and now, am I right? We didn't. We did do that. Okay, my apologies. I thought we didn't do that. I stand corrected. Thank you. Okay, continue on. Is that the end?
That's the motion.
Okay, so the motion before us is that the board moves to add the following to the list of board-supported legislative funding requests for the 2024 legislative session: a one-time $66 million voted and board program funding request to hold LEAs harmless for any loss of funds due to changes in policy related to the voted and boarded program. Is there anyone that has a comment on this? Will you just raise your hand, because I have people in the queue. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and vote. All those in favor of this motion, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. And now we will go to Board Member Davis. You are who I have first in the queue here.
Thank you. I move that the board moves to add the platform to support implementation of sensitive instructional materials and ESA to ESA to the list of board-supported legislative funding requests for the 2024 legislative session.
Okay, so the motion before us is that the board moves to add the platform to support implementation of sensitive instructional materials request and educator salary adjustment revision to the list of board-supported legislative funding requests for the 2024 legislative session.
And I'd like to speak to the motion.
Okay,
If we
go
get a
ahead.
second.
Is there a second for that?
I second that.
Okay, go ahead and speak to it.
Thank you. Yes, I'm moving the first one, the sensitive instructional materials, because for a variety of reasons. One, it addresses a burden, the associated cost of $1,864,000 for school-wide implementation is essential to provide financial support for the time and labor associated with inputting classroom libraries into the platform. Two, for wider accessibility and transparency, by implementing the platform in classroom libraries, we extend its accessibility to all students and educators and provide transparency for empowering families to take a central role in shaping their child's literacy development. And it demonstrates our commitment to family engagement and a collaborative connection between home and school. Three, consistency, continuity, and scalability. Fully utilizing the platform for inputting classroom libraries streamlines the implementation to create consistency and continuity across school and sets a precedent for expanding the platform's use in the future as new materials are purchased. And four, it supports diverse and personalized learning needs with both librarians and teachers utilizing the platform. They can collaborate to tailor material selections to individual interests and needs, as well as building curricular connections to supplement classroom instruction.
Okay.
And then ESA, we've already talked about quite a bit in another meeting, so I'll forego. That's fixing that formula glitch that was in the pre-ESA.
It looks like Board Member Bogus has a question. If you want to direct it to me, and we'll get that answer for you.
Sure. I just don't see what she's looking at in the backup, and maybe I'm missing it. It has a different name.
Do we go back to the chart now?
I would agree with you. I can't find it either, but maybe I'm missing it somewhere.
So if you'll highlight that one, that's what we're looking at now.
I thought we were doing sensitive materials.
We did both in that motion, that one and the platform for sensitive material.
Oh. So then I would move to divide,
What it does is just make.
and then I would still want to look at the thing.
Okay, so you're moving to divide. Is there someone who seconds that? Okay, Board Member Booth seconded, and so we're going to take a vote on dividing these two separately. If you would like to divide, will you please raise your hand?
I want to divide.
I'm fine with.
Took me a minute.
So it looks like Board Member Klein, Board Member Earl, Board Member Bogus, Board Member Green, and Board Member Booth. So that's 5. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that fails. 8 in opposition. Okay. Are there additional questions or comments? Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a vote on this. So the motion before us is.
Vice Chair Earl?
Oh, yes.
I still don't see a document for sensitive material support and implementation. I don't see anything like that in backup.
I am seeing it now. Platform to support implementation of sensitive instructional materials. So
We're asking for a software platform
I'm on
so
page
teachers
3.
can put their titles, and so parents can see what titles are in the classroom libraries.
it's yellow. It's on, I mean, they're not numbered, but it's on page 3, second from the top. Oh. There you go. Okay, there's the breakdown of what the request is there. Are you finding that okay, Board Member Bogus? Okay. You're welcome.
Can I just make sure to clarify that this will fund teachers about 2 hours each to enter the materials in, so it's not an unfunded requirement on our teachers?
Okay. Additional questions? Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a, okay, Board Member Lair.
I just have a question I'd like to direct to the maker of that motion.
Okay. You want
Would this platform or opportunity, it would not curtail or limit the things that, or preclude, if you see what I'm saying, any of the items that a teacher could enter. It would merely be to assist the teacher in entering the items that the teacher or librarian wants to enter. Is that right? Am I understanding?
It's your choice whether you answer or not.
Well, yeah, if you're going to answer it, at least let's do Mike.
So if I can I ask the maker of the motion who may or may not answer another question?
Maybe. Yes, you can.
So it would be, so Cindy, it would be an optional, it would be an optional thing with teachers, librarians, and it would fund their time if they chose to use it, but they wouldn't be required to use it.
Okay.
This came from teachers and librarian as a way to try to be more responsive to the public's concerns that have been expressed over the last little while. And so right now it provides funding to do that because they brought this forward and they have suggested that this is a way to build those relationships and transparency. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make a rule or something, we could hash that out. But this now just sees if we even could get funding to do it.
Okay, Board Member Wood.
How does this relate? Could we ask maybe Superintendent Stallings about how this relates to, I believe it was Representative Welton who required such a kind of a.
And that was the database of what was online within a library for checking out for parents to access.
Support this in any way? Is it the same or different?
Good question. Do you have an answer for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is different. So they are two different tools, but they would be complementary. Right now, the Representative Walton tool was a pilot. It's a small amount of money that only would cover a couple of LEAs. This funding request would cover the full state. It would provide the software and access for the full state. And they're a little different, but complementary.
Okay. Okay, we're going to take a vote. Oh, yep.
Before this goes public, I mean, Member Klein made a good point that it sounds like we're trying to implement sensitive materials from the title.
Okay.
So can we just change that to implementation of materials transparency to support sensitive materials dialogue or something?
Vetting?
What's the way to
Maybe
adjust
vetting?
it so it is
Vetting?
actually what it is? Well, no, it's more just a software platform. It's just materials transparency.
How about just transparency platform? Are we good with that?
That's fine, but it's not, this is specific to classroom instructional books in classroom libraries, really is what this is specific to. Oh, it's both. It's actually, okay, both.
I think that's good. Are you? Is that better? No? Oh. Yeah. Board Member Bogus, I just am curious if you have a question or if you're in line. Okay. Okay, we are going to take a vote on this. I'm not seeing any. Okay, so the motion is that the board moves to add the platform to support implementation of library materials transparency request and educator salary adjustment revision to the list of board-supported legislative funding requests for the 2024 legislative session.
Point of information, I'm sorry, we lost the classroom piece.
Okay.
Library and classroom.
Yes.
Yes. Well,
One thing we were just discussing here is just to clarify, it would only cover classroom library materials, not instructional. So we could say implementation of library and classroom library materials, but library could include both what we think of as a general library as well as classroom library. Do you want us to just say both, library and classroom library?
So I think there's a little confusion. Can I clarify, if you don't mind?
We'd love a clarification.
Thank you. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. This platform would do both the library in the school as well as classroom libraries. The school libraries are already in a database, so they can just be transferred automatically into this platform, whereas the classroom libraries aren't in a database and would have to be hand scanned. And that's the difference. It is for both the school library as well as each individual classroom library in a school. So it's both and. Yes, so we're not paying anything for libraries because it's an automatic upload, but we're paying for classroom libraries to be done. And that might be the librarian going into classrooms doing it for teachers. Could be the actual classroom teacher doing it.
Okay. Is there still a point of question? Are we ready to vote? Okay, here we go. I'll read it again. The board moves to add the platform to support implementation of library and classroom library materials transparency request and educator salary adjustment revision request to the list of board-supported legislative funding request for the 2024 legislative session. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, it looks like that's unanimous. And the next person I have in line is Board Member Straight. Hold on, there you go.
Thank you. So if you recall, we did have a vote on the general or curricular and co-curricular fees. That was not added as a priority. We did also, and I believe I made the motion of holding the WPU outside of our 10 list of 10. So if we could go to the JLC prioritized funding requests. If you look at bullet point 3, 1.5% WPU, which is 63 million. If the legislature eliminates general and curricular fees. When we introduced this previously, JLC had not made this this connection to that, and many board members did not vote in favor of it because they just felt like we've done this year after year and it hasn't gone anywhere. I think this makes it different, and in regards to our WPU funding, I would move that we adopt the WPU funding increase as outlined by the JLC, which is at 13.5% or $567 million, as listed here.
Did you just read 500 million?
567 million would be the 13.5% number.
So what are you moving? Curricular fees or everything? I'm
The
sorry.
rate of pupil unit,
You're moving everything.
I'm moving
Okay.
everything to be represented in our WPU request.
Okay. So we're moving JLC's recommendations is what you're asking to do, okay?
Yes.
Is there a second? Okay, there's a second, and so the motion before us is the board moves to add the 13.5% WPU increase as suggested by JLC to the list of board-suggested legislative funding requests for the 2024 legislative session. Is there any discussion to this? Yeah, Board Member Norton? Click your, there we are. Okay, go ahead.
I would like to have our finance staff weigh in on that amount. I mean, we definitely need to move it forward. I like the idea of, you know, taking in the 3 different sections in. I'd just like to know what our finance department feels like with the 8%. That's the base.
Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, can you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer Board Member Norton's question, from my perspective, I don't necessarily take a position on any percentage. What I do want to do is remind the board, though, that through legislation, whatever percentage increase is made affects other programs. For example, ESA, TSSP, right? Recall from the session that in the 6% that we received this year is a 6% increase to the ESA in FY25, right? Yes, okay, is FY25. In addition to that, other legislation with percentage increases would increase the local levy growth account. That was through Senate Bill 83. There's also that set aside, or that 2% set aside, that if the, constitutional amendment, or I'm sorry, the, what do we call that? Okay, constitutional amendment goes through, I was right. That there would be an additional 2% on that. So if you get an additional 2%, that would affect the ESA and the TSSP. And then there's always the conditionally required increase in at-risk students' weight. So what the key takeaway of this is just it's not only just about a percentage increase to the WPU. Whatever that ends at affects other programs as well, which means what? More ongoing money, right, for all these different programs. So from Scott's perspective, just, you know, as a staff advisor to you, the board, I don't take a position on a particular percentage of the WPU. If you support what the JLC put forward, that's great. If not, and you have your own percentage, all we want to make sure is that you have that you're making an informed decision about the impacts to dollars where it affects other programs. Any of my staff behind me, Sam, our school finance director, or Deborah Jacobson, could come up and recommend, or Del Frost could recommend a particular percentage. But I think more importantly, what I just gave to you is the key takeaway, right? Is that whatever percentage you land on is going to not only increase. So right now we're tracking about 41 million is a 1% increase, right? So 5% would be 5 times 41 million. then you compound this, or the amounts of money, of ongoing money, with these other programs that are legislatively required to occur with whatever percentage of increase there is to the WPU. Madam Chair, did I answer Board Member Norton's question, or does she feel like I bailed out and didn't really
Well, I'm
commit to
going to check
anything?
with her and see.
Okay.
Did that adequately address what you were asking?
Yeah, I don't take a position on a percentage, ma'am.
I'm going to comment. One of the hardest things about finances, about moving initiatives forward, is we actually don't have any kind of a budget to work within in reality. And to me, that's one of the most frustrating things. I feel like knowing about where we're going to land informs which programs to move forward and where to go. Anyways, I'm just voicing that in general. That's always been a frustration for me. And I know we can't do those projections until
Right.
fair enough, right? So we have to move something forward, but to me, I would want to know 100 million, 600 million, right? Some kind of a ballpark so I can say what is important and what's priority. But anyways, that's my own. Okay, does anybody else have comment on this before we move it forward? Board Member Lear, I see your hand up. Hold on, let's get to you.
Here's my dilemma, and I don't.
Well, don't dilemma yet.
I'm
Now
waiting.
dilemma.
Here's my dilemma. And I'm not sure if the maker of the motion has a response to this, or maybe Scott. But I think we are in a catch-22 with this school fee stuff. On the one hand, the legislature is going to expect LEAs to absorb these fees that are responsible for essential programs for children, young people. On the other end, they're not providing, we've repeatedly tried for 2 or 3 years to get that money. So we're either, LEAs are faced with either dropping programs that keep kids in school, music programs. You know, I don't love football really, but football for some kids, or dropping those programs because they can't afford them, or cheating like they used to. And cheating's not a fair word, and I don't want to apply it to LEAs, but trying to pay for them in ways that are, and not maybe granting fee waivers. And so I at least like that this is upfront and saying, if you want these programs that are so important in your communities, you've got to fund them. And I hear you, Scott, saying, well, what will that mean for ESA? What is it going to mean for a number of other things? But I think I feel like we're being put in this untenable position. And so I'm just expressing that frustration in voting for this, and I probably will, because I think we have to maintain, we've got court cases that say extracurricular activities are essential to the full high school program for all students. So just leaving LEAs out to dry, hanging out to dry to try to fund them, or by hook and crook, which is what happened apparently for 20 years, is not appropriate either.
Okay, I didn't really hear a question, but thank you
There
for
wasn't a
sharing.
question.
Okay,
It was
because
just-
originally it sounded like you were going to go one or the other, but
Well, I'd come back. I'm sorry, Jenny, you're right.
It's okay.
Dear Chair. Do you have a response to that, Brent? Or, I mean, do you considered that same concern as the maker of the motion?
is there
Chair
anyone that would like to
Brent?
provide a response
Or-
to what was
right,
given? Yes,
or especially the maker of the motion.
especially the maker of the motion. Okay, Brent, straight, go ahead. I think we got you on now.
I would love to address that. One thing I think we always need to keep in mind is the WPU raises all boats across the board, all programs, everything is increased. One of the things that JLC wants to look at is how do we pay our aides, our instructional aides, especially those highly qualified instructional aides, because last year with the funding method, it went directly to teachers. It didn't raise all boats. The WPU raises everyone. Do I think we'll necessarily get exactly what we want here? Probably not. There's going to be a lot at play. But let me remind you that this is the last year in which we have a little more pull with the legislature because they want our support for the initiative to remove the tax on food, at least the state amount.
Okay.
That is beneficial to families. The effect of removing curricular and co-curricular fees would be akin to lowering taxes for families. Family-friendly tax policy is a must, especially in this age with declining birth rates. A robust birth rate is important to our economic future. Public education is important to that. And I think this is a reasonable request, and I would be happy if we received all of it. In regards to what do we lose in exchange, maybe if we got all of that with the WPU, look what that would do for our funding across the board. A lot of these other things would come in. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Was there other comments on this? Okay, Board Member Booth.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah.
The WPU increase, is already green on our trusty little sheet here. And it says on there that we're seeking board direction to finalize request amount. The amount is listed pending. And I really think there is strength in numbers. When you've got USBA and USSA all firmly behind this, that's a big chunk of public education. And it was a very careful and thoughtful approach. I would feel very happy to jump on the bandwagon as the state leaders of learning, to be with all of our counterparts at the local levels in just joining GLC on that recommended amount. And whatever else we lose, we gain. At least our legislators recognize that we are united in public education, and this is a priority.
May I ask a question, Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones? Are we anticipating the same type of finances as last year? It's my understanding it's significantly different than last year. What are you hearing? I'm just curious. When we're asking for 13%, that's my question there. So, you're not, but we're going to make it so it happens. There you go.
Thanks, Madam Chair, for the question. At this point, we don't have actual revenue. You typically get revenue estimates / positions on what revenue is available till November, December timeframe. We are seeing lower income tax receipts. I think it's safe for me to say that. The tax commission reports do indicate, I think Ben Leschman had provided you, the board, that at that point it was about 120 million less, I think is about what he said. So all indications are that we can expect lower revenue receipts, which, then translates into potentially less available money for public education since we're funded out of the income tax fund. And so the answer to your question, ma'am, is yes, less than the prior years. There is quite a bit of one-time money out there. I think it's safe for me to say too. So that has effects obviously on requests that are more along the lines of ongoing sustained funding. That always plays into the process. But yes, definitely, I would anticipate less revenue occurring in the future. There are, and just one last thing, there are predictions about a downturn in the economy, recession type talk. The depth of that, though, is not, no one can really estimate. Well, we can estimate that, but no one can ever predict just how deep of a recession we'd be in. When it'll occur, but there are indications of a recessionary period on the horizon. So hopefully that helps, ma'am.
Okay. And Vice Chair Hart has reminded me we probably need to set a time limit and then, yeah, keep going. So we want questions answered, but we could be campaigning for funding all night. In essence, if you're interested in having it on, even if it's not your top priority, vote for. If you're not interested, then vote no, and then it'll all come out. And if you're not even interested, but you're like, well, all right, maybe other people are, put it on, but you can still prioritize. Does that make sense? So, yeah, one more comment. Go ahead. Hit your.
Because the WPU is already on, would this go on as a second one with the amount on it? I mean, on our chart, would it be two separate ones, or is this going to replace the one that's there?
Sorry, okay.
So, Madam Chair, it really depends on the motion. It's already green for a request for an increase to the WPU. What remains to be decided is if you want to determine the percentage that you want to recommend now, or you want to do it in your October meeting. But irregardless, it will be on the survey for you to prioritize. It's not necessarily a requirement that you have the percentage decided here, because you do have it on here. But if you want to do that, it really depends again on the motion. But I don't see it as two separate things. I see it that you have the WPU increase already on your green, or will be in the survey. It's just a matter of, do you want to put a percentage amount in there? So hopefully that answers Board Member Norton's question, ma'am.
Do you feel like that answered your question? Because it didn't mine.
If you don't mind,
Are we saying that this motion takes the place of that motion?
Oh, I see.
may I just clarify, the way the motion is written, and Todd, if you could share that, I actually drafted it to state that the board moves to set the WPU increase at 13.5% as recommended by JLC on the list, which means it's just amending the current one that's there to add a percentage. So if you want to have two separate, one that just is WPU general and then one that's 13.5%, I could do that. But currently, the way the motion is drafted, it's not putting it on the list. It's amending the one that is on the list already.
Okay, that seeks the clarity, I think.
Right. And if I may, I would recommend that it just be the one that you decide, and then, you as a board take a position on what percentage you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going to go till 6:30 on this. That's kind of,
We have general consent calendar and an executive session. We do not have dinner plans.
And we have about 12 policy requests as well.
And 12 policy requests.
Okay.
I think
We have 10 minutes. So if you want it, vote it on. If you don't, okay. We ready? Cindy, we can keep going.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
Why, whoever was there, did JLC include the third piece in the 13.5? Because part of the deal to share the general or the income tax fund, formerly known as the education fund, was that if you share it with children and people with disabilities, then there was an automatic increase for inflation and growth. So we don't have to request that. Did I read that wrong? It flashed up so fast. But why is it in? Why is the inflationary factor in the request? We don't need to request it. And so the 13.5 looks jarring. Is the 13.5 in addition to the inflation or including it? Because I'd rather minus the 4% and say we're asking for 9.5 in addition to the inflationary factor in line with JLC.
Yeah. Let's see where we're at here.
And I'm
Are
going to
you
make that a
making an
motion,
amendment?
but I'd like to hear from the motion maker who was in the
Okay.
meeting first.
All right. Board
assume you're in the
member
meeting?
Straight, I don't have your thing on. Hold on. Takes a minute to get down to where we're at. Okay, go ahead.
I was not in the meeting, but the sense that I had from the meeting and by talking to those after is that they just wanted a reminder that they wanted to separate that out from the other, because what happened last year is we had the inflationary and the increase, because remember we asked for 10%, I believe it was, and that 10%, they went down to 6, didn't include much as far as that. So they
again,
wanted to remind of
I,
that.
I move that we change the number to 9.5% in addition to the 4% inflationary factor.
Okay, are you good with that?
With all the other language, with the fees and the JLC language and all of that. So it's still in line with JLC, but it just doesn't look so stinking jarring. And also because the whole reason we did that was so we wouldn't have to ask for inflation and growth.
Explain the 4% inflationary factor further.
No, I think it's obvious. I mean, it's the given.
Factor of promise.
Okay.
Well, no, it's there.
Okay, we ready? So the motion before us is that, this is the amendment to change the 13 point, are we amending this, or is there anyone with objection? Yeah, substitute motion? Do we have a second? Okay. The motion is that the board change the 13, no. Yeah. So we wouldn't have to change the 13.5. We would just make the motion, the other motion. Oh, from what they're recommending, because it's the JLC recommend. Okay. Okay, so it's the board moves to set the WPU increase at 9.5%, which is in addition to the 4% inflationary factor increase in alignment with JLC on the list of board-supported legislative funding requests for the 2024 legislative session. And all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay. So here we go. Those opposed, Board Member Earl, Board Member Hart, Board Member Klein, Board Member Green, Board Member Norton, and Board Member Bogus. Those four? All those four, raise your hand. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that does not pass. Okay. Who did we have? Raise your hand again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7. I have 7. Okay. The next person would be Board Member Norton. Do you have a motion?
Okay. Hit your button, please.
Wait.
Okay.
This is a policy companion on the SOEP. This is not a funding
I
request.
thought it was a substitute motion, so that was it. Oh, is that right?
Yes, it was a substitute motion.
Okay, so we go back to the original. Okay. So the original motion, sorry, hold on just a second. The board moves to set the WPU increase at 13.5% as recommended by JLC on the list of board-supported legislative funding requests for the 2024 legislative session. All those in favor, raise your hand. So they're straight. Okay, you're going to read them off? Wood, Real, Lair, Booth, and Cindy Davis. Okay, all those opposed? This would be the rest, so it. Okay. All right, that motion fails. Okay, Board Member Norton, you're up.
And mine is a policy request, and apparently we still have more funding requests, so I will step aside and wait to be
Okay,
on
the
policy.
next on the list is Board Member Bogus. Sorry, here we go.
Okay, so I would move that the board direct staff to develop a legislative funding request for the 24 legislative session to request funding to provide LEAs with funding for functional behavior assessments and the implementation of associated behavior intervention plans. And with a second, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Second. Go ahead and speak to that motion, please.
If Superintendent Voorhees wants to come up, that's fine with me, but we had a long series of meetings, and there are some needs here, and the staff is aware of those needs, and since this is to direct staff to develop a request, I think it's something where, in particular, in schools that have high tier 3 infractions, violence, vandalism, things like that, we have a population of students that are not getting their needs met, and they are not verified SPED students, and there needs to be a process in place to mitigate so that we can address that. And ultimately, and correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent Voorhees, ultimately create an environment that's better for teachers, better for students, and better for everybody as a whole. So that would be my speaking to the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have questions on this one?
Can I stay in the queue?
Oh, okay. You stay in the queue, or you have a question? Go for it.
You can ask the person.
You can.
Is Wood in the queue then?
Yes. Someone has to go off. And Wood. There we go.
Question on this. We were told that we would be having the funding list sent to us on Monday. Is there time for this to have a development of a legislative funding request?
I think Deputy Jones has, if you'll hit your button, Deputy.
Okay, so just as a reminder, if the motion is for staff, you're directing staff to create a request for funding, right? Just as you did for the voted in board earlier, we will be bringing those, we used to call them business cases, or request for funding documents to you in your October meeting. So the short answer to the question is no, it would not be on the survey because it's pending the development of the request for funding form. Now that does not mean though that during the October meeting, you as a board cannot take the survey results, look and do, one more iteration of moving things, quote unquote, into the green, right? And then looking at your results of the survey, and then, because if that's my understanding, is if you pass this, we would see two more requests for funding documents brought to you in October. So you'd still have time, but we just want to make sure that you're clear that it might mean that you would have to take the process of looking at the results of the survey for those that are in green today, and then, make whatever amendments you need to in your October meeting so that we can meet the submission time for the Governor's Office Budgetary Procedures Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. So please take that into consideration as you make your vote. We're ready to vote. Oh, Member Norton, did you have, okay. All in favor of this motion to develop a legislative funding request, to request funding, to provide LEAs with funding for functional behavior assessments and the implementation of associated behavior plans, please raise your hand. Yes. In favor, raise your hand. We've got Davis, Booth, Green, Norton, Bogus, Lear, Reel, Wood, Straight, Hart. All those opposed? What were you? What was the question? Do you want to support this one or no? It's 10 yeses. You're a no? Okay. All noes, raise your hand again. I'm sorry. Okay. No is for. Okay, so what's the vote? 10 yeses, 1 no, that passes. Do we have any others? Member Wood.
So I move that the board add USIMAC ongoing funding of the benefits and the USDB paraeducators to the list of board-supported legislative funding requests.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
We have motion made and seconded.
Can I speak to that?
Briefly.
Briefly, just-
because the information
Just
is
a
in
reminder
backup.
that we are the board for the USDB.
Okay,
No one else speaks for them but us.
that's right. All right, are there any other comments? Member Bogus, is that for this one? This is for the next agenda. Okay, thank you. All in favor, please say aye, or raise your hand. I'm sorry, we're at the point we need to raise our hands, please. So This is the USIMAC and the paraprofessionals for USDB. Both items are together in this one. We've got a no from Klein and a no from, Ms. Bogus, are you a yes or a no? You raise your hand, yes? Okay. Thank you. Okay, hold on. That was 10 yeses, 1 no, that passes. Deputy, did you have a comment? No? Okay, so both those passed. I'm sorry, Member Lear, what? No, not yet. I actually think we might be. Is yours a policy? Okay. I think now we are to policy and, oh, he does have something?
Madam Chair, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Please, just one more time, look at the yellows, right? You
Okay.
did the USDB. Just take 2 minutes.
Okay,
Look at them.
okay.
See if there's any more motions on to make them green. Please.
I will. We will.
2 minutes.
Can
ma'am.
everybody look at the tracker? Look at the screen. Make sure. And I totally understand that and understand why you would say that, Deputy. Because if we don't move them now, it creates a disaster. Not really, but that's hyperbole. I know. Sorry. Is he a director? Yeah. Director Call, can you scroll very slowly?
Okay, you ready to move on? Is that what you're saying? Okay. You have one? Are you ready to go?
Are there any other ones that you would like to? All the lights are for policy.
No, this is for funding.
Okay, then we'll go to Member Davis.
I move that the board add the support for driver's education into the board-supported list.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion made and seconded. Are there any questions? Please indicate with a hand because you're in.
I'll briefly speak to the motion.
Okay.
And a representative from an LEA spoke with me today, not one that is even in my geographic area, but said, this is, we have to do this and we're not getting the money, the funding that we need. And so then we have to charge more and more to kids. And we're sitting here having this conversation about how to reduce fees. And yet driving is something so essential to life sustaining. You got to drive to get a job.
Drive well.
Unless we would get better transportation infrastructure, which may or may not happen. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions about that? Seeing no questions, we will. You do have a question. Okay. Go ahead, Member Lear.
But my concern is, this is just nickel and diming the discussion we had previously about fees. It's as do some of the other fees, and this is just one of the super expensive ones. And I don't disagree. I just think we're nickeling and diming it as opposed to say we need money if you want to continue with the activities we've expected. So, and I know you voted for it. Thanks. That's all I have to say.
Member Straight. Member Straight, you got to have your mic on.
I'd just like to say, I think for this round, in some ways, I'm like, why limit anything? Because we're going to get our list on Monday, we're going to vote, and that's where we're going to prioritize. I think we're jabbing over things that we ought to just put them all on. That's my motion, just anyway.
Oh, brother. Okay. All right. Did you do well when your child put everything on the Santa list? How'd that work for you?
I said the kids.
Okay, anyway, all right. we need to vote on this. All in favor of adding driver's ed to the list as in purple, raise your hand. So the yeses, will you please indicate these? Hymas, Davis, Booth, Green, Bogus, Lear, Real, Straight. Yes.
Booth, Davis, Green, Hymas, Real, and Straight.
Okay. And Lear. I'm a no. Yes. She was a yes. Bogus, were you an yes or a no? On driver's ed, a yes or a no? Yes. It passes with 8 yes votes. All right, now Board Member Booth.
I just noted that the proposal that Board Member Hymas, Straight, and myself made on the August 4th meeting regarding the POPS program is still here in yellow. POPS is an ongoing program that has been very successful for years and years, and is determined that from a staffing standpoint, in order to continue the program that has been already in place, it's not an increase in the program, but just to keep it at the same level that it has been, it requires some additional funding. And so I would highly recommend that we support and give our professional organizations in the state, from the Utah Symphony to Ballet West to everybody else on board, that additional support so they can continue the good work they've been doing for so long.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, you already spoke to it. Do you mind if we move to a vote? Thank you. All in favor, raise your hand. Yes, so Hart, Hymas, Davis, Booth, Norton. Names are hard.
Turn your plates, not that we don't.
Lear, Real. 3 no's. Okay, all right, I will. All right.
Thank you.
And if you, a no, please raise your hand. So the no's would be Bogus, Klein, and Green. It's hard. Okay, all right, so that one passes. Are there any others on this list? Oh, you do have a, okay, all right. Member Real?
Yes, I would make a motion that the board directs staff to develop legislative funding requests for the 2024 legislation to address the following topics: dual language immersion.
Do we have a second?
Well, I was just reading the motion on here, but yeah.
Do we
Sorry,
have
I
a
wasn't-
second?
It's $50,000, doesn't require a policy update, and I think that we've seen a lot of success in that, and we can continue looking into that through this study that they are lacking the funds for.
Okay. We have a vote and a second. I think everybody is in the, raise your hand if you have anything for this item. No? Okay. We can go to a vote. All in favor, raise your hands. Okay, put them down. All opposed? All right, so Klein and Bogus. No, I'm going to count the smaller number. Your light has to. All right,
Ready?
I am ready.
Grow Your Own is on there. Oh, there it is. Grow Your Own Educator Pipeline Program. You're on that
Is
list
there
too.
a second? Second from Hymas. Any questions about that? All right, let's go to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, put your hands down. All opposed? Okay, we've got Bogus and Green and Klein. The rest for yeses. Yep, that passes. Are there any others? Last call. Member Davis.
Did we have the funding for, that JLC had requested for transportation? It's on there. Okay, thank you. Then I move that we be able to prioritize our top 12 instead of our top 10 on Monday.
Okay, we have a motion to prioritize top 12. Do we have a second? Second from board members? From Real? All in favor of doing the top 12 instead of the top 10, raise your hand. Put your hands down. Please, if you're opposed, raise your hand. Member Klein and Member Wood. Okay, that passes. No, we don't, because, no. Moving on, general consent. No, statutory changes. Slow as, okay, your turn.
Okay.
Tag.
Okay, Tech, I'm back. Okay,
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
board, oh, you're, okay, yes, Angie.
Hold on,
It's
hold
not
on.
Angie, but
Good
Deputy
evening.
Stallings.
Thank you. Good afternoon/evening. Just wanted to clarify, there are 7 on the list on the list titled General Session Request for Statutory Changes. So Todd, if you could display that document, it should be the first one. And there are 7 that were prepared by staff. The backup is there for each of these 7. So I can either go through them quickly, or if board members would prefer to review them, would you like me to just summarize them quickly, all 7, and then take questions? And then there are 5 motions that board members have given me separately from this. So I just wanted to, there's 12 total.
Yeah, go through them.
Okay, I will quickly go through them, and then tell someone
Yep,
asks me
just
to
real
stop.
quick.
Okay, the first one is quick. It's a refile of a bill that was from the 2022 general session that did not pass due to running out of time, but it would allow LEAs to offer the seminar related to student mental health, bullying, and safety on a Saturday. Or virtually. So it would just give more options. Currently, it can only be held Monday through Friday. The second one is also a refile of a bill that the board supported last session. It was 2023 HB 306, which again did not pass due to running out of time. But this one would codify the exemption or codify an exception for school community councils that are small, in small areas, to allow school land trust community councils in areas where the school district is the largest employer, where students are transient, to be able to have less parent members than staff members in those cases only. The third one is would amend the current codified reimbursement cap for driver's education from $100 to $150. Just as a reminder, there's a dedicated funding source for this, and it has plenty of money in there, but they haven't been able to draw down because there's a $100 cap, and that this would increase the $100 cap to $150. The fourth one would be amendments to or follow-up bill related to the 2023 HB 304. To include provisions related to the reintegration plan, to designate the superintendent's designee, and change reporting dates to allow for reporting, and it actually is to allow for reporting with lag data rather than current data. So unfortunately, those two need to be switched. If we have to wait for current data, we can't get the report out until very late in the year. But if we can use lag data, we can get it closer to the summertime. Fifth would be to amend Utah Code Section 53E3503 to change terminology from youth in custody to youth in care, to better align with updated terminology to support students who are in care of the state. 6, amend 53F2506 to remove language that currently requires BTS arts funding to be supplantive, meaning it would amend or repeal the not able to supplant language. And then 7 would be to amend 53G 71206 to remove charter school authorizers from the approval process for a charter school's school land trust or charter trust land council land trust plan. I could give you more information there, but it would remove that requirement, for example, SCSB to approve 120 charter plans. And that's it.
Okay, there's one, superintendent has something to add to number 6. If, yeah, okay.
I just want to make the board aware that we've had discussion with members of the BTS team and the funders of the Sorensen Foundation, based on the feedback that we got from LEA has both charters and superintendents who have struggled to find specialists, or they're in remote places, looking at also loosening's not the right word, changing some of the statute to include things like artists in residence or other ways to go about having arts in schools, arts and music in schools, instead of that full-time certified teacher. So there's some conversation about that, and I just wouldn't want the board to be surprised if we bring that back, because I'm sure that Deputy Stallings will be called by a few members of the lobbying community, and as well as the Sorensen Foundation, and work through that a little bit more. So just wanted to add that piece. Thank you.
Okay, I think what we're going to do is move all these. If you don't want something, just pull it, and I'm going to actually make a request that we pull number 2. I guess that would need to be seconded then, huh? Is there anyone that would second that? Yes. Okay, so that's been seconded. So would all of them minus 2, which we can still vote on 2, but it would be voted on separately. Board member, yeah, look at it again. Board member Klein, did you have?
Too many.
I would just make a motion to divide them all and vote on them individually.
Is there a second for that? Okay, there's a second. The motion before us is divide all out and vote on separately. All those in favor? If you want them all divided, please raise your hand. Okay, there are 3 votes for that. Klein, Green, and Bogus are for that. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, so that motion fails. Does anybody else have any they want to pull before we? Board Member Lear?
The arts, I have a question regarding the arts issue that
Okay.
that superintendent just explained. I always get a little twisted about supplanting. So would this give greater flexibility to the field to find people if this passed, or it would reduce the flexibility? Is that, and can I ask that of the superintendent, Chair? Can I ask that of the superintendent?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Oh, yes, you can.
Whatever it was, you can ask her. Go ahead, Sid, did you hear me?
Superintendent.
You got what I asked.
I did. Thank you, Board Member Lear. I can't speak to the supplanting piece. The request from the field has been all about flexibility. There will be a study coming out that will be started soon to really drill down into the why. What are the barriers preventing 100% participation in our elementary schools? That's been a desire for a while to get that going.
Okay.
So that's part A, to bring that back to you in order then to craft some better policy. So I think it's sort of a TBD, but it's all about more flexibility to get to that benchmark. I would defer to Deputy Stallings about the supplanting language.
That's enough.
Is that
And
enough?
it's
Okay.
more recrafting than maybe anything else. Is that accurate? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other items to be pulled? Okay, so the motion is to move forward legislative proposals for number 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 as indicated the way Deputy Stallings read for us. So all those in favor, raise your hand. Actually, okay, all those opposed? That would be Klein, Green, Bogus.
Brent, what are you, do you need more time to look at it?
It's all of them but 2, so. You're for or against? You're against.
So you're against moving those forward? Okay,
You're for moving those forward.
Okay.
Okay, he's for. I'm feeling the vibes here. Okay, so on number 2, that has to do with community councils and the structure of those within. Anyway, okay, hold on. Let you read that. Yeah, let's, if we can pull it up to read it. Do you want me to read through it? Amend section 53G7 1202 to codify the current exemptions for staffing a school community council outlined in R277-491-3, A through B. These exemptions allow for the creation of school land trust community councils in areas where the school district is the largest employer and or where students are transient and meeting current code requirements are not possible. This is a refile. So, okay. I am familiar with some of my communities that would fit this, and I don't see where it's not that many parents that you're required to have on there. There still may be some challenges. I do admit that, but I do know of areas where you still have enough students and parents there that this shouldn't be an issue. So that's, I could see this being a problem in a couple of my areas, so.
You want to
Yes.
speak to that one?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I think this is maybe one of the most important to me on the list because I think these schools need community councils. They need active community councils, and I've actually talked with specialists from this office and smaller schools who have felt frustrated to the point of not even wanting to engage with community councils and making it up. So I think the greater flexibility for these specialized schools in this way and in addition to other ways would be the best way we could go to help these students and the parents who want to be involved in something meaningful. So I absolutely think this is a great idea.
Okay, Board Member Hart?
Yeah, can would a member of staff be able to help me on this? From what I recall, if you are both a parent and an employee, you can't count as a parent. Wouldn't we achieve much the same effect by saying if you're both, you can count as a parent? And it would allow, you would still, what bothers me is that so many educators are parents, but because they're educators, it cancels out their parent status. Yeah, like you don't know because you're an educator. Well, I'm also a parent, so couldn't we also in these cases somehow solve this problem by allowing that provision, that your educator status doesn't cancel out your parent status?
Is Paula,
a
does she
question?
want to speak to that? Director Plant, or I don't know if it's director.
Before we go to Paula?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify whether you would want to change that for all schools or just for the schools, okay, that are in these smaller communities? Okay.
But I don't.
Is it working?
Yep, it's
Okay, sorry. That might solve the problem. We only have about 13 schools in the state that fall into this category. There are actually some schools where the population of the parents is so small that we have the father and the mother and the father and the mother, and you still can't seat a council. So it might solve the problem in some cases, but not all.
Thank you, that's exactly what I was sort of at.
And maybe the part I'm getting hung up on with is where the school is the largest employer, because there are areas where the school might be the largest employer in the community and it may not fit the criteria of what you're saying. So if you're adding that in, do you see what I'm saying? Because there are communities that are bedroom communities where the school is the largest employer. I think that's where I'm getting hung up on this. Right, it's either one or the other. So if it's the largest employer, then you automatically fall into that category of being able to. You're thinking extremely small. I'm thinking there are communities that are not extremely small. They'll be using this as a mechanism to not have as many parents on there. Well, it's only, for the most part, it's 5 or 6. All right. I'm not going to, okay. Staff, do you have a comment?
So, yes, one thing I just wanted to share, the statute would essentially actually state that the state board would establish the criteria for people to seek or be eligible for the waiver. The language in the bill from last year stated this: the state board may make rules in accordance with Title 63G, et cetera, governing a school community council when, under unique circumstances that the state board identifies, there are insufficient members to fill positions described in subsection 4. So the reason I wanted to share that with you is the language there, they're examples, but actually the board, if we use what we used last year, will have the opportunity to establish the criteria under which schools would be able to get an exemption. And so then we could have this discussion about.
I feel better about an exemption versus a broad, because I think there are areas where this doesn't fit. Is that what we're seeing is an exemption in the law? Or we
make rules under, yes. It just says governing a school community council when under unique circumstances. So we could say, this is the process whereby you get it. You could either say that their local board approves it, or you could have the school and trust approve it, or this board approve it.
Okay, I feel better than that, about that versus a broad, if you fit this category, you automatically get to be exempt. Okay, so let's vote. So all those in favor of number 2 on the list, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay. All right, we have, who's in the, okay, board member Bog, oh, you have them listed? Okay.
Norton, Bogus, Davis, Lear.
Okay, Norton, Bogus. Okay, so board member Bogus, Norton, you're first. Go ahead.
We're doing the SOEP. Yeah. Okay, this is a policy change. Currently, the SOEP bucket or funding amounts come in for a section for private, a section for home, and a section for public schools. That also, it includes charters. And they set aside a certain amount of money. This policy requests that we change that instead to a percentage, and that the board is the one that sets the percentage. So here comes the motion. The motion is that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend provisions in the statewide online education program to allow the board to make rules to determine the percentage of total SOEP funds to allocate to the various SOEP programs, including establishing a guaranteed or minimum amount of funds to support K-12 public high schools, and to sustain the flow of funding in the SOEP programs for students in Utah public schools during fluctuations in the economy and higher demands for SOEP courses.
Okay, do you have a second? Okay. Is there any comments or questions to this? So correct me if I'm wrong, I get the feel that this is shifting from the current practices to to more to public ed doing the funding and less to those, because I know that it's used through private schools and homeschool entities and other entities, and you're saying the shift would be us making decisions and that money would go there.
It would be that instead of the legislature having to decide this, the board would decide that, and last year, we actually had this happen, and the legislature said, board, go ahead and take care of it. So I think that kind of shows that they, you know, have that trust in us that we are doing this right anyway. But it does help to, you know, as I've said many, many times, that's $680,000 for all the small schools and the charters that we saw in the past that provided one class for one student was just not enough. And so this way we can kind of get a more equitable balance of that money over the groups.
Okay, Board Member Lear?
I think otherwise, these are unfunded mandates for small schools. I want to be supportive of SOEP, but I feel it's always, I feel like they're always giving us just less than we need, and it doesn't make me want to be supportive of the more creative ways to provide instruction.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote on this. The motion is that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend provisions in the statewide online education program to allow the board to make rules to determine the percentage of total SOEP funds to allocate to the various SOEP programs, including establishing a guaranteed or minimum amount of funds to support K-12 public high schools and to sustain the flow of funding in the SOEP program for students in Utah public schools during fluctuations in the economy and higher demands for SOEP courses. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, you've got those. So Davis, Booth, Norton, Lear, Rill, Wood, and Straight. All those opposed? Okay, I don't know that there was 8 votes for the previous. Is that accurate? 7. Okay. Next person I have on our list is Bogus. Yeah, it failed.
Yeah, could you do a roll call, please, when it's that close? I just want to make sure I got them all.
Yes, let's do it. I just wrote, did you want me to do that? Okay, you good? Are you good then?
I've got, let me just repeat the notes, please. I've got Bogus, Klein, Green, Hymas, and then I didn't get the last
Earl. Okay. All right. Bogus, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. So this policy request is actually a carryover from last month. And I would just move that the board direct staff to work with the legislature to amend 53G-6-803 to prohibit LEAs from requiring a student to take a local assessment either as a standalone assessment or following a student or parent's request to opt out of a statewide assessment. And the example obviously is RISE. And with a second, I'd like to speak to the motion. So this is, it's just an ongoing issue in our LEAs. Since last month, I had 3 more constituents call me about these mandated assessments. And so I think we just need to be explicit in code that a parent has the right to opt out of assessments, just period. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other comments? Board Member Davis, do you have a comment, or is that?
Don't we have to get rid of the word or? I mean, they shouldn't be required to take a test following a parent's request to opt out? I mean, otherwise, you're not going to give the test to the class unless you're saying want to get rid of all tests.
So I'm saying all tests should be allowed to be opted out.
Then you have to say, get rid of or. I think it basically needs to say LEAs can't force a student to take a test following a parent opting out. If you're saying or, then that means they shouldn't require any tests. You're getting rid of all tests.
Do you? Oh, sorry.
Well, then we're getting, fine, okay, I'll just,
So it could be an and or. The point still remains that it cannot be, if a parent can opt out of a standalone district test, district mandated assessments ultimately need to be opt-outable via code, and they cannot require a district assessment if a parent opts out of a statewide assessment. I want that to be very explicit in the codification language.
Board Member Straight, do you have a comment on this one? Okay. Let me get you up. Okay.
Yes, Chair, if I could, how's this different than what we already have as far as opt-out?
Well, because there are.
I'm not asking
Oh.
you. I am asking you.
You did
but-
say chair, so yeah, okay. Would you share with us, Board Member Bogus? I know. We're working on you here. There you go.
Sure. So one is district mandated assessments don't currently have an opt-out in code. And two, there are multiple districts and LEAs that are requiring district mandated assessments as the consequence of opting out of the statewide assessment. And we need to be explicit that the opt-out cannot produce a secondary assessment. So it's actually quite different from what we already have.
Are you in the queue? What? Oh, okay. Direct staff to work with the legislature to amend, to prohibit the LEA from requiring a student to take a local assessment or following a student or parent to request to opt out of a statement.
Member Lear has a question.
Okay, Member Lear, you have a question. You're on.
I have a comment. My problem with the way this is written is local assessment. I'm not. It feels like it's saying that a student could opt out of every assessment. A math test, an English test. A local assessment is too broad. I might be agreeable to making sure that any standardized assessment, whether it's from a district, LEA, or a state, is subject to opt-out. But the way this is written is just way too broad. So it needs to be refined for me to support it.
Okay, so if can I just summarize so I make sure I understand? I think the intent, I don't know if that's what the language says, but the intent is the summative assessments that are being, some districts are offering a end of the year course or assessment in addition to the RISE assessment. And so someone may opt out of the RISE assessment, which is a state mandated, but they're still obligated to take a localized assessment at the completion. Yeah.
But my point is, the way this is written is not something I can support. I don't care what the intent is.
Right.
It says something different, it says something I cannot support.
Okay.
So if you want to refine it, that, hey.
Do you care to refine it at all, or are you? Hold on.
A local standardized assessment or a local.
So if you would like it to read local, summative, standardized, normed reference, I don't care. I think the example is clear. The MAPS assessment is the ongoing issue that has been mandated repeatedly.
Okay. So do you want to leave it the way it is then, the wording?
She can add this to it. Local, summative, standardized, or norm referenced. You can put all that wording in there. That's fine. Or LEA, yeah, an LEA. I don't care what it says, but the example, I think, goes to the language there.
It's only illustrative, it's not spot.
Okay. Is that looking good? I'm gonna read it. So the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend section 53G6 803 to prohibit an LEA from requiring a student to take an LEA summative, standardized, or normative referenced assessment, example, MAPS, either as a standalone assessment or following a student or parent's request to opt out of a statewide assessment, like RISE. Okay, any other comments? If not, we're going to vote. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, so we have Board Member Klein, Board Member Green, and Board Member Bogus are yes. Klein, Green, and Bogus are yes. All those opposed? Okay. Okay. Okay, so that fails 10-3. The next one on my list is Davis. Do you have a policy request?
Yes, thank you. Can you put mine up, Deputy Stallings? Thank you. I move that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to combine the Carson Smith Scholarship Program and the Special Needs Opportunity Scholarship Program by rolling the SNOPS program into the Carson Smith Scholarship Program. And
Okay.
I'd like to speak.
Second.
If you get a second. Thank you. This is kind of just following the audit and looking at that recommendation legislatively to combine the two, and looking at the numbers in Carson Smith and the numbers in Special Needs Opportunity Scholarship, and also really looking at the current present internal controls are greater in Carson Smith than they are in SNOPS, and the administrative costs are much, much less. So more money would go to the students. So that's where I'm at. Thank
And
you.
I believe there may be already some legislation working on this, but yes.
I
Okay.
think it might be working on the opposite of this, which doesn't make efficient administrative sense.
Okay. Okay. I'm pondering. Oh, I deleted you out. Will you just go ahead and put your name back in? Okay. Okay. Okay, we're ready to vote. So if I didn't see any other comments, that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to combine the Carson Smith Scholarship Program and the Special Needs Opportunity Scholarship Program by rolling the Special Needs Opportunity SNOPS. Oh yeah. Okay. Program into Carson Smith Scholarship Program. Oh yes.
Just quickly, I do support this, but I do not support the opposite. And I hope if the board supports this, we will only work on the way that it's phrased here, not the opposite. Thanks.
Okay. That's one comment. Okay. Yep. Okay, so all those in favor, raise your hand. All those, oh, you got those down? Okay, all those opposed? I'm just not sure yet. I don't know the ramifications, so. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that passes. All right, next, is there another, I have Lear. Okay. Can I ask just one procedural question? We still, next month, we can still bring policies forward. So if something fails this month, it could be reworked or whatever. And okay.
Why don't we then move this item and go on to consent?
Well, let's finish the last three that we have. Okay, real quick. So Lear, go ahead.
My motion is that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend subsection.
Well, you need a
We
mic.
can't hear you.
Oh,
Will you push your button?
yes, I got it.
Okay.
There. My motion is the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend subsection 53E-9-302-3, parentheses 3, to consolidate the student data policy advisory groups into one student data policy advisory group. And I'd like to speak to that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, speak to it.
As I mentioned previously, ad nauseum, I've been on this committee for a long time, and I enjoyed it, worked with the group, but I found that we were constantly asking the director, well, what do the practitioners think? Oh, they're in a different group meeting. Well, what do and there would be another group, but what do they think? Oh, they meet separately, and this is all per legislation. And I found that, yes, there were issues, but they were more issues that applied to all groups, all different participants, and felt like it would be way more efficient, more informative for there to be one group that met together. None of these groups were very big, and the attendance was not great often. And so I think it wouldn't create an unmanageable group, but it would rather create a better informed group.
Okay.
They're like three.
Anyone else want to have a
And
comment?
there's something, oh, sorry, say, Jenny, I was going to say one more thing. And this was when I mentioned this to Katie Chalice, she said, and I, paraphrasing, she said, that's a great idea.
Oh, I love great ideas.
Me
so
too.
That's all good things.
Great ideas.
Any
think
other
like me,
comments?
right.
Okay, we're moving a great idea forward. So if you would like to support that, raise your hand. And it's unanimous. Look at that. Great ideas are unanimous. Okay, Board Member Hymas, I have you next, and then Bogus, and then we're done today. Others, oh, Wood. Okay. Oh, okay. We got you. You'll move forward today. Go ahead. Nope. Go ahead. We'll get her on the. She'll go through. Sorry about that. Oh, geez.
I'm hoping this will be quick. So I was on the prevailing side of a motion that Member Norton made, and then I spoke with Member Norton and gained more information. So I'd like to bring Member Norton's motion back to the table so I can revote.
Okay. Remind me, does that take a 2/3 or not to revisit it? Reconsider? Remind me what the vote is on that. He was prevailing. Yep. Okay. So if he's on the, we'd have to vote to bring it back, and then it would have to have 8 votes to bring it back. Okay, so. What was the motion? Yeah, give us the motion.
So the motion is to bring back Member Norton's original motion.
Okay, so the motion is to bring back the SOEP motion that Board Member Norton made. All those in favor of returning that motion to the table, raise your hand. Okay. So it looks like 9. All those opposed, raise your hand. So that would be Earl, Green, Bogus, and who'd I miss? Klein. No, he was on the prevailing side. Oh.
We will look it up afterwards.
But it would take a 2/3. Am I understanding that right? If you're not on the, I didn't think you could bring it back if you're not on the prevailing side, but is that inaccurate?
So I am just stating what AAG Buse just stated. If somebody were to make that motion and not be on the prevailing side, you'd need 2/3. But because Board Member Hymas was on the prevailing side, it's a simple majority.
Okay. I didn't know that,
8.
but that's interesting. Okay. Okay, so
Yeah,
we're
can
going
I-
to move that motion.
Can we just pull that motion up and I'll quickly speak to it?
Okay.
If we have it, just so it's back on everybody's mind. And I don't want to take a whole lot. I'm just grateful that I was able to gather more information, and that's it. I'd like to just revote.
You don't want to fill us in on the enlightenment?
Of course, information offers perspective.
He voted against.
So
Failed.
the motion failed.
Okay. Yep. It was the prevailing side because it failed.
It failed
If you
because
voted
only
against it,
7
you were on the
members
prevailing
voted
side.
for it. So it didn't have 8 on either side.
Yeah. Do you want to add any
So
more or
I
not?
just,
If not,
yeah,
that's fine. Yeah.
no, I just learned more about it, that it's
Okay.
going to be helpful for all public schools. And so I'm about helping public schools. How's that?
Sure. Okay, so the motion is that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend provisions in the statewide online education program to allow the board to make rules to determine the percentage of total SOEP funds to allocate to the various SOEP programs, including establishing a guaranteed or minimum amount of funds to support K-12 public high schools and to sustain the flow of funding in the SOEP program for students in Utah public schools during fluctuations in the economy and higher demands for SOEP courses, reconsidering action. I don't think, okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, those opposed, raise your hand. That's Earl, Bogus, Green, and Klein. Okay, and then I have Bogus. Do you have another motion? Hold on, I'll get you on here. Okay, and then Wood, you're next.
No, you're good. Yes, okay. That the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend the 53E-3-511 code lines to prohibit the board from measuring student dispositions or competencies as part of the board's student achievement backpack data collection system. And with a second, I can speak to the motion.
Okay, seconded by Klein. Go ahead and speak to the motion.
So I had the pleasure of meeting with many of our staff members about the student achievement backpack. It is codified, obviously, there. My understanding, based upon that meeting, is that they don't currently collect this information, but it's not explicitly prohibited in code. And I think that we need to be very clear in our codification language that we don't want it tracked, we don't want it gathered, we don't want that stuff as part of the student achievement data collection system. So I think just having that clarity and explicitness in code is super important. Thank you.
Okay, hang on. 53E3. I'm not. Let me make sure I've got this right. Okay, I just want to make sure. No. I think you're right. Sorry, I looked under the wrong section. I went 3-3.
Chair, I have a question for the maker of the motion.
Yes, Board Member Hart.
Or anyone else that can answer the question. But can you clarify what a competency is that grades? No. Okay, competencies are grades. No. Okay, then we need to put a definition in there if we're gonna.
No, it's not achievements. You're referring to behavioral things.
What's
and
that?
Dispositions of the child.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Competency, in our competency-based instruction, competencies are another word for grade. Or skills or something. So if this is, not always though, but we need to just specify what we're talking about beyond. Because what this is saying is basically you wouldn't have grades as part of a transcript.
Do you want dispositions or behaviors, maybe?
The competencies and grades are well.
Hit it again, sorry.
Fair.
So to address Member Hart's concern, what if we stated competencies beyond academics? Would that address your concern? Your concern, Member Hart?
No, I still don't know what a competency is. I don't know what a competency is that's collected in a school.
Except a grade. If it's not a grade.
Can someone find, is there a member of staff that has a definition of competency somewhere?
Everybody's having a surprise, so
Maybe. Superintendent Dixon thinks we might have a definition somewhere, but it may not. We know all those people are back there listening, and someone knows what a competency is.
What do you think you want to do on this one?
So would it assuage your concern if we put ideological competencies?
Because
remove
a
competency.
principal and a superintendent is not going to know what goes on or what doesn't go on this data unless it is spelled out, like we would an ethnic group or any of the other things that we specify.
Okay.
I can't.
Yes, Deputy Superintendent Norman.
It would be helpful if we knew what competencies we what we don't want it to mean. So having the opposite. For example, is it referring to the portrait of a graduate element? Is it referring to discipline? Is it referring to absentees? Is it referring to incidents? So if we know what it's not, that would help us find the word of what it is to help better define this. So, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Some of those things we do collect according to requirements from the legislature, but I don't know that it's in the student backpack itself. So I think that's the. So as an agency, the definition for competency is, yeah, often used interchangeably to describe describes meaningful qualifications, including evidence of demonstration or application of knowledge, skills, and dispositions with successful performance to a particular standard level of learning outcome with tangible outcomes. So that's how it's defined according to, high quality instruction cycle. Does that not help at all?
Okay,
Yeah.
so are you good with the language then the way it is? Or did you want to make any modifications? You can always move it today. If it doesn't pass, it can always come up next month. I'm just saying. Oh, you're so patient too. Thank you. I know.
No, so my concern is that dispositions are under competencies, and we don't want to measure right think. We don't want to measure compliance with ideological paradigms or worldviews. And we certainly don't want that in a student achievement data backpack. And that is my concern, is that though we don't like the word competencies, I think anything beyond the scope of academic skill sets should not be in that student achievement backpack. So if we need to amend it to say, to prohibit non-academic dispositions or competencies. Non-academic. I don't know what. Maybe somebody can amend it. I don't know.
Okay, Board Member Klein.
If you said non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions. There you go, right there. Prohibit non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Not for a student achievement backpack.
Okay, are you comfortable with the language now?
Non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions.
Okay. Okay, you ready?
So we need knowledge after non-academic.
Yep, non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions. Do we have knowledge in there?
Okay, we just got 2 more to finish here, and then we can maybe take a 5-minute break. Member Wood has one. She is waiting. So let's read those. Are you comfortable the way it is?
So my question would be, does this address Member Hart's concern?
We've been in front of administrative rules about student data backpack. I have other issues with it. But this is fine.
This is fine.
It's fine for a definition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you ready? I'm going to read it out. Okay, so the board directs staff to work with legislature to amend section 53E 3511 to prohibit the board from measuring student non-academic knowledge, skills, and dispositions as part of the board's student achievement backpack data collection system. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, we're voting if you want to vote for this. Okay, so it's Bogus, Klein, Wood, and Earl. All those opposed? Okay.
For the record, I am abstaining. I will not vote on anything related to the student data backpack.
Okay, so Member Wood, that failed. Member Wood, go ahead and let's get you up. Okay, you want to make your motion?
Yep.
I move that the board direct staff to work with the legislature to amend provisions in section 53G-10-205 to be consistent with the provisions of section 53G-6-801 and 53G-6803, including renumbering 53G-10-205 to be moved into Title 53G, Chapter 6, Part A, Parental Rights. It should come up. Angie has it.
So, can we get a second on that? Okay, a second. So will you speak to that? Maybe that will help to clarify.
When I am a parent and I need to know that I can get my child out of something, I'm going to go to the parental rights section of code to read what are my rights as a parent in terms of what I can opt my child out, what can I waive, what can I do as a parent. And so I just feel like this would align better for someone who isn't in the code and loves to read all the numbers. Where am I going to look up? I'm going to look up parental rights. And so I feel like this would give our parents better access to this information.
So in essence, you're asking for that shift to go over into the parent rights section.
Yep.
Okay. So, any comments before? Board Member Klein?
So you're asking for 205 to be rolled over into the parental rights?
Just so a place for them to look, yes.
Because it falls in with the previous code, 204 and 203 about constitutional rights. So it is a constitutional rights issue, so it should be in that section of code. As far as like 203 or 204 is about religious expression. All of those pieces of code right before 205 are along those constitutional rights.
General requirements of participation, section 2, but you're saying they all, I'm just looking, because you got maintaining constitutional freedom, expression of belief, civic and character education, and then waivers of participation and educational freedom.
So it's kind of they're
So
all
that-
in that same section of
No,
code.
the parental rights are 6801, right, in that area?
So you could have them reference 205 in the parental rights code.
Okay. Do you, any other changes or?
Nope, that's the
Okay,
motion.
so the motion before us, unless there's, okay, is that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend provisions in section 53G 10205 to be consistent with the provisions of section 53G 6801 and, and 53G 6803, including renumbering 53G 10205 to be moved into Title 53G, Chapter 6, Part 8, Parental Rights.
I have another comment.
Okay?
Just as a reminder, 53G 10205 was written based on Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, the rights of conscience shall never be infringed. So the only way that it could be amended, any way you amend it would make it so it's not consistent with the Constitution. Because it's written to uphold that part of the Constitution so that there is no infringement allowed. And the way it was written, 205, the way it was written before it was amended was not consistent with the Constitution, and that's why it had to be amended.
Okay. Any other comments before we vote? Okay, Board Member Davis.
I'm supporting this so we get everything in one place. We have parental rights code, we have this, everything that was just said here, it will still be there. It just, we've got to get some clarity and consistency and get it in one place.
Okay, any
If
other?
I understand correctly.
Any other comments? Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote. I'm not going to reread it. You need me to reread it? Okay. All those in favor of Member Wood's motion, raise your hand. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those opposed? Okay, so that's Klein, Bogus, and Green.
May I
So-
comment?
Yes, you may.
I just want to refer people back to the letters that were received by First Amendment attorneys regarding changing 205 or amending it so that it's not consistent with the Constitution. They're watching it very closely, and it will open us up for lawsuits because First Amendment rights have high precedence in the court.
Okay, and I think it's a recommendation. I'm sure the legislature will take those into consideration, so. Okay. We are going to take a 5-minute break. Can we take a 5-minute break, Molly, please? You get a 5-minute break, okay? 5-minute break. Stretch real quick, get you a drink, come back and refresh to finish out the, okay.
Member Carey, can you hear me online?
Member Carey, can you hear me? If you're trying to talk, Member Carey, I can't hear you. So if it no, I can't. So let me go talk to Jerry. Just make sure that we can get you unmuted.
Hey, Kelsey.
I can hear you now, Member Carey.
So I was pressing *4. Apparently it's *6.
Great. There's too many people talking, so I can't actually hear what you said, but I can hear that you're speaking.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're in there, 602. Yeah. I don't know why, but yeah, I think we're in there. Oh, you're 601? Yeah.
We go with you or with what should
What's that?
15 or 20 more minutes, we should wrap it up.
I think we're past your estimated time, Randy. Sorry, wait just a second. Under. Okay. Board Member Hart, are you doing consent or you want me to do it? Okay. And then I know that Board Member Carey wants.
Carrie and Chair Moss are online.
But he wants contracts pulled, so he can talk to it first because he's still at training. Okay.
All right, we are to the consent calendar. Let's go to action item 13.1, contracts. I know we have Member Carey. Are you online?
Yes.
I got
Yes.
your text. Do you have something to pull?
I would like to pull that particular contract, Vice Chair.
Okay, let me pull up the list of contracts. I can't use this computer. Jen. Can you pull up the list of contracts? I can't on this computer because it's the. Yeah, I know, but I don't know you don't happen to know the item right in front of you, do you?
It's number 1. It's the contracts, right? It's just one. Pull
Yes.
one. Yeah.
Oh, he's pulling, okay.
Well, you pull all the contracts and then.
Thank you.
My
All right.
apologies.
Scott, Deputy Jones is exactly right. I need to take a breath. Okay. All right. Item 1 is pulled from the consent calendar. Do we have a motion on the remainder of the consent calendar, or would you like to pull another item? So we are pulling.
If that was directed to me, Vice Chair, no.
No, we've got your item pulled, and now I'm asking for other items from the consent agenda if other members want them pulled, and then we'll return to them.
I would like 1310 pulled.
Someone had one over here.
Oh, no, sorry.
Member Bogus?
I would like 1.2, 1.5, and 3.0.
1.2, or 13.2.
Oh, sorry. 13.1.2, 13.1.5, and 13.3.
Your contracts.
We've already pulled the contracts. I'm asking if there's anything else on the consent calendar.
13.3.
13.3, okay.
I would like 1311.
Okay.
Yeah, just that.
Okay, so we are pulling 13.1, 13.3, and 13.11. Do we have a motion on the remainder of the items?
Board member, hold on, where are you?
Board member-
Davis.
Yeah.
Board member Davis?
Hold on. There you go.
I move that we shorten item number 2 in the study session tomorrow from 1:30 to 4 to 1:30 to 2:30 and postpone the rest of the agenda items from today from 2:30 to 4 tomorrow.
Hold on, I need to get that motion and I don't have it. We don't have do we have a typer? Yes, just a second. Are you ready? Okay. Would you repeat that? We'll turn you back on if you hit your button.
I move that we shorten item number 2 in the study session from 1:30 to 2:30 and postpone the remainder of tonight's agenda items to be done from 2:30 to 4 tomorrow.
Okay, is that what your motion is, Member Davis?
Yes,
Is
Chair,
that
thank you.
reflected on the screen correctly?
Yes, I mean, we're currently scheduled to end at 4, so 2:30 to 4 would move today's items to that section.
Okay. The motion's been made and seconded. I think someone had a point of information. Okay.
I do board member Hart as well.
Okay. Okay, just as,
So for clarity and consistency, the last time a motion like this was made, there was this big, huge hubbub and 20 minutes of discussion, and then it was finally ruled out of order because of OPMA and publication issues.
That's, would, AAG Beal, is that a correct title? I'm sorry if it's not. Can you rule on whether or not that would meet our notification requirements and obligations?
It's an emergency.
We can. Oh, you're green.
You agree it's okay?
Okay, so it is a violation of public bodies shall not give less than 24 hours notice of each meeting.
Board meetings, I mean, we have done it multiple times where we fluctuate our time. It's okay if you don't, I mean, I'm gonna. vote
I'm
either way.
just, I just have concerns about violating open meeting act. Or, yes. We can do an emergency, but does this qualify as an emergency? What? How is it? How? I don't. Well, if
Ask
they
about
say
the
no, then it's no unless we defy it. Is there? Go ahead.
I'll say there's not a specific definition to what constitutes an emergency. It would be an attempt is made to notify all members of the public and a majority of the members approve the meeting, but there's no specific definition as to.
Of an emergency?
Of an emergency.
Okay. I would like to hear the question that member
Carrie?
Carrie has, please. Member Carrie?
First, thank you. I would just like to say I support, I think it was Board Member Davis's application, her motion, but my question was, are we carrying all the items, including the ones that were pulled, or would it be hearing the ones that are pulled today and then everything else tomorrow, or everything remaining till tomorrow?
She would, from what I understand, she's postponing everything, meaning we stop right now and we postpone everything. So, does that answer your question?
It does, and I would defer to Board Member Davis, so if she has an emergency, I would support that application.
Do you have an emergency? Can you make an emergency?
Unfortunately, yeah, I feel like we need to be,
I will say, in some cases, you know, there are people who have medical issues and we didn't see, and I don't care, I can, sorry, that's not on our mic.
yeah, you're not on your mic. Okay, here's the problem. We just had an open meetings issue come before us, and we had to really look at our practices. We have attempted all day to shorten this meeting, and the things that needed to be talked about needed to be talked about. To delay it is a violation of Open Meetings Act per our, on advice of our own legal counsel. So I understand the problem. Yes.
May I direct a question?
No, you can direct it to me and I can.
I believe what I heard her say was moving it to tomorrow is a violation. Postponing it to a duly noticed meeting is not necessarily a violation.
That is correct. Well, I mean, I don't think she said that, but I think that's true information because you'd be able to notice it.
Correct, yes. It's just That we shall give 24 hours notice.
Right. The option on the table then would be a meeting on Monday or some other time. This body is going to have to come to grips with the fact that our meetings go too long and figure out a way to solve the problem. Because we do not make good decisions the later it goes. So we know that, that it's a problem. So we need to come up with a solution. The motion on the floor is not consistent with open meetings. Do we have another motion?
Well, we have the motion that's already there.
Well, we can't, it's.
Oh, yeah, you're asking if we
Yeah.
can move the consent calendar items.
We can, what I'm saying is we can't make that motion if someone wants
We
to.
would be moving on unless someone else has other
Okay,
motion.
okay, unless somebody has another motion, we are moving on. You want to make a different motion? Yeah, and that's absolutely, I understand. Oh. Oh, that doesn't solve the problem, board members.
We can't discuss that really right now because it's not noted.
Well, yeah.
Motion to adjourn is not debatable.
It is not debatable, so you move to adjourn. I guess leadership will figure out when we meet again. If you have any ideas,
We have to vote.
we
to
do
adjourn.
have to, but I'm going to say this before we vote. If you have ideas on how you'd like this problem solved, rather than just showing up and making an even longer meeting, please let leadership know.
I've sent in 7 solutions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we now have a motion on the floor to adjourn. That motion is non-debatable. All in favor of adjourning, raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, so we've got Member Carey, Member Klein, Member Davis, and Member Straight. All opposed? Raise your hand. That's everybody else.
I'm a no.
You're a no? Okay.
Moss is a no.
Who abstained? Abstaining counts as a no. It only has 4 yeses. Okay, we're moving on. We have 13.1 pulled, 13.3 pulled, 13.11 pulled. Do we have a motion on the rest of the agenda items in consent calendar? Member Booth.
I move that we approve all the remaining items on the consent calendar.
Second, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Raise your hand. Members online? Would you like to vote? We are going to have to do a roll call.
Board Member Carey is yes.
Moss, yes.
Okay. Member Bogus? No. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Klein?
No.
Member Davis? Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
No.
I'm a yes. Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Norton?
Yes.
Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Straight? Oh, yeah. Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Chair Moss? Chair Moss?
Yes.
Is a yes. Okay.
All right.
Okay,
So
back to contracts.
Yep.
Is there any, oh, there was one particular contract.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Of the contracts, now we need to pull the contracts.
Let me get in.
Get them up. Member Carey, you wanted to pull item 1, contract number 1?
The edict, yes.
That would be number 5.
Okay.
Are we pulling, anybody else pulling a contract? Number 2. Any others to be pulled? Can I get a motion for the remainder of the contracts that haven't been pulled? Motion made, second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Remember, the motion before us is to pass through affirmatively the remaining contracts besides 2 and 5. Member Bogus? No. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Klein? No. Member Davis says, Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
No.
I'm a yes. Member Hymas? Yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Lear? Yes. Member Norton?
Yes.
Member Reel? Yes. Member Straight?
Yes.
Member Wood? Yes. Member Moss?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes with a vote of 11 to 3. Yes.
So is someone tracking the motions that are being made?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, we got it. You worried about I'm going too fast? It's fair. Yes. We're returning to contract 2. Member Carey? Contract 5, I'm sorry.
Yes. It's, oh,
Go forth. Go forth.
thank you. I appreciate it. I would like just to speak to this in that HB 61 on school safety directed the board to issue an RFP to obtain a firearm detection platform. Our staff performed admirably, and they did exactly as they were directed. And they issued the RFP, and only one company responded to that RFP. I had the opportunity of meeting with our security, with Rhett, Deputy Superintendent Norman, Scott Jones, and others yesterday on a video conference attended by Chair Moss and Board Member Bogus. And my reservations regarding this particular company are born as follows, which is the way that the firearm detection software platform works is that if anyone brings a firearm into a school, the camera system would detect the firearm and alert the police, alert the school, and any other party that you want to build into this network. My concern with this particular software is that, one, it only detects non-concealed firearms. So you would have to be brandishing the firearm and walk into the school with the firearm in a, I'm going to say fire position, even though, there's other ways to do it. But even if you had that firearm in a holster, it would not detect it. Arguably, if that firearm were slung over your shoulder, it would not detect it. The other concern I had is that the software, as every piece of software, it makes mistakes. And this data, again, through no fault of the staff, because we didn't ask them to get this, because they were just charged with what the statute required, which was issue an RFP. The false positive rate, meaning where the company identifies the presence of a firearm.
We have mics on and somebody is chewing. I've got about 3 text messages and I don't know who it is. I looked around.
It could be me.
So there,
Go ahead, Member Carey.
it seems to be an acceptable, there seems to be an acceptable false positive ratio in that the number seems to be insignificant. But again, we've done no research to determine whether 1% is extremely good at making mistakes or 1% is abnormally high. And we don't know that because we weren't charged with doing that research or finding that information out. And my last concern is, and I don't want to get into the numbers because I believe these were provided to Rhett and Deputy Superintendent Norman, if not confidentially, at least not in a way that I think should be shared publicly. But the way the software works is that apparently you have to identify and upload a particular firearm into the system for it to be detected when it's brought into the school. And so it's not like, oh, we know what a gun looks like, and if you have an object that looks like a gun, it will detect it. It's my understanding, again, from the information that no, it has to be that specific firearm. And if that specific firearm has been uploaded into the system, it will detect it with that measure of accuracy that the company gave us. I was surprised at how small the number of uploaded firearms into the system appears to be. And again, I want to stress that I don't know if this number is fantastic or whether it's shockingly low. Again, because we haven't done the research into it. Our task was to issue an RFP. So I spoke with Deputy Stallings about what our options were, because we have been charged as a board to issue an RFP and hire a firearm detection platform company. My motion to the board would be if we could delay that for a period of 30 days in order for staff and maybe a few members from the board, as determined by board leadership, meet with the sponsors of HB 61 to express our concerns. And then they are free to say, hey, great job, we shouldn't go forward. Or they tell us, hey, we asked you to do something, why haven't you done it? But I believe it would be a mistake in several ways. One, it's a $3 million contract. But I think more significantly, at least based on my understanding, we would not be enhancing the protection of our schools and students possibly as effectively as it could be done. So thank you, Vice Chair Hart.
Thank you. Yes, but I think he made a motion. He made a motion. Did we capture that motion somewhere? Yeah, it's wait 30 and work with the legislators. Can we just get that recorded so that we don't forget where we're at? And Member Carey, just so that we get it correct, can you restate the motion that you're making?
It would be to delay this consideration of this matter for 30 days and have board leadership appoint members of staff and members of the board to meet with the sponsors of HB 61 to assess, to bring them up to speed and see what they really want to do at this stage, given we've only had one company say yes.
Okay.
And the apparent, that would be the motion.
Okay, I'm going to wait till they finish typing it, and then I'm going to read it again to make sure that it's accurate. No, I think they're done. So the motion on the floor is that the board delay consideration of this matter and direct leadership and members of staff to work with sponsors of the legislation to decide how to proceed. Do we have a second? We have a second from Member Wood. Now we can, I see you're up, Member Lear.
I'd
like to ask an appropriate chair. I'd like to direct a question to the appropriate staff member to see if, or ask you to direct that to the staff member, to see if this is something that the staff supports, the
Okay.
motion.
Is any staff willing to or prepared to answer that question?
Oh, Rhett's here. I didn't see.
I'm not. Superintendent Dixon, would you like to take that one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may redirect to Board Member Lear. Board Member Lear, the way you asked the question of wondering if he supports the motion, I'm concerned about that kind of burden on staff. Could you reframe it into what you want him to address directly?
I don't feel prepared to evaluate.
Talk into your mic.
I don't feel prepared to evaluate this on my own. If this is something that, if staff shares Board Member Carey's concerns, then I would be prepared to support the board member's motion. But I need to hear if the experts on this issue also support this concern.
Okay, if I may, Madam Chair, then I would ask Board Member Lear to reframe her question, and not one of support, but one of any additional clarifying information that he may have to add to the conversation.
I'd like to hold on that for just a second. I have some questions that are clarifying that we might be able to ask more direct. I'm just very concerned about.
I don't want to put anybody in an awkward
Right,
position.
right.
Heaven forbid, but go ahead.
This is legislatively driven, and
Right.
so the clarification that I would like to make is this is optional, correct? But it's an optional. It's the LEAs aren't required to use this software, correct? That, will you please, if you're comfortable, you only have to, you got to hit your talk button. Now, hit it again. Now we can.
Okay, so Rhett Larson, School Safety Specialist. That's correct. This is optional. This is a competitive grant. And out of the $75 million that was allocated for one-time funding for school safety and security, $3 million of that was carved out for the firearm detection software.
Okay. Member or Deputy Superintendent Jones, would you like to add to that answer?
No, ma'am, other than he answered your question spot on.
Okay. We have some other questions, and I do understand, Member Lear, yours is in the hopper. I'd just like to nail down some nuts and bolts before we, okay. Member Klein?
So I just have a question about the fact that it's a competitive grant. I don't know how do you compete for this? What is in the rubric that makes one school more qualifying than another? Do they have to, it seems like a strange perverse incentive to make your school less safe in order to get something.
Okay.
Is that how it works? What is in the rubric to qualify in this for this competitive grant?
So the question is how does this get to the schools?
Yeah.
So there was only the competitiveness of the grant, there was only one company that replied to the RFP. But this is a question about how it gets to the classroom.
Or what schools get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rhett Larson, School Safety Specialist. So there were other folks that had applied. That this vendor specifically is the only one that met all the requirements given to us in statute of what to put into the scope. And with your question, or with the question, Chair, The application and rubric would be similar to what we've done in the past. We have not moved forward in this process until the board approved this contract. But what it would be is there would be parameters more so of asking LEAs to think through, if they do implement this, and really it's up to them to determine if they want to apply. But some of those parameters would be, do you have cameras in your system? Because again, there has to already be an existing structure for this technology to piggyback on. We'd also ask LEAs to think through what that would mean for them as far as policies they might need to implement, because we are talking about weapons detection software. And talking with one LEA specifically who has already done this, they've had to think through, okay, additional security and support. So all of that would be part of the application for LEAs to think through if they wish to participate in this grant application process.
Does that answer your question, Member Klein? Oh.
My question was, are schools going to be competing to be the most crime-ridden in order to bump themselves to the top of the list as far as qualifying? Is that part of it? Are they looking at crime statistics or racial demographics for a school? What is it that qualifies the school besides the pre-existing infrastructure, which many of those schools that might need it may not be the ones that have the existing infrastructure?
Right. So Deputy Superintendent of Operations, this part, and Rhett can correct me if I'm wrong, part of the process is they have to do an assessment. They have to assess what their capabilities are, their shortfalls, all of those that type of information will actually, in my mind, so this is my own opinion, be the determining factor on whether they choose to exercise this contract or not. It's not a mandatory contract that they have to use. When they apply to us, they could apply for the money for other systems or other aspects too. Is that right? Or for that, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to add, specialist?
It's not, there we go. So if they're Rhett Larson School Safety Specialist, so there's two grants that will be available. The $72 million that is available now for LEAs to apply for, they have to have a building safety assessment to determine their needs to write for that grant. For the $3 million, yeah, for this one specifically, the assessment is not part of that. However, we could write that in as part of the application and rubric. We're not necessarily looking for crime rates, but rather we want LEAs, if they wish to participate, to know what the requirements are, which is making sure they have the, again, the cameras, because this is not to provide cameras to the school. So that would be part of the mechanism of looking at the application. Does the LEA have the resources? And then, so that would be part of that. And then there would be additional conversation amongst the School Safety Center collaboratively as we develop the application and rubric. What does this look like? But again, we want to make sure that LEAs are being set up for success if they want to implement this. But again, we have not built the application or rubric yet because we wanted to wait until the decision of the board on this contract.
So a follow-up to that, this is not the application that's due like tomorrow that I'm supposed to be turning in? It's not already an application?
Can I,
Yes,
so Rhett Larson,
please.
School Safety Specialist, the September 15th,
Yeah.
that's the $72 million grant.
Okay.
There is, and I want to be very clear on this because there is confusion in the field.
Right.
Rightfully so, because there's there's actually three funding sources, but one's ongoing. But for the competitive grants, the $72 million grant that's called the School Safety and Support Grant, that is due September 15th.
Mm-hmm.
That's where LEAs have to have their own building safety assessment, a school safety specialist designated, and the funds will be prioritized towards schools with lower student count. That is separate from this $3 million grant.
Thank you for clarifying that on record. I now have some breathing room. Chair Moss, you have a question as well?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just a quick question. I think some good, legitimate concerns have been raised about false positives and the number of weapons in the database that can be detected. And I'm just curious what our opportunity is to influence maybe addressing some of those, issues. And I don't know that they're disqualifying. Obviously, they met the qualifications. We followed the legislative direction, and it was one that qualified, and so we picked them. And so I'd be a little nervous about backing off. But I guess perhaps the length of the contract. And I'm sorry, I can't see it because I'm on my phone driving. But do we have an opportunity to address some of those questions that have been raised, even if we do go forward with the contract?
Okay. The length of the contract is what you're asking about, Chair Moss?
Well, no. Can we address the issues that have been raised? And part of that goes to the length of the contract.
Okay.
If it's a one-year contract, then it would be up for renewal, and the provider would be interested in addressing some of those questions, right? So
I see.
I'm just asking about the opportunity to address that if we do choose to go forward.
Okay. I think Deputy, you are not Deputy Stallings. Deputy Jones has, okay. You might have a response for that? Yes.
Okay, so right now it's a 16-month contract. And so what we would do is if the board approves the contract, I would sign the contract, and then the duration of it is 16 months. And I just want to clarify something too that I was talking about earlier. With the two parts to this, with the grant and the 72 million and the 3 million, Rhett wanted to make sure that I was clear on the fact that they are mutually exclusive processes, right? But then at the same time, there'll be consideration of this. It's not like we're mandating that you, LEA, have to apply for a particular grant, whether it's the 72 million or 3. That's what I was trying to say. And that the tools that they use and the assessments that they make don't necessarily, as Rhett articulated, mean that they have to look at crime rates, things like that. Because to his point yet, the application or the rubric hasn't been set yet. So I just want to make sure I clarified that as well. 16-month contract, then it could go up for renewal again. We could re-release the RFP. Hopefully Adam's shaking his head north and south on that after that 16-month termination, or not end to the contract. It's not termination, end of the contract. So it's just basically a cooperative contract that allows access of LEAs to use it. So.
And there's no force of that.
Yeah, it doesn't stipulate that you, LEA, have to do this. We don't determine that a particular LEA has to use it over another LEA, anything like that. So.
All right.
But I do want to say too, ma'am, just real quick, that Board Member Carey's questions and concerns are very valid, and we would answer those regardless of, well, not regardless, but in addition to the board approving it or not, we would continually follow up with those and do this.
Okay. Member Straight.
So can I address directly? Or do you want me to ask you the question?
You need to ask me.
Okay, so it talks about, in this article, about that this is just part of a comprehensive incident response, and we've heard that, 3 million and 72 million. What does the other 72 million look like, and do we have anything in regards to that, or is that controlled somewhere else?
That would be an offline question. We need to stick to this one.
Okay, so
And I'd
it's
be glad to-
comprehensive. It's
yeah.
comprehensive.
Yeah.
I'd like that
Yeah.
that addressed to understand that better.
Okay. Would you like to? Okay. Please press your button. Just quickly, could you talk about how it's comprehensive?
Yeah, Rhett Larson, School Safety Specialist, and I'm sorry, I took the question as, can we follow up with him later? I'm happy to answer the questions now if you want me to, but I'll leave that up to you,
No,
Chair.
let's follow up.
All right, so with the 72 million.
Oh, well, let's follow up later.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry.
It's late. Member Moss, you had a follow-up.
Well, I think it was answered. I guess the question was just whether, can we ask them to, for example, add to their database of guns that they have so that they enhance their ability to recognize those, to Member Carey's concern. If we have a 16-month contract in place, is that a legitimate request that we might make during that period?
Go ahead, Deputy.
So the, Madam Chair, the answer to Chair Moss's question is yes. However, that would take an amendment to it. So, you know, to get with the vendor and ask that question, and if they say yes, we could amend the contract accordingly.
I see. And would that need to be done now?
Not necessarily. You could, the board could vote to pass it. I would sign it. Then you would direct that, like, you could make that a condition upon my signature on the contract, that, you know, we pursue an amendment along the lines of what Board Member Moss is describing, or any others for that matter.
Can we add to the list of questions how they manage 3D printed guns? That would be just a question. All right, Member.
Sir.
Okay, Member Bogus.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to second the motion because I don't think that ever got done.
Oh, I think.
But secondly, I just wanted to thank you guys for your time the other day. It was very enlightening. And I won't bring all that we discussed onto the public record. I don't know that it's necessary. But I do think that there's enough of that discussion warrants delaying this 30 days to figure it out. I think there was so much there that we just don't know, and they're good concerns and good questions, and we want to do it right and make certain that we have a tool that, you know, at the cost of $3 million, that it works and that it does what we want it to do and keep our kids safe. And then I have one question as a follow-up to Chair Moss, and that would be, would an amendment such as his, like uploading firearms to detect, is that going to cost us more than the contract is now? Or is that just going to be an amendment and not cost us extra money to upload images of new weapons?
Is someone prepared to answer that one, or is that one you?
Oh, I apologize.
Director? Director Hurd?
You need to turn mine off.
Yeah, please. I got you in line, though. There you go.
Yes, Adam Hurd, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. So actually, as Deputy Superintendent Jones was speaking, I was reviewing the contract, and I actually don't know if it would actually require an amendment to ask them to do that. The information we received about the number of firearms that the system is currently designed to detect was just information that we were provided supplementally from the vendor afterwards. So from what I can tell by reviewing the scope of work again, there isn't anything specific about the number of firearms that it currently detects, or whether they would add more in the future, or whether it's a set list. So I don't think it would require an amendment to actually ask them to do that, or to, or that, you know, that they may do that already. Maybe it may be a list that they're continually adding. So to answer the question, my opinion is I don't think that it would require, or that it would cost any more to have those, to have an ongoing list of additional guns that would be included.
Thank you, Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, just two things. I guess I'm just getting a note that this is used in other areas, and we're actually not, that we're being asked not to discuss the firearms that are not detected, just so that's not.
It creates risk.
Yeah, creates risks for students to, or other individuals in our schools. There's a little bit of a risk there. I just wanted to maybe address just a little bit of what Board Member Klein was asking earlier about. I reached out to my districts. I didn't get, there were 2 of the 7 I didn't get a hold of, but asked them about their perception of this. And I'm just giving the feedback that I got almost unanimously from them. They said that if firearm detection is not the best, sure, we can get that. They said the best preventative is people with relationships and understanding students. It doesn't matter what kind of firearm protection you have. Some things can go awry. They said they would prefer, their concern is if we go towards products and technology versus emphasizing that people think. And I know that this is an association with a law. I don't know that, I don't know, maybe they will. Most of my districts, it sounded like we're not interested. I think you're thinking maybe people are going to, maybe escalate how many incidents they're having. I think it's the opposite, at least in my area. Maybe yours are different, but they have concerns with people that have concealed carry. They have concerns with it being rural areas and the impact there. There's a number of concerns, how accurate it is. Those are concerns that they have. So I guess I would speak for this to get some greater clarity. And I don't know that everyone's clamoring to get this in their schools. There may be some because they have consistent problems with firearms coming into the school, and they may have a significant need versus others. So those are my comments.
Member Klein?
I just have other questions about the contract, and if this passes, then maybe I can just address those at that point and make it part of the conversation, or I can, talk about those here if you want.
Let's move to a vote then, unless I see one of you. Deputy, do you have? Okay. All right, let's move to a vote on this. The amendment is that the board delay consideration. This is actually not an amendment. This is the motion. No, it's just a motion. It's the only motion that's been made. That the board delay consideration of this matter and direct leadership and members of staff to work with sponsors of the legislation to decide how to proceed. All in favor, please raise your hand. We need to do roll call. I'm sorry. We've got online members. Member Bogus.
Yes.
Member Booth. Member Klein. Member Davis is not here. Member Davis, did you join us online? Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Green? I'm a no. Member Hymas? Yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Lear? Yes. Member Norton? Yes. Member Reel? Member Straight? Yes. Member Wood? Yes. Member Moss?
Yes.
Okay, that vote is 13-1. That passes. All right, the other item that we have from the consent is number 2. Can someone get that up on the screen? Thank you. Okay, and I believe, Member Bogus, did you pull this? Could you, would you be willing to speak to why you wanted this pulled? Let me, there you go.
Thank you, ma'am. So I pulled this for discussion for manifold reasons, and I still, Deputy Superintendent Jones, I apologize. May I direct a question really fast?
I am sorry. Can you direct a question to who?
I would like to speak, ask Director Superintendent Jones a question.
About item?
About, I want to know the technical term for when you have a pass-through contract. I know he gave it to me the other day. I just want to make certain I'm using correct language.
Can you or Director Hurd answer pass-through? Hold on, I have to.
Sorry.
Director Hurd in here.
Is it a subcontractor? I guess I.
Yeah. So are we still, which contract specifically?
We have moved to
Still
contract 2.
2, okay. Yeah.
Would you like to speak on that?
I guess I just want to know the correct terminology, so I'm not using incorrect terminology and confusing everyone.
I understand. Go ahead.
Yes, Adam Hurd, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. So the question is, if it's the correct terminology to say pass-through contract?
Is it a pass-through contract, a subcontract?
What is the definition of a pass-through contract?
Well, I'm not familiar with that term, pass-through contract. I would probably refer to it as subcontract. I don't know if there would be a more correct or different term for that.
Member Bogus, did
okay.
you see that somewhere?
Well, yeah, so the name here is MGT of America Consulting, but then it appears as if we've got manifold, we'll call them subcontracts, and if that's not the correct language, can you correct me, please? But we've got manifold subcontracts, Ed Direction, United Way, a manifold number of subcontracts, and then there's some assertions in one of these documents that doesn't really align with the law as it's written, and I guess when we have these pass-through or these subcontracts, but it says this, but it's actually this, it just causes me so much consternation because it's hard to track, it's hard for the public to track, and then I can't imagine that it's easy for accountability to take place when your contract is with MGT, but your accountability issue is with one of their subcontractors. I just don't know exactly how all that works, and I think the question is, can it actually work? Can we hold these subcontractors accountable if our contract is not actually with them?
So, Director Hurd, can you answer how we hold subcontractors accountable in that kind of situation?
Yes, so our terms and conditions do address that, and any subcontractors are held to the same terms and conditions as the primary contractor that we have a contract with. So in this situation, just to clarify, I think there are a couple different relationships. There is MGT, which is the vendor that we have a contract with. One of their subsidiaries, Ed Direction, is also the main vendor who I think is performing the services for this. But as you mentioned, there's also United Way. I think United Way would be the subcontractor. But all of the vendors participating in performing these services are held to the same terms and conditions in our contract.
May I follow up?
Yes.
So if they were to violate those, how do we hold them accountable if our contract is not actually with them?
Do we not have contracts with them? Yeah.
So maybe I read it wrong, but as I read it, my understanding is that our agreement is with MGT, and then MGT enters into an agreement with these other people. And if that's correct, then I'm wondering how, as a state board, we hold the subcontractors accountable when things go rogue.
Someone's back
in
there.
the,
I don't know who's in the back shaking their head that it wants to.
Kennedy Jones has the answer.
who's,
Oh, okay, that's fine.
who is?
This person wants to speak. Just to clarify, Allison Miller with MGT of America. So
Oh,
MGT is
you know
hold
what, though,
on.
we can't have you at
We
the,
don't-
no,
we don't-
sorry.
It's.
Thought it was staff, but.
Yeah.
staff too, though.
Yeah, okay. Deputy Jones? That's okay.
My apologies, I didn't know it was contractor. Oh,
Okay, I'm ready. So, and Adam can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I understand Board Member Bogus's question or her concern or what have you. And we'll use the term subcontractors of any contractor, let's take this one out of it, are held accountable through the contract that is with the main company. So if a subsidiary or a subcontractor doesn't perform, we can hold the agency or the business responsible for their lack of production through the contract. Is that correct, Adam? Yep. So does that answer Board Member Bogus's question or address her concern, Madam Chair?
Think on that for a minute. Vice Chair Allen.
yeah, so I've sat in just a couple of meetings trying to get some information about this. My understanding, the legislation requires someone to then oversee this. To me, this is frustrating because I feel like we have a third-party provider providing, and it's that layered, right? That was what was in the legislation. We're actually fulfilling the requirements of the legislation. There's probably different ways to do this, but that was the requirement. Now, with that being said, my understanding from this contract is that we have a relationship that if we have a problem, that we can address that any time during the contract. We have staff that are following up on this. It seemed Susie Estrada, am I using the right person?
Mm-hmm.
We've had numerous conversations with her, or at least I have, engagement there, and I feel like she has a handle on what's going on there, and that she will be following up on this. That is my understanding. of this. I feel like it's one of those things where I would have liked it structured different, because I do think there's complications when you have a person that then contracts with another person, and then they're right? I mean, it's this layered thing, and then it seems very distant. But it seems as if the provisions in there and the entities at our level are following up and will be following up throughout, and we can pull if ever there is a question. Leanne, did that sound right? Okay, because she's been in on some of those conversations too. We are fulfilling the end of the obligation. You can decide whether you want, to move forward with this or not. I think there is clarifying language put into this to make sure more of it got to the end of the row. That was the concern, that it was actually getting to do what we think it's supposed to do, which is that coordinating with communities. We'll see if that happens, but that's what it looks like. So anyways.
Okay, Member Klein?
I have so many concerns about this. I will not be supporting it for a multitude of reasons. But I think we'll just.
Okay. Thank you, Member Klein. Member Bogus?
Thank you, ma'am. Just very quickly, if we can come up with a word for that, I would love it, because I constantly am trying to figure out the word. I guess I would just speak against the motion to approve this. I think we need to sit down with our legislators. I view the infrastructure of this as a delegation of our authority and a dereliction of our duty to oversee. And so I just have so many issues with how it's structured and the accountability pieces. And I understand what you say, and I appreciate you clarifying. I really do. This is not an arrangement that I can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Lear?
And I have a question that you can direct, or I'd ask you to direct to either Mr. Hurd or Scott.
Okay.
And that is, do they feel like there are adequate controls in this contract as it's written that we can benefit, the students of Utah can benefit to the best possible ability? Is this written tight enough that they feel like there are adequate controls?
Would one of you like to answer to the controls?
Yes, I feel there are adequate controls in place. Like we've said before, we're using our terms and conditions that we've vetted, that we've gone through the legal review process with our AAGs, and we do have protections in place to ensure that the scope of work is fulfilled. And if there are any complications with that, or if a vendor isn't performing, we do have avenues in place that we can address that, to either hold them to that or to terminate the contract early if necessary.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Wood?
I just wanted to speak to this. We had multiple meetings within the last month. The initial one that Vice Chair Earl set up was with Senator Milner to converse with her and let her know our concerns. And to be honest, we were told to do our job. And so there was no changes going to be made at this time. And therefore, we did our best to make the deliverables there, to look at how it will reach parents. That was my concern, was there was a lot of meetings, and you can have a lot of meetings that go nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to see that in the end, these meetings led to meaningful changes in literacy for our children and families. And I believe that those were put in, and now we just have to do our job.
Thanks for attending those meetings. Thanks for setting up those meetings. Member Klein?
Yes, thank you. In reading the contract, I do have a couple concerns I wanted to bring up. To me, it looks like hyper control and intrusion into the community and family space under the guise of family engagement, using communities of practice, which is not about literacy at all. It's an entirely different structure, it looks like, is being put in place at the community level under the guise of all hands on deck for literacy, but it includes the PPFS, I think it's called, that is about, it's kind of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but on a community level, saying that if kids aren't being fed, then they won't learn they can't become literate. And so it's providing for all children, the needs of all children, not in just literacy, but as far as their other needs are concerned, being fed being one of them, and then creating all of these excessive programs for families with where they come to the school on a regular basis, and where the school becomes the center of community life and family life, which is highly problematic. That's not what this science of reading was sold as, but that's what how the contract reads. So I have grave concerns about this being so much more than just a literacy program.
Thank you, Member Klein. Member Straight.
The basis of family engagement has been shown to influence student achievement, and I would say that food is one of those things that helps students be in a position where they can learn. I had concerns. I didn't attend the first meeting, but I did attend the second and third meeting. Staff was very responsive to all the concerns. By the time we were finished, the meeting just 2 days ago only went 20 minutes because the issues were addressed, and they were addressed clearly and understandably. And under the parameters of the code as it is written, I believe what we have is in alignment with that legislation. And so that's why I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other, we'll move to a vote. It needs to be a voice vote. We'll start from the bottom. Member Moss? The motion on the floor is to do a wait. Oh, my heck. Will someone please make a motion? Member?
I move that we approve contract number 2, the vendor agreement with MGT of America Consulting Limited Liability Corporation.
Do we have a second? Second. We have a second from Member Wood. My apologies. We've already spoke to it. Let's vote. Member Moss?
Yes.
Member Wood? Yes. Member Straight? Yes. Member Reel? Yes. Member Norton? Yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Carey? He's back in. Okay. Member Hymas? Yes. I'm a yes. Member Green? I'll come back to you. Member Vice Chair Earl? Yes. Member Davis? Member Davis, did you join online? Member Klein? Member Booth? Member Bogus? No. Okay. Member Green, did you want to vote? No? Okay. All right. So 10 yeses, 3 noes. That passes through. Thank you very much. 13.3. Okay, so moving on to 13.3. Thank you, and thank you to the organization for being here. We thank you. 13.3 is approval of meeting minutes. Did someone, well, it got pulled.
I would move that we approve the meeting minutes.
Okay. It's seconded, moved and seconded. Anyone want to speak to that? Okay. We need to vote on it. We'll start at the top. Member Bogus. Member Booth. Member Klein. Member Davis. Member Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Green? Yes. I'm a yes. Member Hymas? Yes. Member Carey? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Member Lear? Yes. Member Norton? Member Reel? Yes. Member Straight? Yes. Member Wood? Yes. Member Moss? Chair Moss?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That passes unanimously, and we have one other item, and that is 13.11. do we want to get a motion on the floor? Can we get a motion on the floor? Yeah, but we need a motion first. Member Lear?
The board approves item 13.11.
Okay, is there a second? Does any, Member Hymas is seconding. Now we have questions. Member Bogus. Oh, Member Booth, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Hart, I am wondering, I've looked through this document and I did not send this email because I don't know why, it was way early in the morning. What exactly is a, quote, school food authority? How is that defined?
Is there a member of staff that could and would be willing to answer
Please.
that? Thank you for being here. Would you also please state your name for the record? Thank you.
Kathleen.
Oh,
I would press
hold
it
on.
one more time.
Press it, yeah.
There you go.
Kathleen Britton, Director of Child Nutrition Programs. School Food Authority is a child nutrition director at each LEA.
Oh. That is not what I inferred by reading the documents,
Well,
and so I
okay.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes,
That was
thank you.
not even close to what I thought she was going to say.
All right. Well, do we have any other questions? Member Klein, let me get your mic on. There you go.
So it looked to me like, and maybe you can just confirm, that this is it said it's establishing, it's establishment, maintenance, and expansion of the school breakfast program. So is this, how far are we expanding this? Is it limited in scope, or are we universalizing it?
Yeah, I think it's equipment. Go ahead.
So basically, it's an equipment grant that is for any of the National School Lunch Program. They're promoting people to buy equipment to help the school breakfast programs, but the equipment doesn't necessarily have to be used for the school breakfast program. It's for any of the child nutrition programs.
So this isn't to expand the program, it's simply to buy the equipment.
To help buy the equipment to help the programs.
Okay. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
But that implies that the program, the school breakfast program, will be expanded if we're buying equipment for it.
Not necessarily. Like, there are schools that don't have working, like, ovens, or they bought their equipment third hand.
So they would use it for school lunch?
Well, for the programs that they offer. What they offer.
Okay.
And I answered for you just because
Yeah, all schools participate in the breakfast. If you participate in the lunch program, they participate in the breakfast program.
So it's already
It's one, and so this is, as board member mentioned, that it is to upgrade their equipment or to improve, if they don't have an oven yet, to get an oven or a warming unit or anything to help the production of food.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you, ma'am. I just have a follow-up question. As I read this background, to eligible school food authorities, and if that is a position as opposed to a program, I guess I just have some consternation about how this all plays out.
So I understand that the cafeteria managers can apply for these grants. Is that, so it wouldn't be the superintendent applying for these grants. The food service manager would be the one that signs this particular grant opportunity. Would that be correct? Yeah.
Correct. It goes to the Utah grant system, and they have to apply with the correct procurement of what equipment they're purchasing and be approved for it.
Okay, so I have a follow-up. Is it possible for an SFA to be a subcontractor and not an LEA? Or a subcontracted food service agency?
No. An SFA means a school food authority. The school food authority is a child nutrition program director.
So they run the child nutrition programs at an LEA. That's just how the federal government names them.
But these people are employed by our LEAs, supervised by our,
Correct.
oh, that's what I needed to hear, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Any other questions moving forward? I see none. So let's go ahead and vote. Again, it's a voice vote. We will start at the bottom this time. Chair Moss? Chair Moss, did we lose you?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Straight? Yes. Member Reel? Yes. Member Norton? Yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Carey? Sorry, he's been excused. He's at another meeting. Member Hymas? Yes. I'm a yes. Member Green? Yes. Member, Vice Chair Earl? No. Member Davis? Member Klein? Member Booth? And Member Bogus? Okay, with a vote of 10-3, that contract passes through affirmatively. All right, that concludes. There are 2 board members gone. Three no's. No, it's okay. You need to check my math. That's very irresponsible. Now we need a motion to go into executive session.
I'll make a motion, we go into executive session.
Do we have a second? All
Do I
right.
need to read out something more than that, or is that it?
I need to read. Do I need to read?
Where's the paper?
Yeah. I can't.
All right. I move that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals and pending or reasonable imminent litigation. Okay.
Yep. So we are going into executive. You have like 3 minutes to get everything set up